2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Good morning. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Provincial Legislature. Good morning, honorable MEC. Good morning, senior officials of the department present here today. Good morning, CPAs that have actually managed to arrive. We are now ready to start our business. Shall I actually ask all of us to rise for a moment of prayer? Thank you. Thank you. We today have again our program very tight. We are going to be having meetings with 4 CPAs, Pniel, CPA, Bucklands, Koopmansfontein, and a certain gentleman whom we would also be meeting, and also a group of other South African people whom we will actually also meet. And besides that, we also have concerned groups and CPAs, which, although they were not part of our program, had actually nonetheless requested an opportunity to meet with us. And we are going to make time to meet with them. And there are 4 CPAs, additional to the ones that I have already announced. So we will, as you can see, our program for the day is quite congested, but we'll try to manage our time in a manner that would enable everyone to actually have an opportunity to interact with members of parliament. Without any further ado, I will actually call on the leadership of the Bucklands CPA to actually come forward and make their presentation. Or maybe before we get to that stage, I would first want to introduce the delegation from Parliament, because I'm sorry about that. I just taken for granted that we've been actually introducing the honorable members wherever we've been going, and I'm seeing almost the same faces that we had yesterday, and then thought that perhaps it might not be necessary to introduce the members. But seeing that there are new CPAs that are meeting us for the first time today, it is only proper for them to know who they are meeting. And also it is proper that we should also know who they are. So let me start off by introducing myself. My name is Albert Mngwango. I'm chairperson of the Land Reform and Rural Development Portfolio Committee of Parliament. I will introduce them because I know them, and that will actually be quicker that way. I don't know who put the red overalls together, because they are threatening us if they are together. I will introduce the red overall, which is, that is closer to me. The Honorable Matthias is a member of parliament and also a member of this committee. On my immediate left is Honorable Mkhaga, who is a member of parliament and also a member of this committee. On my immediate right is Honorable Madlala, who is member of parliament and also member of this committee. Next is Honorable Nana, who is member of parliament and member of this committee. Next to him is Honorable Isaac, who is member of parliament and member of this committee, and whom I think her face is actually quite familiar with most of you. Next to her is actually Honorable Adams, who is the member of parliament and also member of this committee. She also comes from this area. Is there anyone else? We have our support team. I don't know whether wherever they are, I would ask them to stand up or raise their hands. We have Dr. Manenze, and we have Mr. Loazi Ben, our committee secretary. We have Tembi, okay, there she is over there, and we have Nzwaki, who is the executive secretary, and we have Cynthia. We also have part of our delegation, the communications team from the communications section of Parliament, under the leadership of Ms. Govender. Is that so? I would ask her to indicate her location. Thank you. So those are the people who are part of the delegation from Parliament. And I will hand over to the chairperson of the Provincial Portfolio Committee, who also is in uniform. I don't want to say a threatening one, but Honorable Chairperson of the portfolio, if you could just introduce your team.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm happy that at least you are not far from the red. It's just one street, and you are just there. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity and greet all honorable members present here today, from the National Assembly, and also members of society, different CPAs that are here, the staff, researchers of all different political parties that are with us. My name is Shadrach Taule, the Portfolio Committee Chair, and I'm not alone here. I'm with Honorable Jaffa. He's from the green ones, so I don't know which green is it, but it's from the green ones. And next to him, we are with Honorable Liebenberg from the blue ones. Yesterday, they had a family meeting. And then, I don't know how did it go. And then next to Honorable Liebenberg, we are with Honorable Brussel, who is a member of the green ones also. And next to Honorable Lydia Brassel, we have Honorable Dr. Shushu, who is also the Chief Whip of the legislature and the Chief Whip of the ANC. He's having too many positions, things there. So, but it's okay. And we also have Fighter Honorable Konote, who is a member of the committee. Thank you. And next to me, we have our Makulubas, Honorable Lebogang Motlaping, who is the newly appointed MEC. He has not yet got any salary, honorable members. If we'll get a salary, it will be on the 15th. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Lebogang.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Local Portfolio Committee. We also have senior officials of the department, both locally, the provincial ones, and also from the head office in Pretoria. I will rely on the assistance of the Director General to introduce all of them. Thank you. Of the Chief Director, you are going to be promoted, maybe. We could hear you.
But I will request that colleagues, can we stand, both from the PSSC and restitution. Okay, thank you very much. These are the colleagues. And then Mr. Ndamani from the Office of the Minister. Okay, Dr. Ralph. These colleagues are from our head office, Pretoria. Mr. Ralph Sibifelo. And then the Deputy Registrar of CPAs, Ndate Mohashwa. I'm not sure, yeah. I'm aware that the HOD and the head of office of the MEC, they are not here. Remo Hibidu, are you here? No, it's not here. Okay. Rebo Nogwan, and then the colleague from the Provincial Department of Agriculture. Thank you, Rebo Nogwan. Yeah. That is the introduction from our side, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Director. Then it's now over to Bucklands, CPAs. He or she will actually introduce his or her team and then make a presentation.
Chair, before they come, just to assess the committee. Chair, what we have done on receipt of the invitation from Parliament, because of the dynamics within CPAs, we thought it prudent that we invite both the committee and the other group. I hate using this, Honorable Kono, to see this consent. Some of the members will say, no, but why you? Let me say aggrieved, or those who are not happy, so that we get both versions, Honorable Chair. So yeah, all of them, I think we have tried to invite the two, the elected structure and those that are not happy, yeah. Bucklands. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure how to do the greeting, so I'm just going to say protocol observed. My name is Yvonne Mlozana. I am part of a concerned group from Bucklands.
Oh, okay. I would rather prefer that we get a report from the elected structure before we hear from the concerned groups.
Okay.
You know, the concerned group will actually be responding to what the elected structure would have reported.
Can I check Mazelfontein Katlani? I saw the chairperson. Consent group from Mazelfontein. Koopmansfontein, I saw the chair. The aggrieved members from Koopmansfontein. Is your consent group there? Pniel, the chairperson is here. Aggrieved. Sydney on-Vaal, consent group. You see, they are not here.
So the Bucklands CPA,
Committee, they are not
the
here.
committee is not here.
Huh? Okay.
What report?
Chair, because for now, through you, Chair, the chair of Pniel is here, and I see those who we normally meet with, who are not happy they are here. If maybe we could start with them, then maybe those ones will come. It's just
Chief Director, we have a report here which purports to be coming from the Bucklands CPA. So that is on those bases that we were asking them to come and present. Now, we don't have a report from the consent group. That does not mean that we are not going to give them an opportunity to address us. They will. But I think it's only fair that we start with the
okay. No,
the
no, it's fine.
presentation of this report.
Oh, no.
So it's therefore not a report. It is a submission of the consent members. Because we are actually expecting a report from the
Committee.
elected, from the committee on the progress they are making in their the CPA before we hear the consent groups.
Chair, do you want me to say something?
Yes, you may say so.
Chair, these are some of the challenges that we are faced with because we did communicate. Today's situation is not like the one of yesterday. We did communicate with King. Mr. Mashune, can you explain this?
Okay, can
There's
I,
Bucklands, there's the
please, can I
Bucklands
do
committee
this?
coming in.
Can I adjourn this meeting for 10 minutes? You sort your things out. Because apparently we might be sitting here with consent groups when we are not here to actually to see them. We are here ostensibly to meet with elected committees, then hear the consent groups. Now, is the other way around. Can we, this meeting is adjourned temporarily until, for 10 minutes. Okay, let's do that. Okay, we now resuming with our meeting. We took a break at the point when we had actually called the Bucklands CPA to actually make their presentation. I wonder if they are ready now to do so. And if so, they can actually go and take the podium and make their presentation. Bucklands. You have the floor, sir.
I just want to apologize for wearing a cap because I felt quite uncomfortable without it. Right. Yeah. All right. The chairperson and members of the executive, members of the portfolio committee, and representatives of the various communal property associations present, good morning. Allow me to greet you. Chairperson, my name is Ephraim Kobedi, and I am the secretary of the Bucklands Communal Property Association in Douglas. I've been tasked this morning with presenting an update on behalf of the Bucklands Communal Property Association. I've divided my report in basically two parts called the A part, which is more narrative part, and then there's a B section that's addition. I want to start in the A part and give you a
Sorry, sir, for intervening. I'm not sure whether we have copies of the report you are presenting. And secondly, I was expecting that you would introduce yourself and your team, if you have.
Okay.
Before you actually get into the actual business of presenting your report.
Mr. Mashuna said they are busy making copies. So, all right, because we came late, right? Chairperson, through you, if I may continue and introduce the team for so long.
Okay, please do.
Yes. Chairperson, I am here with the chair lady of the Bucklands Communal Property Association. She is Mrs. Julia Josie. Mrs. Josie, can you please stand up? I am here also with the Deputy Secretary of the Communal Property Association, Mr. Boy Visser. I am here with also with two additional members. The one is Mr. Gert Gamga. And I'm also here with Mr. Joseph Sissing. Mr. Sissing, can you please stand? Yeah. Is it right, Chair? Yes. Are we waiting for the copies of can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Chairperson, I think we are blessed. In difficult circumstances, we can talk about good news. The Bucklands Communal Property Association is one of the earliest beneficiaries of the land restitution in the Northern Cape. Our land was settled in 2003, and the land is situated on the eastern bank of the Orange River, adjacent to the confluence of the Orange and Vaal rivers near Douglas. The land is well known for its fertile soil, irrigation potential, and is also believed to be mineral rich. The total extent of our land under the CPA is approximately 1,600 hectares. Governance and financial breakthrough. A significant turning point came in 2016 when the current form of the executive committee was elected. One of the first decisions taken was to assess the CPA's assets and identify ways to utilize them to productively for the benefit of all beneficiaries. At this point, you must understand we have received still no support from the government. As a result, the CPA entered into a lease agreement with a neighboring commercial farmer, leasing approximately 400 hectares so that we can have an income to start with operations and just be moving. Initially, the lease then was about 2,000 rands per hectare. It has since escalated. It's about now at 4,680 rands per hectare. That's 400 hectares out of the 1,600 that we are leasing out. And that is the income for the lease that was used basically to cover operational and administrative costs, maintain the CPA office, which is not a physical building, and is begin a process of verifying the beneficiary list, which remains one of our most serious challenges. Also, we use the very same money to pay dividends to claimants' families, and we never paid less than 3 times per annum to those families. The beneficiary verification challenge. Chairperson, Bucklands does not currently have a verified and reliable membership register. The list inherited by the CPA could not be confidently relied upon. In response, families were encouraged to organize themselves and come forward for verification. While this process was imperfect, it at least provided a starting point, and so far we can say there are 271 families identified successfully. All of them are having a lot of the beneficiaries. However, the absence of a verified list continue to undermine governance, complicate decision-making, and prevent constitutional reform. The social and institutional conflict that we are having. Bucklands is a diverse community. It consists out of Tswana, Xhosa, and Griqua members. Unfortunately, internal divisions and recurring racial tensions have undermined progress. The situation has been exacerbated by a concerned group that consistently disrupt meetings. The continuous litigation and escalating legal costs because there's continuously illegal transactions that they want to make, and we have every time have to defend the organization from that. That contributed to a lot of legal costs that we have to pay from the very same money that we received, which we lease the land out. While the 1,200 land, they are just laying there around. Interventions are often entertained by the department, further destabilizing the CPA, because there's officials in the department that entertain these concerned groups too much, and that doesn't help us going forward. And if anybody wants to make a deal, you become part of a concerned group and you make deals, and we've got some of these people on record where they was asking investors to come and put money ahead, want to lease, make mineral exploration agreements because the land is mineral rich. Potential investors sees it as a potential income. They get a group and instigate them to come and destabilize progress so that they can get. And in the midst of this chaos, these wrong things, they usually excel. The exercise of the existence of a development trust which operates parallel to the CPA Exco is also creating conflict. Because when we received the land, the initial claim was made in the name of a development trust. And then the CPA was established and registered, and the land was handed over to the CPA. But they failed to close the development trust. So the development trust never ceased to exist. And now they are making business parallel on the very same land. And that constant power struggle is not helping the community, especially the poorest of the poor. Despite numerous attempts to convene lawful meetings, disruptions, often involving shouting, intimidation, and vulgar language, have made it impossible to proceed. Even the South African Police Services has advised that these matters must be resolved through constitutional mechanisms. Constitutional weaknesses. The CPA constitutes a vague, outdated, and is over 30 years old. While it was relevant at the time of drafting, it no longer addresses the current realities, including discipline, membership dispute, asset control, and development and decision-making. Because some people feel because we are a bigger family, our rights are more superior than a smaller family. And what they do, I've got a lot of animals and I just put them on the land and nobody can tell me. Then they put on locks on the land and this is our land. And this is not something that is helping the community, especially the smaller communities, smaller families. Attempts to amend the constitution have failed due to the unverified membership register, disrupted meetings, and increased divisions following departmental interventions, including NGO by Mr. Mutibi that I don't know who he is, that says he is a constituency officer and he is having oversight over all the CPAs in the Northern Cape Province, and he is not helping, he is just fueling the division that are there amongst us. The Bucklands Development Trust and mineral rights. Another major complication arises from the continued existence of the Bucklands Development Trust. The trust was originally established to facilitate land claim process. However, after settlement and the establishment of the CPA, the department failed to deregister this trust. As a result, the trust continues to interfere in CPA affairs. It has applied for a mineral permit on the CPA land, and Department of Mineral Resources said to us, minerals belong to the state, they give it to anybody and they allocate it to that 12 people on the trust. So they are having a permit on our land, and that is their permit. And if they want to go in, we must just sit and do nothing. And if we intervene, we incur cost again on the community. Any potential benefits that they received are not shared with all beneficiaries, because that trust is a Griqua entity, and some of us are not Griqua, some of us are Tana, some of us are Xhosa, and if we are not in that umbrella, we don't benefit from whatever they are doing. And it happened, and we've got the proof. We were informed by a departmental officials that mineral rights vested in the state and that permits can be issued to any applicant. This has left the CPA in an impossible position, managing land for beneficiaries while external structures extract value without accountability. The development and sustainability challenge. Chairperson, the CPA's long-term goal was always been to transition into a self-sustaining farming operation. For this reason, approximately 1,200 hectares were deliberately retained for future development. However, two critical obstacles remain. One, it's an environmental impact assessment. Applications have been pending for almost a decade. We was assessed by Department of Agriculture, but we just don't get the EIA. That makes it difficult for us to develop the second phase. Repeated assurances from the department have not materialized. The second challenge is electricity supply. Eskom indicated that they do not have capacity available. Later, they built a few solar stations that side, and then they had a problem with conducting electricity, taking them from the stations to the land so we can develop another phase of land. So irrigation farming is not viable without electricity. These failures has effectively stalled development and entrenched dependency. Outstanding commitments. Finally, Chairperson, we wish to place on record that phase 2 of the land claim, the claim remains outstanding, as well as phase 2 of the development remains outstanding. Phase 2 of the development was when we are starting to put the plow in the soil in this 1,200 hectares, where we say we are 100% owners, and the person that leases our land do have a mentorship responsibility towards us. And he is still sticking by his position, however, we fail to move forward. While we wait for the phase 2 of the land claim process, which was for the, in phase 1, we received 9 farms of the 21 we claimed. There was still additional 12, which the department was supposed to source and transfer into our name, and we are still waiting on that also. While we wait, surrounding land has been purchased and developed by commercial farmers. The resettlement grant out to the CPA has never been paid out. And despite being intended as startup capital, we have still not received it. Chairperson, the Bucklands CPA has demonstrated initiative, financial discipline, and a clear vision. What continues to hold us back is institutional failure, unresolved governance structures, lack of departmental follow-up. What we really needed the department to assist us with was to assist us to get our list final, to get the list updated. What we need from the department to assist us with was to assist us with the EIA, because it remains an obstacle unless they waive that criteria from us, and then we can start developing. Because on our own, not much, but the little that we have, we can move forward. Chairperson, using vulgar languages, it is not nice, but we cannot turn our backs on the promise that government gave us and say, this is your land, this is your riches, this is your future, develop yourself and go on. Chairperson, I conclude the first part of the presentation and I wish to proceed to the second part with your permission.
That's still on the floor.
Pardon. No, the second part basically deals with the finances, and it's just a short part that the treasurer just forwarded it that we add on the list.
No, just do
All
all
right.
your presentation.
Chairperson, we present now basically a financial income, just to show you that there was an income for the past 3 years now. Well, that is what we are dealing here. The other ones, we presented those ones, but these three, it is fair for us, I think, to just give you an update because we'll waste time. Chairperson, our land that we leased, that's 400 hectares. In the first year, that is 2023, 2024, it brought a total income of 1,598,753,000 rand. Now the problem,
Can you repeat that figure?
1.5 million.
1.5.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, say 1.6, it's almost 1.6 with the little digits.
Is it 1.5 or 1.6?
It's 1.6. Yeah.
Okay.
In the second year, it was 2.5. The reason why I can show you that is because that year, we were still recovering from the damages that COVID did to us. And our expenses was much worse that year because our income was smaller and there was water restrictions. So this is what we do. On the land, we do have 800 hectares of water. So the 400 hectares of water is with this lease agreement. And then there is 400 that is outside it. So what we do, these ones that we don't use, remember it is not physical water. It is just the right to use them. And even if we use it or whether we don't use it, we've got an expenditure on it and we need to pay taxes to the Water Users Association. So if you don't use it, water will pass and it will go and then you still have to pay your water tax. So we try to lease them out. So some years we did a lot. We could make a nice couple of bucks to give us a nice push. But then there was the time when there was the water restrictions. So that means for somebody to develop 1 hectare of land, you might need 2 hectares of water. That is what the restriction implies. And that had a direct implication on our income because we are relying on this income to make sure that these people are getting money on the tables. And these people, when they are fighting, and then we need to defend their land. For example, the 2 cases that we're currently having was, one farmer decided that he wanted to excavate and put a servitude on our land. Now he threatened us to take us to court to register the servitude on our land. We said, no, it's not there. You put it in without our permission. How can you expect us to amend our title deeds? We are not willing to do that. Take your pipe and go. We never gave you permission in the first place. That is number 1. Number 2, that is also a challenge that we are facing now is, Chairperson, sorry, if I can just ask the Chairperson, the other one that we are in court with, it was what happened after the department enforced a process and infringe rights of people. And we went to court, and the case is still in court, and it will speak the 16th. The issue that we're having, Chairperson, that causes these things, as a community, although we have our differences, we also got rules to live with, and without external interference, we can manage these things. But it is not nice if departmental officials come and they are biased. They come into our processes and they already got plans, and they entertain these ill-disciplined concerned groups that are not in the processes of the department. And if you look at what we're having, we're having people that came there that says, but we want to invest here. We already sit with X, Y, Z. Here's the recordings. Listen, they ask for the money that we must give to them. Here's the proof. We paid X amount of money into their accounts. And then it is the very same people that come and shout at every meeting and forces us not to conclude. If we cannot convene constitutional meetings, we cannot take decisions. The last thing, Chairperson, that money, the current process, the year is not final yet. It is at 753,000 rand, but with a lot of money that will come in, it will be just over 3 million rand that we'll have for this financial year. For these past 3 years, Chairperson, I can say that we have nothing less than 5 million rand that is received by far. And we have ensured that people get money. We have got an investment with a little over 700,000 rand aside, and additional pot with over 100,000 rand we also put aside, because if we add these monies, it will look like we've got a lot of money. Then you'll end up in a meeting, and then you'll hear people say, "Ons wil daai geld ook hê." So this money what we're putting aside, we also plan to put up our own pivot. We already got people that are going to work with us, who's going to assist us with the seat and everything, and we've got a mentor that got the financial muscle to oversee that we are guaranteed we cannot make a loss. That in itself, Chairperson, will put more bread and butter on the table of people, and it will also assist with the skills transfer to enable our children to see, maar ons swart mense, ons kan ook bietjie agriculture gaan doen. It's not only a white man's thing. That is the idea. Chairperson, I thank you for allowing me to present this short overview. Yours in Community Service, Kobedi Ifra. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want us to get into the temptation of clapping for presentations, because the risk is high that there would be presentations which you would not like, and therefore not clap. You know. So let's just refrain from clapping altogether, so that nobody gets offended when we do not clap for his or her presentation. Thank you so much, Secretary, for your report. Although I did not hear, I heard about income but no expenditures. Do you not have any expenditures?
I do not have an updated bank statement, but I can assure that in the current account there is about 500,000 rand there, except this one's in the investment account that I know of. I'm not also sure.
Can you use the mic, because we are live on
I'm so
television.
sorry.
Yes.
Chairperson, despite everything, I can assure you in the current account there's about 500,000 rand that is there, except the amounts that I mentioned in the investments account. That is, one is over 700,000 rand, and the one is over 100 and something thousand rand. There's two, except this one that is there now. So I can assure you we are financially healthy. We are not there where we want to be. We could have been there much better, at a much better
Have
space.
you been able to pay dividends to the beneficiaries?
We did pay them now December. We are ready now for Easter again, just to give them pickled fish. They must have, yes.
Okay,
Thanks.
Badanki.
And the amount of people we are having is 271 families. So it's a lot of families.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you. Are we now going to hear responses from the government officials? Do you want to hear from the concerned first, or the government? Yeah. Okay, I would, I'm taking advice here. I think we would actually then like to call upon the concerned group from Bucklands to do their own presentation, and so that the department will respond to all the issues that would have been raised by both the structure and the concerned group. And I will ask my sister to actually introduce herself and also and your group as well.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Good morning to, what did I say earlier? I want to observe protocol because I'm not sure how to actually mention by name. My name is Yvonne Mlozana. I am part of the concerned group. I have 4 of them that's there. I'm going to introduce Mr. Petrus Blokop and Sweet Marai. Oh, but this is her name. And Mr. John Club and Mrs. China Snakeop. All right. Chair, I'm just going to try and jump into it as per how Mr. Kobedi explained everything. The reason I'm part of a concerned group in the first place, I am born and bred in Douglas. My family are beneficiaries, which includes me as well. To be direct, I'm going to give you a small little story just to give you an idea why I'm actually interested to be part of a concerned group. So my mother and my father are part of the Bucklands land, and my mother came to me basically about 3 years ago and asked me to intervene in the matter because my husband is an attorney by profession and I'm in the tourism sector. I have a travel agency, I own a guest house, so I'm quite clued up when it comes to tourism. So I was very much interested in the land when I actually discovered that my family has got land on the banks of the Orange River, and I still have snapshots of pictures of my grandfather working on that land and actually also how he died. So this is very personal for me, and this is why I decided to join the concerned group. I just want to take you through briefly. You'll see, Chair, on this, there's a small letter of us that we got, that we have there. It just has the letterhead of Mr. Mutibu, who has been kind of assisting us here and there. But what happened here is that for me to end up becoming part of the concerned group, I actually, in 2022, I met Mr. Kobedi, who is the chairperson, who is the secretary who was just here, and he actually took me, asked me to come down to Douglas, and they had a election process then. And when I was there, he actually drove me into the lands and kind of showed me what we have, on our, we basically rich and we are still poor at the same time. He basically showed me all of that, and I somewhat became interested, but I left it because I could see there was infighting. I had my own things to deal with. But except for that, sometime last year, I came with a group of 4 people, and we wanted to invest. So the group is called Shay, and I met Mr. Kobedi and the committee. And I explained to them why I'm interested in the land. And they take me through everything. They took me through about the concerned group and the disruptions, and they can't have meetings, and everything that he mentioned just now. But, Chair, you will see here, we wrote that the current committee's term expired in 2018. The current committee. So this committee is actually an interim committee from the time, because they were fighting over who is supposed to be on the beneficiary list and who's not. So since 2018 to date, I stand to be corrected. I haven't seen what the committee has done. And this is where I feel a little bit that the department has kind of failed us, because the court order clearly mentioned that Mr. Mashune and his department were supposed to liaise with the committee to make sure that a new executive committee supposed to be elected. So they had to stir that process, which clearly didn't happen. And then next, basically as a concerned group, that is the biggest problem here, sir. Since 2018, to date, nothing has happened. Dividends have been paid. Now I'm going to make you another example. These dividends that Mr. Kobedi is talking about, by the way, my mother and her sisters are also benefiting from these dividends. But let me tell you today, it's an unfortunate lie that he has sold to you guys. Because the three times dividends that he speaks about, that he gives yearly to people, he doesn't even give them the same amount of money, by the way. As I understand these laws, you are supposed to divide the money equally to the people, and this is what causes the community to fight. Because if we are beneficiaries of a land, I would want to know, why is Mpho getting 5,000 and why is this one getting 500? For example, my family, I've got experience of that as well. He says that they paid out in December and they're going to pay out now. My brother, who's also concerned about this, is just not part of the concerned group, but he also was asking Mr. Kobedi to send him proof of payment, because what they do also, unfortunately, Chair, is that because they create the uncertainty, the division themselves, then they come and say the concerned group is causing it. The concerned group, they are also beneficiaries of this land. And they also find that if one gets this much and that one gets that much, that is a big problem on its own. Then,
Excuse me, if you could just elaborate on how they cause division themselves.
say again, sir?
If you could elaborate on the point that you raised, that they are also causing division themselves.
Okay. So
If you could elaborate on that.
yes. So for example, I'm going to give you write out examples. For instance, and I'm going to talk about my family. For instance, my family used to work on the Bucklands land, so they were direct beneficiaries. Because my family is vulnerable, the community that Mr. Kobedi is talking about is vulnerable. How, if you want to fix something, do you get the most vulnerable people to be part of the beneficiary list? People who don't even understand, sir. They don't even understand. Mari, you've got someone like me who went to university, and many other kids in these families that can be added on beneficiary lists and attend meetings, who would understand when he explains these things to them. But then, the division, how they cause it, is they, for instance, with my aunt, what they did was, they tried to take my family off the beneficiary list. They had a meeting with the community, including this white farmer who leases the land. You won't believe me, Chair, that farmer is the one that saved my family to stay on the beneficiary list. By doing what? My aunt used to work with this farmer's mom in the kitchen. My grandmother actually was. And that farmer was the one that stopped them from removing my own family from the beneficiary list. Because he told them that I remember the Bamba family used to work in my grandmother's kitchen. So how do you remove people that you very well know just because they are vulnerable, just because they do not understand certain things? It would be interesting, though, Chair, to see these monies that they say they've paid out. How do they pay the money out? I'd like to see that. And I challenge them today to say, show us how you pay the money out. And then they come back to say, Chair, if I've answered your question, to say there's people who are claiming to be beneficiaries of the land and they've got 290-something people who are beneficiaries. If you are elected to be on a committee, the committee has got its own duties. Isn't that so? If you are a committee member, if you are a chairperson, secretary, treasurer, you have got your role to play. So how do all of your meetings for the past 8 years, when all your meetings are being disrupted? All of them. What are your remedy? How do you remedy to make sure your meetings aren't disrupted? Because you can only say once or twice or thrice. But if it doesn't work, you have to get a solution, Chair. That is why you are part of a committee. You as a committee have to teach your people how to do it. And if it doesn't get right, why can't they send a letter to head office, to Pretoria? Or why are they not talking to Mr. Mashunia's office? If they have done that, I will stand back and say, okay, they tried. But where I'm standing now, Chair, they haven't tried. They haven't. And then, Chair, remember, one of the main reasons why we also have a concerned group is because of this election. The election didn't go according to the way it was supposed to go. It was supposed to have been directed in a certain way, and they, who is the committee, took it to court, and they objected that election. That's how the courts ended up saying, okay, for now we will make you guys an interim committee. That's how it happened. So, for the past 8 years, no election has happened. They do have a constitution. And by the way, my Chair, the constitution of our own country says, according to the CPA, I stand to be corrected. We're supposed to have 3 wards. We have, like he explained, we've got the Tswanas and the Griquas and the whatever. We've got Breipal, it's mostly colored. We've got Bongani, it's black, like my family is black. And then we've got the Bucklands community, it's 3 wards. According to the constitution, we're supposed to have 3 members from each of these wards to be part of this committee. That hasn't happened. That hasn't happened. And then the other worst thing about it, they actually take the community to court with the community's money. Like, how do you do that? Chair, I want to paint to you the picture why we are a concerned group. I get it, they say we are disrupting. So I want to explain that part. You get someone that leases a land, which should be of benefit to the community. They get the money, and then because the community has got grievances, you decide to take the community, you get an attorney, and you pay this attorney with the community's money. How? Now let me tell you about the attorney. So then I went to Douglas. I met with the committee before I even knew there was a concerned group. And I speak to the committee and I tell them, guys, I am Yvonne Mlozana. This is what I can and can't do. I've got these 3 people who are my partners, and we have something called the Shea Group. We do tourism development. Our meeting went so well, Chair, that we went in onto our cars, we drove to the lands, and they said to me and my partners that this is what we can do on the land. We can decide. So we go to about 3 farms. The others, because of time, we couldn't finalize the farms. I still have minutes, Chair. I still have emails. I still have everything just to prove it. And we went there, and when we got there, we had decided that because we are tourism development, we can create packages. We can take the kids out of unemployment. We can teach them, because we have seen that they have failed as a committee. I said to them, go look me up on Google. Google me, that's what I said to them. If you do not trust, I am still a board member, advisory board for the CUT in Bloemfontein. Find out if you think I am lying. I literally just want to help the community because, Chair, mind you, in that very same committee lives my cousins, my aunts. And every day, and I always tell people that Bucklands is so close to my heart because my own grandfather died of Benekwala because he was the irrigation of those lands. So it's very, very personal to me. And I told them, if you do not fix this thing, I am going to make sure that I take part in it. In conclusion, Chair.
Please, thank you.
In conclusion, Chair, I want to say, no meetings have been held, Chair. If there have been meetings held, where are the minutes? When you are a committee, because they failed to tell you they are actually an interim committee. When you are a committee, Chair, you are supposed to share your minutes with the relevant people so that people have a very good idea what's happening. If you do not do that, Chair, how do you think people are going to react? Because they have no cooking clue as to what is happening. That is why we are a concerned group. Second of all, Chair, the beneficiary list has to be sorted out. They, as the committee, they have to find a way, even if they have to build a family tree, Chair. Even if they have to build it, I built my own family tree with my family. That's why I ended up understanding how we are involved in Bucklands. So they have to sort that out. Then they have to make sure that this thing is fair, Chair. Chair, even in whatever constitution, there is no way that an interim committee can sit for 8 years. Let's just be fair, Chair. It can't happen. Already there's red flags when you have an interim committee sitting for 8 years. Now he's talking about they still have to go. He's still thinking, Corey, this year they have to still serve as a committee. They have no intentions to take care of that community, Chair. They have no intentions of even stepping off and empowering the youth and go and take all these kids from Bucklands who are unemployed and create work for them. They have no intention. It's clear. Then the department. I'm concluding with the department. I am utterly self-disappointed, Chair. I myself have sent letters to the department before I was even part of a concerned group. I sent a letter to Mr. Mashune and to his PA. I called Mr. Mashune, and then I decided to go to my husband and say to him, you need to do something here. Then he sent a letter to head office because he's an attorney. I had to go to that Douglas and have a meeting. The committee can't have a meeting. They say all their meetings are disrupted. But I had a meeting with the concerned group, and everyone was peaceful. And they were also invited to that meeting, which they never went to. They never went to the meeting. And then I told those people, and I gave them a power of attorney. I said to them, this is what is going to happen because you need an attorney to get these things done, because the department might not move, the national department might not move, and the people on the ground might not move. But if you sign this letter, we will act on your behalf. And that's exactly what I did, Chair. I took the power of attorney and I had over 80 people signing for that thing. And that's how my husband was able to write a letter to National and say, these are the things that they want. So I am asking dearly, like I said, this is very personal to me. We are talking about 294 people who are sitting without jobs, who are getting dividends of 500 rand, who have got no cooking clue of what the meetings are supposed to be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
I had requested that we actually refrain from clapping. Then the department, I am inclined to want to control the time, because otherwise it can't be just open-ended. I would give the department 10 minutes to respond. Chief Director, who is going to do what?
We deal with restitution and then
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. I'll be responding to the report submitted by the Bucklands CPA.
Can you please introduce yourself to some of the people who may not actually be familiar with you?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Lawrence. I am the Director of Operations at RLCC Northern Cape. Thank you. According to our records, Chair, the claim was lodged by Mr. Wellen. Before the claim was lodged, Mr. Wellen, I heard about a trust. Mr. Wellen already registered a Bucklands trust. Phase 1 of the claim was settled in 2003. Now the claim was on 24 farms. These farms were, part of them were state land, 9 of them were state land, and the rest is privately owned. So when we settled phase 1, we settled that on state land because it was easy to settle where the state is involved, because the state did not object to the restoration of that land. I also heard the membership list of Bucklands. At the time of settlement, according to our records, verification was conducted by a service provider, And according to the records that we have, there are 380 households that were verified. And they amount to 1,520 beneficiaries of this claim. And when a CPA is registered, a CPA cannot be registered without a membership list of that CPA. So when the CPA was registered, that list, the membership list was attached to the application for registration. So I'm quite surprised that now they are speaking about 290 households. All right. What was settled, the hectares for state land was 1,657 hectares. That has already been restored to the CPA. What remains is the private land. The Commission has received objections from the private landowners, and that matter has been referred to the Land Claims Court. It has already been set down for pre-trial at the Land Claims Court. So unfortunately, we have to wait for the court to adjudicate on this matter. What I've also heard was that initially they claimed for 24 farms, 21 farms. 9 of the 21 has already been restored to the CPA. They are indicating that there's 12 farms outstanding, but according to the research that was conducted by the Commission, they are only entitled to 3 remaining farms, which are in private lands. So those farms have now, that matter has now been referred to court. So what is still outstanding is from Stratford number 154, the remaining extent of portion 1 and portion 4. Those are the farms that are outstanding. In addition, at the time of settlement, there was grants made available there's 1,600,000 worth of grants that was made available with phase 1 for the development of these properties. But as I indicated yesterday, Chair, it is not the Commission's prerogative or mandate to deal with post-settlement. That is for other units within the department and for the Department of Agriculture. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members and members of the CPA. Chair, in responding to the questions that were highlighted or the presentations, I want to take from the words that also yesterday you said to us that we should try as the officials to the best of our ability to serve the community. And I can assure you that that's what we still committed to be doing, and that's what we try always to do. Now, the challenges as they are being raised by the 2 members that I wish to highlight to both members of parliament and the members of the community. We are having a challenge of a legislation. The root cause to which some of these things are being raised is our current legislation. The legislation on Section 11 and Section 10, the allegations that we are biased, we are involved in CPAs, is because that section in the CPA Act, it says as and when a member of the CPA comes to the DG and alleges something, the DG must help. So we find ourselves entering into the CPAs because there is that provision, not because we are friends with concerned members or aggrieved members, but because the legislation provision says if there's an aggrieved person, we need to listen to that person as the state. Now, you know, those sections, when I say there's a legislation problem, it
goes down to saying our role is to mediate on CPAs. Now, when you understand what is the role of a mediator, it's not to take sides, but to listen to both parties. Now, the both parties to which you need to listen to, what kills our intervention is that the same section says you must listen to the majority. Now, if the majority is the concerned members, will always be alleged to be taking sides. And at the same time, the same legislation will say to you, as the same officials of the department, you have the following roles. You are a conciliator, you are a mediator, you are an authorized officer, you are a designated officer. One person, like I indicated in other districts, one person is expected to be dealing with a district. Is the dire situation that we are having in this province. Now we are bound, Chairperson and the members, that somehow members of the public will say we are biased. That allegation is justified because one person is doing all these things. You are mediating. Whilst you are mediating, you must also give a support. So all these things that you are trying to intervene, you are bound somewhere to be saying you are biased. Hence I say, members that are sitting here, the help that we need from you is to look into this legislation, in particular those two sections, Section 10 and Section 11. The amendments that came in 2024, which gave the powers to the new office of the registrar, will assist a lot in going forward, that some of the things to which the current officials have been alleged about, we will not longer probably be part of that office. And that office will be an independent office that will be dealing specifically with CPAs. Now, there won't be any further probably allegations, but if the office of the registrar is also going to be expected to be doing those things that are on Section 10 and 11, they will also find the same allegations happening to them. So maybe at one of the recommendations, Chairperson and the members of Parliament and Legislature, maybe you might want to recommend that maybe the issues of disputes should be helped, or we get help either at CCMA or Justice or any other department, so that the Department of Land Reform does no longer have to deal with disputes. Specifically to the issues that were being raised about the court order, we have another challenge, and specifically maybe to MEC Mutlaping. This is the challenge that you are also going to face. Our members, when they litigate with us, they know me, I was there, I'm the one who did something wrong. When they cite the parties on the papers, like the dispute of the AGM, to which they disputed the AGM that it was not run correctly, they will cite the MEC, and the MEC doesn't have the authority over the CPAs. Now the papers, by the time they get to the relevant authority, like the secretary was indicating today that they are going on the 6th, is the date to which I haven't also received. I haven't even received the papers. But you'll find that they are being misdirected, and to me it seems it's a strategy because they know where our office is and the address. So this delays in us intervening on these things that the court says we should help them with. But it's something to which we are committed to. It doesn't really help the Bucklands CPA that there are two groups that are fighting amongst themselves, that our role was just to assist them with membership list and to help them with conducting the elections. The current membership list, which the majority of people that are now called concerned members, at the time of elections, we used a verification list, which the CPA, a day before the elections, they gave people dividends. Now they are disputing the same list that we used, to saying that we used the wrong list. As to Whether it's because the people that were voting, they didn't vote them despite them having worked so good in that the dividends were given, we don't know. But we are using the list to which the current committee, and like the court has endorsed them, that they are the current committee. We are still working with them as the committee, and we need to go and do the verification. But that verification, we needed to have a settlement of saying then who will go and do that membership verification so that it doesn't become the same officials again that will come and help and then it becomes a dispute. So those are the problems to which Chairperson and the members that once we receive those papers through the Office of the State Attorney, which on Monday meeting, I reported that we had a challenge of a state attorney in the Northern Cape, that we've been having people resigning, especially that deals with land reform. That has always also been a delay, that from today, as I had Rekobedi mentioning, I was trying to engage with them to get the papers so that we can engage with them. At one stage, after the last court order, I tried to engage their attorney, and the attorney said he's no longer the attorney then that I knew, Mr. Fori, that was helping them. He said he was no longer the attorney in records. Hence, we couldn't know who now is their new attorney. But those are the things that I think from here I will take over, and with the assistance of the coordinator and the district to go and see how we'll be helping them. I think that's part of the issues to which the members were highlighting that I thought we needed to respond to. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Itu. No, I am not going to allow a dialogue. No, I have a way. Okay, you are going to get your time. No, you are going to get your time. No, look here. I want discipline in this meeting. You are going to talk, but not in the way you are doing. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. All right, I'll allow members of Parliament to actually ask clarity-seeking questions arising from the presentations and also from the inputs from the concerned groups. I will recognize hands. Honorable members, if you don't have questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also thank you to those that have presented. Although I must say it's quite confusing as to what is the issue clearly. I only have one question for now because you said we must ask clarity-seeking questions. And that is on the issue of the mining permit. That is apparently, I don't know what is the issue, because there is a confusion if there is a trust existing on the land as well as a CPA. So I think that one should be clarified to us how it is going to be dealt with by the department, and also if we can be explained as to is it possible that there can be a elected or acknowledged body on the ground and also someone else having mining rights on the same ground. Isn't not that in the consultation process there is by mineral resources, what is it that the department is advising them? It's just the clarity that I really want, because that is one of the most, other issues are there, but I think people can sit down and begin to trace out issues and get to some or other understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Isaac. Honorable Madlala.
Thanks, Chair. Greeting, honorable members, MPLs, department, CPAs, Chair, my questions, maybe 2 or 3. I want to check first the secretary. You said the official, they are entertaining the consent group. I think your statement was pinned there more than 2 times. I want to check who are those officials and how they entertaining the consent group. And I want to check, you said you have a treasurer, and you said in your statement he or she send you the financials. The one that you're presenting to us is not a financials. It was just an income. Can you send us the document that you sent by your treasurer so that you can check the financials? And then I will check, the current committee expired in 2018. Have ever tried to convene AGM? If yes, can you provide us the minute for that AGM? And then I want to check the formula in calculating your dividends. What formula you use and how much the dividend you pay each household per annum. Let me stand here. I will come back, Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning. To all members of the CPAs that are here and other parties or stakeholders. Chair, my clarity is not necessarily questions. It's in relation to the assets that are located within the jurisdiction of this CPA. Whether these assets have been properly audited and what then becomes the value, the overall value of the assets that we are managing as CPA in those farms. The second one is in relation to the beneficiary list, which I think is a bone of contention. Have you verified your membership? And in the process of verification, were there any loopholes of marginalizing some families that qualifies to be part of the CPA? It's about membership verification. And I know that there are many factors for consideration when you're verifying membership. 3, in your own understanding as CPA, are these so-called concerned groups constitute your membership? Are these constitute your membership? And therefore, how then do you manage that dichotomy? In your own understanding, we might have a perception from this side, but in your understanding, as you are managing this structure, Chair, then the next clarity is in relation to the remaining or outstanding farms. In your report, you indicated that there are 12 outstanding farms. And the department is indicating here or is reporting to this meeting that no, it's not 12, it's 3 outstanding farms, and they mentioned the names of those farms. Who is who here? What must we record as a correct figure that's still outstanding for this farm. The concerned group, it's very dicey, the question of the concerned group. They are raising rights, of course, and their rights, as far as I've listened, particularly around the AGM. When last did you have your AGM? And why court involvement in your process? I'm trying to check the status of your structure now. Was somebody indicated here that you are in interim structure? And the department must come in here and explain as to why the court ruled in that fashion and what provisions, therefore, they are making in order to have a genuine, legitimate structure. The last one, Chair. It's in relation to the post-settlement support. You indicated as a department, in fact, it's a policy, but you are not explicit as what type of support are you providing to this CPA as a department. And also the CPA does not help us in indicating as to what type of support they are receiving from the department. Okay, can you comment on that? We note the question of the policy gaps that you cited as a department, and I think it's a matter that we've already picked up. I'm confused about the role of the registrar in this process. And maybe registrar must come in and comment here. Because the registrar does have a responsibility when it comes to these disputes, interventions, etc. Then the registrar must just come and comment. Just and because the registrar is here. Comment on it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me one question, please. Referring to the Act, I would like to pose the question to the registrar. In what regards they ensure that there is a capable person to mediate the problem, the remedies? Is there any training being given to the people in the department, and to what extent it is? Because the Act clearly states it must be a capable person who do the job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will start off by allowing the Secretary of the CPA to come forward and respond to questions that have been posed, and after whom then I will allow the department, and specifically the third one would be the registrar, because a question from me would be to how long has he known about these problems that exist within this particular CPA, and whether he actually is learning for the first time today that this CPA actually has a concerned group. If not, what actually steps has he taken over the years and over the period to actually intervene in the conflict that exists between the CPA committee and the concerned group? Okay, where is the secretary? Can you come forward, please?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members, for this opportunity. Hey, people sometimes. Chair, I don't know where must I start, but can I start just answering the questions as I remember them?
Yes.
It might not be in a chronological order. Chairperson, it is true. There are 380 households. That is what the settlement agreement said. But then they give you a list. This is the 380 people. It doesn't make sense. Where do you get that people from? What we did, when we was elected, we try our own internal process to get those people, because by law, those people must make a decision. Because it is their land. But there's a lot of things that come together now. We start the process, we issued a form. We said, we don't know who is, for example, the first person there, the claimant. We don't know who's Adam's Betty. Let a family come forward, complete that form, take it to SAPS and go make an affidavit and say, it's your family, and you give us somebody that will represent that person. And that is what we did with everybody. Now the funniest part is, although they can talk about the 380 households, we can start counting them. Some of them are indicated at the back on a map. Now how does that does help us to say who is who? It is just a surname, Lekkernam. It can be any Lekkernam. And that is the challenge that we set. In order for us to get direction, because the first thing that we had land that we received 2003. The time is 2016. Many people came in the previous executive under the leadership of Mr. Well and them. They came and they excavated minerals. Mines came and they gone. There's nothing else. Our people are poor. We need to take a decision, but with who? Then there are those vultures that were sitting on the fence that saw an opportunity and they'll say, ons wil ook van Bucklands wees. So I don't know who. What we did from the information we received, this is not the latest one, because this document changes every day. I'll explain you why. At least we've got all those families that are there. Some of them are represented. They are the original names. Because we cannot deviate from the original list. They got the land. So they are there. But who's going to represent them? So the families that indicate here on that document, they will be the person that will represent that family. But now this is the dangerous thing. Opa Kobedi got 12 children. And all those children are grown people that got their own houses. But on that list is only Kobedi. So that creates another problem. Because we've got only Opa Kobedi. We keep Kobedi. So now if you got 12 children, it cannot be our problem. But Opa Blokop next to me got one child. It doesn't make that right more than this right. And we need to try not to take part in it. And then the person that received the money passed away. That person's wife won the money, although she's an in-law. And this other family member said, we are outside now. And this is where the funny part comes in. Even in the family where Sister Yvonne just mentioned on, I am not yet at liberty to discuss that family dynamics, but if you look at that dynamic, some of them got nothing to do with us. They must sort their drama out in their house as a family. Because they're the representative of that family member that we've got on the list, that got the form filled in, is that one person. Then there's this other thing that comes in. Then the person that received the money decided, as Christmas, I gaan koop vir my skap. I don't share the money with the rest of the family. January, they have another meeting. They don't want that one to represent them anymore. They bring in a new one. So that list that we've got is constantly changing because of those dynamics. Whether they die, whether they are unhappiness and is granted among themselves, it constantly changes. We've got a problem, Chair. Up to now, we can give you 271 names that I can say, this is the name, there's the address, based on what we received. The rest of them, it is on that document. We are hoping someone can come up and say, but I am this family member of this family member. Bring you the proof, go make affidavit there so we can add you on the list. We are not closing the door on you. Then, Chair, sometimes we need to deal with things in context. If we don't do that, we're going to get a different meaning. And that is also what I want the members to understand. Context is an important thing. If we take things out of context, we'll have a different understanding of what it is. And that is also what we had with, when Yvonne came to us. We put the stakes on the table. This is the issue. Now, she is mixing her family dynamics with the issue of Bucklands. Whether her mother is there or whoever is there, we don't know. But I know in their family there's one Opa that is there. And that Opa is getting the money. So whether that auntie and her mother don't share the money, you cannot expect Kobedi to go into that space. And that is the challenge. Now people say there's no meetings. The meeting of Sunday was called off Friday. And again, as I said, this gentleman, Mr. Mutibi, he sent us messages. Because Mr. Mashune, and this is the message as I read it, the message said, Mr. Mashune has scheduled a meeting with the portfolio committee for the 5th, and your meeting that is scheduled for the 1st cannot materialize anymore. I want to read the message. To the chairperson of the Bucklands Communal Property Association Interim Committee, from Constituency Officer, invitation to portfolio committee meeting, oversight meeting, Bucklands CPA. The Constituency Officers hereby formally invites the Bucklands CPA Interim Committee to attend the Portfolio Committee Oversight meeting. Convened by the Office of the Director, Itumeleng Mashune, scheduled as follows, Thursday, the 5th of February. This meeting has been arranged to address ongoing management governance disputes within the Bucklands CPA and to facilitate a lawful and sustainable way forward. The main focus of the meeting will be the verification and the elective of a new committee. These matters are treated as priority issues and their finalization will unlock and enable the resolution of all other challenges affecting the CPA. The operational issues and governance issues after the above two processes have been concluded. The interim committee expect us to participate in. Therefore, our meeting cannot continue that we have. We got a meeting with our members. When the concerned group call a meeting with our members, everybody is happy. That is what I don't understand. It's the same thing. If the development trust want to have a meeting with people about exploring minerals on our land, they call the meeting. Development trust, we call meeting. Same people. Because these people got dual membership. You use the one meeting to get a mandate for another thing, and that is what happened here the whole time. The people in the trust, they are part of us, but we are not necessarily part of the trust. Because we are only bound to the ground by means of the CPA, not by the trust. Then, Chairperson, what I don't understand, and what I really want to explain is, and I understand where it comes from, the issue with mineral resources. Because they don't ask us questions. They issue that permit. And if they issue that permit, there's nothing we can do. However, we remain the custodians of the land. It's our land. Now we've got a problem. Because my cousin, he is part of that trust. He's going to get a contract. He's going to explore minerals there. So I'm going to burn everything in front of me because our family are going to benefit. Now, how does this place against the Smallingana family on the other side that also got the same rights to the land? And these are the things that we are struggling with. The issue of meetings, we call them. The last meeting last year, they disrupted the meeting, and that is the problem that I'm having. Now, the issue is not that. When we talk about a verified meeting, that's why I said we need to get the list. When we talk about the list, then there is somebody who comes on and says, because my family was here, we are not under OPA anymore. I've got my own house. I want to be on my own. We're gonna end up in chaos now. And that is the bottom line. It burns down to that. And that makes you unpopular when you stick your ground and say, but we cannot just do things that way. Now we say, let's get these people in the meeting so that they can give us direction. When you call the meeting, that one comes with all 3 brothers and 4 sisters. And you can say what you want because they already are a family, they decided it there. They bring their drama here. Now you end up with a story of ons gaan mekaar beklei, trek en stoot. And that is the issue that we're having here. Chairperson, the issue of the court case, giving us open and close. You don't oppose, are you agreeing? If you are agreeing, because we are already going for elections now again. But Sunday's meeting was supposed to give us that way. But if you keep on sabotaging this meeting and the process of the CPA, that's hardly helped me. Mr. Blokop stopped me once in a supermarket and asked me, when will you have the meeting? I made sure the chairperson got the message and she called the meeting because it was due. We need to come and give them a report. And this is what we are struggling with. Chairperson, the other thing that is important is sorry? Yes. Yeah. Ms. Mlozana's talk about dividends that one person get 500 rand and the other one get that. No, that is not true. When they give this year, time, 2,000 rands, everybody get them from A to Z on that list. If they give 3,000 rand, everybody will get them. If they give 5,000 rand, everybody will get them. But. This is the problem. When they give everybody 2,000 rand, Koberi's father, who was receiving the money, he passed on. So that family's money is bouncing back. So now what happens? They come now to us and say, but Papa died now, we need to change them. We need to give them that money. And they get that money at another time. When they get the money, now it looks like there's an imperative, a difference here. And that is not what happened. But if you don't understand the context of what happened, that's why it is dangerous not to. Sometimes you must ask the right people, the right questions, and you'll get the right answers. And sorry, Mr. Mashune, we need to shoot you because you are the messenger standing in front of us. And from where we are sitting, our families, remember we was marginalized since the land was given. To move my words is a kafir. That's Julius. They were ons was gesê, ons is kaffers because we was not colored. And sorry, Chairperson, it is a sensitive thing to us. Ons was gesê ons is kaffers. And the Greek was at that time was associated as colored and ons het sleg gevoel. And our grandparents stayed on that land. We didn't do anything. The investigation of the land claim, it was done out of the trust, a Griekwa house. And what did the David Bosch report said? It says there was Xhosas and Tswanas also staying there. That's how I got involved there. I'm not there because I want to be there. And now is ons kaffers no deel van die mix. Sorry for the language, but now we are part of it. We are supposed to use our diversity to benefit Bucklands because ons is ons het Griekwas, ons het Xhosas, ons het Tswanas en ons het ons eie grond. We are supposed to use that because we are adjacent to the confluence of the Vaal and Orange River. Ons kan kwai wen. And when Ms. Mlozana them came, I told them it's a good idea, but the problem that you are having is you don't come on in as an investor. You guys come in and you want to facilitate with the department to get our benefit. And then I ask this question, how will we get rid of you? Because we are now stuck with a white person that we need to buy out. How are you are there an exit clause? How are we going to get rid of you and your partners that you bring in? Because you come in with a skill, but as a member of the community, you are supposed to be co-opted and bring your skills and help us go forward. And that is the things that differ. And now she just shifted camp, and that shocked me that was in so 'n situasie is.
Okay, Secretary, thank you for
the verification.
I actually want us to stick to the questions that we asked and respond to those. Okay, is the preacher is open? Okay, the department.
Sorry, Chair. I want to respond to the question raised by the Honourable Member. Why the discrepancy between 12 forms and 3 forms? When someone lodges a claim at the Land Claims Commission, it is the function or the duty of the Commission to investigate that claim. And it doesn't mean that because the person claimed for example, 20 properties, that all 20 properties meet the criteria as set out in the Act to be valid. Some of the properties might not be valid. And this was some of the issues raised at the previous meetings that we had with some of the other CPAs, the J.C. Kluter CPA and also Kuri CPA. When we investigate the properties that are under claim, some of them, the dispossession happened before 1913. And as a result, the Commission cannot settle the claims on those properties. Or we discovered that at the time of dispossession, the claimants were fairly compensated for the loss of the right in land. And as a result, the claim is, the claim is regarded as compensated. They were fairly compensated, so as a result, we cannot proceed with the claim. To make an exaggerated example, the Commission received claims for properties within South Africa. There was one claim specifically called All Cape Lands. So if you go back to the history, the claim is on the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Northern Cape. So it doesn't mean because that person claimed that the claim is going to be valid. So when we conducted our research, even though the CPA indicates that there's still 12 farms outstanding, according to our research, there are only 4 farms that qualify for restitution. Yeah, I think that was the only question. And then there was one question also, why a trust and a CPA? As I indicated, before the claim was lodged, there was already a trust that was established. And unfortunately, the mineral rights vest with the state. So it's up to anyone to go and lodge a claim with the state.
I'm sorry to interject, that a trust established by who?
By the person who lodged the claim, Mr. Wellen.
Is he a claimant, was he a claimant, or?
Yes, he lodged the claim and he's part of the Bucklands CPA as well as the trust.
So in that situation, you have a trust and a CPA.
That's what we have.
Was the trust established with the consent of the?
There, I could not answer that because the trust is registered at the master's office. And as indicated, the trust was registered before the claim was lodged.
Is it a community trust or an individual trust?
I think it's a community trust on behalf of the Griqua community.
Chair,
I'm actually not satisfied with the response.
I'm trying to explain the
Because
trust
to
issue.
me, it leaves a gray area. Okay,
Okay.
if you are going to address that as
Yeah,
well.
I'm gonna try, Chair, to explain how, and it's a challenge which for majority of CPAs that are sitting here, they are going to raise the same. The claims that were lodged by Mr. Van Staden had trust already established, but an error at the time of settlement, instead of us, but it's because there was no provision in the legislation that says an entity that was there. That's why now when you read section 2, you've included that in an event where a claim is being settled and the members of the community have already an entity, they can take a resolution that says that entities, the CPA Act provisions can apply to that entity. Is the provision that now we have in terms of section 2. Now this vacuum over the years has caused this dispute that most of the CPAs are having, that the trust falls under the Justice Department. But when you look at the beneficiary list, the beneficiaries, they don't differ that much. But in terms of power and authority, the department, we don't have an authority over the trust, and it has been a challenge. But with the current amendments, there's that provision that we need to be approaching such trust to say, you should be seeing that the same beneficiaries, that you should be, the same CPA Act should apply into the trust. But it's an error to which I've always shared with the colleagues that maybe it's something that should have not happened because there was an already established entity at the settlement of a claim. Now, when we did a CPA, it created 2 powers of centers of power.
So who really owns the land between the CPA
It's
and
the
the
CPA
trust?
that is owning the land, but now,
I'm more interested in the trust and the CPA.
Yeah.
Who actually owns the land?
It's
Who
the
is
CPA.
cited on the
It's the CPA.
on the title?
It's the CPA.
The CPA.
Yes.
So what authority does the trust have? Foundation actually owns what is underneath.
The trust.
The surface of
It belongs to them.
of the farms. Does that actually affect all the farms that have actually been transferred to the CPA? That everything
most of-
underneath is actually owned by the trust? Or it actually is on specific farms, not all of the farms?
The CPA owns all the portions, but the mineral right, you can apply certain portions
Okay.
of that, yeah.
All right. No, I understand now.
I was asked to clarify the issue of membership update and the issue of Mr. Mutibi, and I'm taking an advantage that the MEC is here. I tried to engage with the office of the Premier regarding this Mr. Mutibi, especially when it comes to issues of Datlas CPAs, and even here the Kimberley CPAs. In his letterhead, he says he's representing the national government of the Northern Cape. He's a constituency, yes. Now, every time he likes using my name the way, and like I said on Monday, I'm even called Itumele Mazdop in other CPAs, as and when, where people could use my name, even if I didn't warrant such to happen. So he claims here in the area that as and when he hears something, he will use my name just to influence people. But what I've always advised the chairpersons of the CPAs and the secretaries is the provision that when you call a meeting, unsigned notice of a meeting without a letterhead of a CPA, it's what causes these confusions. There has to be a signed proper notice of a meeting so that members knows who's the legitimate structure, so that even when we get these notices via WhatsApp, I can say, yes, this is the legitimate structure that called the meeting. I think the meeting of the 4th, from what I received as a WhatsApp, I could not also even determine who called because I know there's these two parties that are fighting. So it's that dilemma that we are faced with. And I'm glad that Mr. Kobedi, he tried members, and this is what we've been trying a bit over the past 2 days to explain this issue of who's a member and a beneficiary. It's a challenge when it comes to membership on the CPAs. And this changing of membership along the way as families are fighting is what really causes destabilization in the CPAs. Hence, he's highlighting to say if a family today decides that they don't want you to move, because maybe you ate the dividends and you didn't share with them, they change somewhere, and then tomorrow this one is coming, and then tomorrow that. That really destabilizes the entire committees of CPAs.
I mean, whilst you're standing there, can we go back to the issue of the DMR?
Okay.
To establish the relationship that exists between the DMR and the CPA and the extent to which they communicate between the two, because much as it may actually legally correct for the DMR to own the minerals underneath, but you go through somebody else's property in order to reach your minerals underneath. I mean, what happens in that scenario?
Okay, I would say the lucky situation for now, members, to remedy some of this problem. DMR has a structure that we call REMDEC, and I happen to be nominated to represent the department because of this problem that most of these developments of the mining licenses pass there, and then later there's this dispute that a department, also agriculture, water affairs, and so on, we are a structure that is meant to assist DMR. So it's a measure that has been put in place now to mitigate this type of dispute that comes later. Because when I'm there, I can then be able to say, but the owners of the land, where's the proof that the owners consented? Because that's what the section 12 says, that the owners must say, yes, we are consenting to you having access. The minerals, yes, we understand we don't have a right, but to consent that you must come and mine here, it's what the majority of members must do. So that's what I'm there to make sure that as and when there's an application of a mine on a particular CPA land, I must inform members of the CPA, appoint an authorized officer for secretaries to call, even during the EIA process, that we should begin to participate from there. That from EIA process, what does the majority of members of CPAs are saying about this intended development that is happening? And that is not only on CPAs, but on the communal land that we are managing as a tenure directorate. that we should participate at an earlier stage to avoid DMR issuing something and then we want to come later as the department, because then that section 12 that I mentioned, sorry, Chairperson, it allows that the DG can go and apply a review on behalf of these CPA members because the whole transaction was not taken by 60 members. So we end up doing litigation amongst the state unnecessary because we are not getting involved at the start. And through REMDEC, that's what we are trying to.
In your view, is there a lacuna in terms of that provision in the Act, in terms of, you know, getting the CPAs also be part of the decision-making on what is going to happen to the minerals in the case where there is prospective rights to be issued?
There is, Chair, a huge one, especially on DMR. However, that judgment in the Eastern Cape, I forget the name of the judgment, tried to force DMR, not for them now to start relying on what the applicant says, I've consulted. It says you must also go and consult. So that's from that angle down. Now they also begin to engage us so that we can engage the.
Well, thank you. The lady over there, I'm now giving you an opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Rensha Naidu Magalti from Ronnesvlei. Ronnesvlei is that part where the airport and everything is.
If I may establish, Madam, are you part of a consent group?
Chair, I was the legal secretary of the.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
take
Through
it.
you, Honorable Chair. Chair, Ms. Renshia comes from the Ronaldsvlei CPA. It's one of those CPAs that were not scheduled to interact with the portfolio committee, unfortunately. And I just explained to her that, you know, around here in the Francis Bar district, we have more than so many CPAs. So I've explained to her. Now I think she wants to indicate to you already are here. They were not invited, all those things. But
okay.
I can deal with it outside, Chair, if you are.
All right, no, then, in fact, I have, let me explain the procedure that we are going to follow in this meeting. Okay, Madam. I'm aware that there are CPAs that are here, part of this meeting, whom we did not invite. And we have taken a decision as this collective that we are going to hear your views. But it's not going to, it's not, for now, I would request you to hold your horses because I'm dealing with those that we have invited.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. So for now, I would respectfully request you, Madam, to take your seat, but we are definitely going to talk to you.
Thank you, Chair, because we were deliberately not invited to this meeting.
Okay, all right.
And at the Malum
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have dealt with Bucklands and and then there is one outstanding question that was directed to the registrar of CPAs.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members, honorable members. I'm going to respond to issues relating to the CPA office.
Can we? Okay, you are on the floor.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think I will have to pair my response to the response around the issue that was raised in our first session by Honorable Kaole. where there was a question around capacity within the CPA office. And then the answer to the current question relates to the issue of what kind of interventions have been made by the CPA office and whether we are learning about the issues for the first time. The response is that, honorable members, as the CPA office, the structure was set up, a skeleton structure, I must say, was set up from around April last year. And at the moment, that structure has got 4 home bodies for the whole country. And in addition to that, we have had engagements with our colleagues in provinces, the colleagues that have been dealing with tenure matters, to continue assisting with tenure matters. And where there are serious challenges like the ones that they've brought us in to assist with, that's when we come in and assist them to unlock those challenging CPA matters. But with regard to your mundane matters that they've been dealing with, we allow them to continue with the processing of the elections, assisting various communities to conduct elections. It's only when there is a matter that requires the force of law, where someone has to be specifically authorized by law to undertake a certain function, that we are then required to be there to perform that function that is required by law for us to do. But with ordinary matters, we still allow our colleagues to assist the communities until a proper structure has been set up. And to try and address this particular situation, I know the registrar had prepared a submission for the attention of our head of corporate services to identify within the department people that can temporarily be assigned to the CPA office until a permanent structure is finalized, as in it is developed, approved by DPSA, and then gets treasury approval, and then the advertisement and the filling of posts relating to that particular structure. But until we get to that stage, we are trying to come up with interim measures that can still assist in terms of expanding our footprint to ensure that the services that are supposed to be provided by that office do reach all the corners of the country. Maybe I think I need to also touch on the issue. It has been coming up a lot, the issue of the difference between a beneficiary and a member. When the institution settles claims, through that process of developing the family tree, you get the heads of households or the representatives of households that are listed as members. And then you have their dependents or members of their family that are listed as beneficiaries. So in most instances, you find that there is an urge from the side of the members to try and blurry that thin line between member and beneficiary, where you find that even beneficiaries want to participate in the decision-making processes of the CPA, which then leads to some kind of conflict, because in terms of the Act, it's only members that are supposed to be taking decisions, that are supposed to be participating in the affairs of the CPA. Thanks, honorable members. Let me pause there.
Okay, thank you. And that takes care of Bucklands CPA. Honorable members and our esteemed guests, we are really now pressed for time. So I'm now going to be allocating, because we still have 3 more CPAs to interact with. I'm now going to be allocating 20 minutes per CPA, which means the presentation will be 10 minutes and engagement 10 minutes. That includes asking and answering questions. So the next CPA will be Pniel CPA. Pniel or something. Pniel, something like this, is it?
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, all colleagues of CPAs and executive members. Yeah, mine will be very, very short. By court. The Pniel CPA was registered on the 2nd of December, 2005. Up until today, no transfer, no title deed. I was 45 when this claim was instituted. I'm now 65. More than 60 household heads passed away for this wait. So from our side, we're not going to pinpoint whose mistake is it or what happened or what actually. I'm sent here because up until now, nobody informed us why there was no transfer of the land. We had a meeting with the Honorable Minister of Land Affairs, and it was last year, August. I had a one-on-one with him, and he said to me that, Mr. Solomons, don't worry, this is too long outstanding. You will get your transfer within 30 days. Thank you. All I'm asking, there are a lot of other things, court cases, whatever the case may be. All I'm asking is that, can this august meeting please explain to the Pniel CPA why it has not been transferred? Thank you.
Thank you. That was short and sweet. So this is a specific matter. There is a consent group.
The Pniel land was expropriated in 2006, 2007 for the benefit and the only juristic person on that land, the Pniel Communal Property Association. This is where we are now.
But has it not been transferred to the CPA?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Would there be a consent group? On what? When the
Honorable Chair, with this CPA, with this one, like we said earlier, consent group and the ESTA people, farm dwellers. So I'm not, ESTA, okay. This is consent and we'll come after him.
So who is who? Who is Esther? Who is consent?
Is this gentleman? This is the leader of the consent of aggrieved members.
Yeah.
Can he please take off the hat because...
Good. Good evening, my leaders. I thought maybe you have come with Major General Mkonasi, because there is a lot of problems in the CPAs. Chairperson, in actual fact, I want to just hit what the chairperson have already alluded now here by saying there is no title deed at all, or the land is not even transferred to the rightful owners as community, as the claimants. I don't want to be long, but I want to be
Please,
straight
you
on the
won't
point.
be long because we don't
Yes.
have time.
Okay, but you give us short time because there are so lot of problems. Lot of problems.
I so wish I could give you the whole day, but
Yes.
the day
Chair-
does not exist.
Yeah, Chairperson, let me come to the letter that I have drafted already here. The previous owner was Berlin Mission, right? When the claim was launched. To become,
Have you introduced yourself?
okay, my name is Solomon,
Yes,
and the surname is Modisake.
thank you. And your team?
My team, it's a grief team. A grief team
From
from Pniel.
Pniel.
Pniel, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Chairperson, we've got a lot of problem in Pniel.
Whilst you're standing there, I'm just trying to actually understand the context of your grievance, because the only report that we have is that
Yes.
there is nothing that is happening there. What are you aggrieved about?
Come up again, Chair?
I'm not sure about the basis of your grievance,
Yes.
because the report that we have so far from the speaker before you is that there is nothing that is happening. In fact, there is a one-page document that was submitted.
It's amazing, sir.
And
It's amazing. And you believe that? Chair, are you believing that?
well, unless you tell us that he was actually not telling the
No,
truth.
but give me a chance to explain. That's what I'm on table here. I mean, here on the platform.
Okay, you have.
Yeah, sir, listen, the land was, in actual fact, the one who launched a claim for us is not here, is Mr. Fletcher, right? He launched a claim for Pniel. And this claimants, the process was busy to unfold, to take the right process of Act 28 of 1996 to elect the CPA. But unfortunately, those process was not being done well. There is why the former commissioner called, what you call Simon, what is this man's name? Yeah, Sugar Makarani, correct, so yes. He did not recognize, and though Sugar Makarani, he was a commissioner in charge of the CPAs. But by that time it was in Bloemfontein, not in Northern Cape. There were no regional land claim commission in Northern Cape. It was also only at Bloemfontein. And what happens now, after we complained so a lot about the so-called Pniel CPA. I'm not going to say CPA because CPA is the organization's name, but the Land Administration Committee. That committee was illegitimate. It was not elected according to Act 28 of 1996, the process and the functions of the CPAs. There is why the CPA could not report. They've got nothing there. They could not report. But the quite amazing issue is that one. The mining have taken place for a very, very long time in that area, whereby he, this chairperson, is the director of that mining companies, where the community are benefiting nothing. And we have complained this thing several times at the provincial, here the Northern Cape, Regional Land Committee, but he didn't take this into cognition. Chairperson, we are really concerned about that. And what happened now with that CPA? The CPA benefit himself, not for the community. We came from the Act of 1994, where black our people was excluded in everything. Now we expect the CPA must take the lead, but because he was not elected legitimate. Here is the file of Sugar Ramakarana, I can tell you. And this matter was even at court. I don't want to be long. I will give you the book if you want it. Here is
If I could assist, if you
Yes.
just itemize your grievances.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if if I will do so, I will, let me read there because I wrote a letter to the register, Mr. Amanda Likut. Let me read it here. The Pniel, the so-called Pniel CPA could not permit to take transfer of property because of dishonest and corruption and difficulties within them. The rush, let me do this. Pniel Claimant Committee, led by the Joseph Fletcher, launched a claim, as already alluded, 281 Bucklands West District. And Fletcher submitted the claim and it was successful. The hectares that we have in Pniel is 29,422, not 25 as they have indicated. Now coming to forced removal. Forced removal starts from 1943 to 1946. That is the first forced removal. And people who have been forced removed were black. And the second removal was in 1980, 1962. Most were forced removed from Pniel, Pampristad to Pampristad at the town of the former Boputechwana homestead, where the community, those classified as colored were on the land and were not affected by forced removal. This community who were not forcefully removed from the land are not be respected under the terms of the provision of the Act of Esther. They were covered, those people, according to the Act. There were constatation coming to the election of the CPA. There were constatation of legitimacy of the process. There was no proper verification on the confirmation of the legitimate claimants and participants. The entire process concerning election and approval of the constitution of the CPA was unconstitutional. Therefore, resulted election of the 18th September 2004 was flawed and incorrect, clearly stated and confirmed by the former commissioners, Mr. Simon Tsepisha Ramkoto Ramakarani. Up until to date, that CPA, it is just a CPA with a name, but it doesn't serve people. We informed at many times the Regional Land Commissioner and the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform here in the Northern Cape that the list of the so-called Pniel CPA produced does not reflect the true legitimate claimants. It misled the state. There are significant numbers of persons who have no claim to restitution under provision of Section 2 of the Restitution Act, including himself, the chairperson, Corey Solomons, of the so-called CPA. He created a list of names. There is no record or procedure being followed in entering those or verification of those persons. They were voted on power through that fraudulent list. They still continue with that delinquent mentalities. Secret joint venture. Here comes the interesting now, and I want chairperson must listen carefully to that one. Mr. Solomon, chairperson of the Pniel CPA, conflicted and already formed alliance with Mr. Derricons, the white man of Rushtail Company, P2A Ltd. And this guy is all over the CPAs in Northern Cape, and the government of Northern Cape knows about it. And I have been obligated to ensure that he have been obligated to ensure that the purpose of the joint venture was achieved. He joined Mr. Derricons with objections of assisting him to exploit the minerals and diamonds of the Pniel land. Mr. Solomon became a director of CEO Rushtail Company, conflict of interest. We complained a number of occasions of the three spheres of government. The Department of Rural Development, Regional Land Claim Commission, DMR, but all fall on deaf ears, no actions taken. Rushtail could not obtain mining permit to mine in Pniel. The primary right owner of the prospecting mineral rights, Elska Evangelist Church of South Africa. Rushtail lied and said they exceed their prospecting mineral to them. Elska denied and finally agreed that at no point they see the selling of their mining property right permit to Rastel. Emphasize road on affidavit. That's the church now. Is where the previous mineral rights owner was having the rights on the land. Coming to High Court, the commissioner, the one who wrote this complaint and affidavit to the High Court, the former Commissioner Ramakarani brought an urgent court application 2007. Case number 11 is here, and declare the joint venture and lease agreement of null and void of Pniel, because he didn't agree with this mess of this people, because he was a frontier of all those things, right? The Northern Cape High Court strongly did not deal with the substance, no procedural irregularities adducted. Instead, appoint a referee, Mr. Joe Bartlett, mediate Pniel matter, issue a consent order. That's not a High Court. You have issue a consent order. There was no mediation that was facilitated by Jeff, the former Jeff Bucklands, 2007. Up until 2012, another referee was appointed, Ms. Jane Mayberg. She also left. The Jerome Mtembu was appointed. 3 referees in total. Mr. Mtembu's report was released in 2019. May he so rest in peace. State I am not on the view, it's not a report of the referee. I am not on the view, and I recommended that the joint venture agreement should be discarded by the court. The agreement are not in favor of the community, but only benefit the few individuals. I thus recommended to the court, 1, discard the joint venture, 2, regularize the CPA, 3, within fixed time, appoint a curator to ensure the accountability and transparency, and it had not happened up until to date. But he say now he's waiting for the title deed. Withdrawal of the case. Mr. Khotso Moeketsi, he is here, sitting right in front of me. Although we have complained a lot of time to those people, I've got letters that can show you. Register to them, to their department. This Department of Northern Cape Land Reform and Regional Land Commission fail us dismally. Mr. Khotso Moeketsi, Chief Director, are you still Chief Director, sir? Northern Cape, of the case on, let me start. Mr. Khotso Moeketsi, Chief Director, Northern Cape, withdraw the case.
Excuse me.
On 6, yes, sir?
If I'm sorry to interject. You have very limited time.
Okay, sir. I'm finished now, sir. I'm finished. Mr. Khotso Moeketsi, Chief Director of the Northern Cape, withdraw the case on the 6/8 of 23. I've got everything on me here. It was clear that in the indication that Mr. Jerome Mtembu report, and though the report was being written by Mtembu. Now it's clear that that report was undermined and dismissed by Khotso Moeketsi. Disrespect of the above mentioned recommendation of Mr. Mtembu to the High Court on the Northern Cape. Department is supposed to capitalize structure which has been created to reinforce the ideology, theory, and raised by the above mentioned. Chief Director rather support, and I believe the mentioned departments associated with corrupt activities and must be investigated. Key terms and concept of this purpose of the background is importantly clarify the real issue of the fact and that every concept of guide understand the corruption, looting, and injustice Pniel claim went through all the levels. Sir, I'm done. But what I want to emphasize to you, sir, is that here is, if you want thoroughly information, I've got it here. That case have gone nowhere, and we have not even informed about how far was this case. Instead, this case was supposed to continue. They withdraw it. What the report of the referee that was looking into the matter of Pniel? Here is the referee report. Now, nothing has been done. Everything was wasted. The two report. So I would like to say to you that our desire is to have a proper CPA that was elected according to Act 28 of 1996. Although Act 22 of 1994 stipulate that who can apply for the land and who can benefit from the land. And the Act 28 of 1996 explained the guidance and the functions of the CPA. But that CPA got nothing. He cannot even report finance report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. Can I get the response of the department? Well, we'll treat Esther differently. Can we dispose of the submissions and the issues that have been raised?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, just to clear the air, he is correct. The department, there was a withdrawal of the matter, but it was not like, I take when he says Moeketi, he's referring to the office. I am responsible for section 25.5 of the Constitution. And then this matter resides with restitution, section 25.7. The matter was withdrawn by restitution. I think Mr. Lawrence, the acting chief director for today, is better placed to deal with that, the reasons behind the withdrawal. I thought I must just clarify that. With regards to other issues, colleagues will go into details with it.
Okay,
Maybe let's start with you, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, I was going to call upon him to...
Yes, because Chair, there is always confusion amongst our stakeholders. Just...
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. As was indicated, there was 4 claim forms that the Commission received for Pniel. These claims were settled in 2007. In fact, it was expropriated. Sorry. In fact, they were expropriated for transfer to the community. After expropriation, it was then discovered that because the Pniel area is rich in minerals, specifically diamonds.
Was the expropriation with compensation?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, as the previous speaker mentioned, the land belonged to the Berlin Missionary Society, to the church.
Now, please deal with the issue of...
Okay, now I need to give this background so that you understand.
All right.
All right. After the claim was settled, it was then discovered that the CPA had, because of the minerals on the land, had entered into agreements with certain mining houses, and the name was mentioned. The Commission at that time felt that the members of the CPA were not actually benefiting from this agreement, and the matter was referred to court. The court then decided, let's appoint a referee, and there were supposed to be negotiations. What was also discovered on the land, or the beneficiaries of the land, apart from the claimants, there were people residing on the land. They are referred to as Esther beneficiaries. When the claim was settled, the claim was settled for 25,200 hectares to be given back to the community or to the claimants. From that amount, because there were Esther beneficiaries on the farm, 300, the Section 42D agreement makes provision for 300 hectares to be transferred to secure the rights of the Esther beneficiaries. This matter dragged on in court, and as was indicated, the referee eventually gave his report to court in 2018. And because this was causing such a lot of confusion and the Commission received so many complaints, it was agreed rather withdraw the matter from court so that the tenure unit, because they are dealing with the CPAs, that they could come in and also assist the people residing on the farm to secure their rights. What the Commission has done thus far, in order to transfer the land to the CPA, they have to sign what's called a settlement agreement. And the settlement agreement emanates from the approved Section 42D. The settlement agreement was given to the current CPA, and this was last year already, and to date, we have not received any response from the CPA. There was even a meeting where Dr. Shushu tried to facilitate or to assist so that we could get past this impasse. And after that meeting, we provided the CPA with the settlement agreement. But we cannot, sorry, he was indicated that he is the chief whip, and complaints were lodged to the provincial legislature. Okay. So, what the Commission has also done thus far, because while we are waiting for the CPA to sign the settlement agreement, we are in the process of appointing a service provider. Because the Section 42D makes provision for 3,000 hectares to go to the farm dwellers. We are in the process of appointing a service provider to do subdivision of the farm, so that the ESTA beneficiaries can get their portion to secure their rights, and the rest of the land will then go to the CPA in order to finalize the claim. Thank you.
Thank you. If that is your response, but there was the central question from the CPA that nothing has actually been transferred. How do you respond to that? I hear you talking about CPA. Why do you have CPA? How would you have a CPA on a land that has not been transferred?
As indicated, Honorable Chair, when we settle a claim, in order for the land to be transferred to the community who claimed, there is a settlement agreement that they have to sign, and that settlement agreement is needed by the conveyancers in order to transfer the land into the entity that was established. So that's part of our requirements, that the CPA has to sign the settlement agreement. And the dispute currently is the Section 42D makes provision for 3,000 hectares to go to the ESTA beneficiaries, and the current CPA does not agree with that, but that is part of the Section 42D.
But why is it dragging for so long?
As I indicated, sir, that because the matter was in court, this matter was in court, and the judge indicated that the referee should referee between the conflicting parties. So unfortunately, this whole process took very long, and it's only in 2003 when the Commission decided, let us withdraw the matter from court so that we can progress and finalize the claim.
I'm not satisfied, I must say, because it can't take the entire generation to solve this matter. It really can't take the entire generation to solve this. When the claim was lodged, he was 45, he's now 60, and still nothing has happened. I mean, the documentation has not been finalized. What is the daily activity of the people employed there? What do they do on a daily basis? What is the holdup? I don't understand. I can't put my finger on the real reason for the holdup. Yeah. Can the ESTA actually give us clarity on this? Can you come forward, please?
Good day. My name is Heinrich Julius. I don't know if we are allowed to speak here, because I hear now they call us ESTA. But we are called the problems of Pniel. Let me introduce you to the people that come with me. It's Roger Africa, Martin van Staren, Piet Abrams, Johnny Abrams, and Ricardo Abrams. The real reason why Pniel has not been transferred, my family has lived on this farm for generations. Like Mr. Lawrence said, there were 4 claims lodged. The first one was by Buti Rat. He claimed on behalf of the community and the workers. The second one was by Mr. Fletcher, who claimed on behalf of the community. But when Mr. Fletcher submitted the forms, he claimed only for the black people. Now, I live in a democratic South Africa, whereby I'm too white to be black, and I'm too black to be white. So where does it leave us, the problems of Pniel, in this claim? There was, in 2006, they went to court to place the CPA under administration. The very same Mr. Solomons, in the court affidavits, his lawyers, they took the government to task about this matter, asking, now there's other people that also stayed on the farm. Because of segregation, discrimination, only the black people were removed from Pniel. The colored state, the so-called coloreds, that's why I hate that word. Because in a democratic South Africa today, I'm still classified as a bastard child that does not belong anywhere. The Chief Land Claims Commissioner wanted to take them and place them under administration. Mr. Solomons, his lawyer, said, but how can you say I am not a beneficiary on the land where my parents have stayed and my generations have stayed for generations on this land? So that's when they came to this consent order, which was never ever implemented because there were so many problems. Now, if you could look at the section 42D, they talk about 182 families that stays on the property. My parents and my grandparents and their grandparents was there with the first removals, they were there with the second removals. And in democracy, they come and tell me, I cannot be a part or I cannot be a beneficiary to land that my parents and their parents have lived on for generations. We were there with the first removals. We were there with the second removals. We were staying on the property. The first removal, what happened was, Pniel is a very big property. So they moved us from where we were staying, all over that property to a central point where we are staying today, where we're still staying today. So it's called dispossession. They dispossessed me of land. But in the section 42D, they say that I am entitled to 3,000 hectares. But we were removed from the big property. How can I settle now on 3,000? And that 3,000, it is not even going to be given to us. It will be incorporated into a delinquent municipality, Dikatlong, that must divide service delivery to us. So that land will not belong to us, it will belong to Dikatlong.
So while standing, say, how were you excluded from the rest of the claim?
How we were excluded from the rest of the claim because we are seen as the problems. In 2014, there was negotiating committees established. I hear now I'm called Esther here, but in that 2014, when the negotiating committees was established, we were not allowed to be part of that negotiating committees. So how can the department now call me Esther? But when decisions are being made for the problems, they call us problems. Because the narrative that they have, or the narrative that they put before court, is that we stayed there with the authority or the permission of the Berlin Mission. Then it was the Lutheran Church, and now it's the Pniel CPA. Now I want to bring the attention to something. How a church, does it, people do they move after a church, or do a church come to where people are staying? The church, when they came there in 1845, they found our parents there. They found our parents there. And now I'm being said that I'm neither Esther nor am I a constitution claimant. So where do I belong in all of this?
No, thank you. I think I understand your...
Another thing that I need to clarify, Chairperson, with your time, please. I need to clarify this thing.
Okay.
The chairperson of the CPA said nothing has happened on that land. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They're still waiting for transfer of that land. Me, as I'm standing here, I need to go to the High Court on the 13th of February, whereby they interdict us because they have third parties leasing the land there. They have third parties leasing the land. There is currently, as we speak now, and the department knows about it. Andrew Lawrence knows about it because Andrew Lawrence told us in the corridor outside the Land Claims Commission, no. This thing is done. There's no more verifications that can happen. You must go to Mr. Mashumi. Outside. They didn't even allow us. Then we appointed a lawyer. In 2021, they said, okay, we had a meeting. And we agreed in that meeting that verification needs to happen. And the people that needs to do the verification is the commission. Is the commission. In 2021, they wrote a letter to the public protector. So I have it here, but I'm not going to read all of it. They wrote a letter to the public protector, whereby there was 4 points specifically that they told the public protector that they're going to do. The first thing is they're going to take it back to court to interdict the mining activities, to do the verification. The third thing is people in Pniel, anybody, if you feel like tomorrow you want to put up a shack, we don't know where you come from. You can just come there and come put up a shack and fence big properties. And when we come to the department, as the property who is still the custodian of the land, there is no proper structures at this moment that safeguard the beneficiaries of Pniel. We had a meeting with, Corey Solomon's called a meeting on the 21st, whereby he said, no, one of these days, this land is going to be transferred. And I'm standing here today saying, we as poor people that we were left out, we sold our cattle, because those white farmers that work there, that lease out the land, they took us to court. So we need to sell our cattle to defend ourselves from income. This is what the CPAs does. The very same people who needs to benefit are the people that they are using. First of all, when they, in 2006, when they were contesting the joint venture agreement, they came to my mother and them, and they signed on those petitions, and they were put in court here, in the High Court, to say, but these people are agreeing with the CPA. But the very same CPA turns around and says, you are not beneficiaries, you are not Esthers, you are nowhere, so we cannot listen to you. In 1996, 1995, the Lutheran Church wanted to give us 3,500 hectares, and I have all the correspondence. I'm not talking about things that I don't have correspondence. They wanted to give us 3,500 hectares for development. And the very same chairperson, Corey Solomons, because that time he was, I don't know, he's a pastor, he's everything in Pniel. He came into that meeting and said no.
But how old was he in 1996? He must have been very young.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But he said in that meeting that we do not know these people and we are not going to settle for 3,500 hectares, we want the whole property to be given back to us. And our parents agreed with him. They want the whole property. He was the first person in Pniel. He said it on the 21st of January, now 2026. He was the first person of Pniel that was sent to varsity. But it looked like my grandparents and my parents paid for his varsity fees to be a scallop. Thank you.
No, I think I would like to plead to all of us, please, to mind our language, and we can actually convey our feelings and our points of view without being, provocative, if I may say so. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I will ask the department specifically, before answering any of other questions, define for all of us what is Esther and who qualifies to be called Esther, and why this particular group actually then was relegated to becoming Esther, not the rest of the other people, so that we can engage in a meaningful discussion.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's precisely what I was asked to come and address.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair, from tenure unit, we are responsible for several legislations. CPA, Communal Property Association, we deal with it. ESTA, which stands for Extension of Security of Tenure Rights, it also falls within our mandate. Now, as Itumeleng, I need to be protecting the two rights. In Pniel, there was a dispute of rights in one property. At the settlement of the claim, there are people whom we call occupiers, people that would have stayed on the land, but they are not owners of the land. Before 1994, there are people that used to stay in Pniel, and by 1965, they were chased out because of their color, and then they were taken to Pampierstad. Now, in the same property, you have two rights that you need to secure. Those that are there at the time when you are establishing a CPA, and those that are no longer even staying there. And we have similar cases, and I'm sure we have experienced this a lot when we talk with these claims that we call labor tenants. Now, when we say ESTA, and that's where the challenge when we're asking a question, why are we not transferring? The challenge that we have with Mr. Africa sometime and the group, they feel when we say ESTA, it's a minority right. And I've been explaining that similar right that the restitution people have, it's equal as them. But when the settlement of the claim has to be done, that's where the negotiation stage comes in. And I'm glad Mr. Peter Isaac, you are here as the head of legal in the commission. This is the problem that sometimes the lack of coordination amongst the different directorates in the department. That where you have restitution, you have tenure, not before the settlement, we've met and went to go and look at what we call land rights inquiry, to check what rights are there on the land, so that we don't find ourselves in this situation where CPA now is claiming that that whole Pniel belongs to them and it doesn't belong to the ESTA. Because in ESTA, you cannot also, and this is because of the recent judgment that are happening because of the challenges that occupiers are fighting about. You cannot say, because my house is here, therefore, this is the only place where I'm entitled at. What about my cattle that are grazing beyond where my house is? And there's a court judgment that says grazing rights, it's what we need to protect. Now there's that dispute between CPA and the occupiers. But the only thing that we need, you see, they don't like that word, but it's based on a land rights inquiry in that at the time of when commission is doing their work, if the commission didn't declare them then to be saying you were also a restitution, I can't as tenure enforce them here unless in a CPA structure, during membership update, the same CPA, the same people, they apply and then they are accepted as members. But if they say, no, you are not part of the people that were dispossessed, I'm still left with a dispute amongst the two rights that are fighting over one property. And that's the dilemma that we are faced with in Pniel, Chairperson. I don't know if I tried to explain a bit what are the occupiers' rights. It's on the basis of you having stayed on the land, but you are not the owner of that land. And the owner of the land has consented that you must stay there on the land. That's what defines you. If the land was owned by the church then, and the church had acknowledged you as a resident in that land, then you are protected by Esther because the owner did not regard you as someone who should not have been here.
Okay, thank you. I will allow members now to. Okay, you will find you will have your time. Don't worry. Can I allow the members now to also interact in this discussion? Where's the mic? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My question is basically just this. On the rights of occupiers versus the rights of claimants, the owners of land. Does policy or legislation make a distinction between those rights? So there is no equality of rights. If not, what rights do occupiers have versus the actual claimants who were the original owners of the land? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you also. Although the more we heard, the more we are getting confused with regards to the status of this specific claim. What is the issue? Was there occupation? And if there was no occupation, who is the one, who is the body corporate who made the agreement with those that are currently utilizing the land? Can we just be cleared? Because it's a bit foggy, and I don't think we can ask a lot of questions, because I had the explanation from Itumeleng with regards to the issue of those that are seen as ESTA beneficiaries and those that are the real beneficiaries. In actual fact, all of them are real beneficiaries. It's just a difference of terms. And that is why I'm saying it's a bit foggy. But if we can just understand who is the body corporate, in this sense, I'm asking who is the one that they've actually then transacted on behalf of this community. Thank you.
I will not ask you.
Thanks, Chairperson. It's one of the complex cases where it's full of litigations. And we can't behave as laymen and begin to assume the judgments that were made in different courts. I want to bring a proposal, Chair, for our attention. That rather than wasting time here trying to think deeper on the presentations, it's one of the cases that we must summon this CPA and its stakeholders to Parliament. In the meantime, subjects all these judgments to our legal the section as a portfolio committee, so that we could have a proper interpretation of all what is being shared here. But there seem to be different understanding on basics that are supposed to guide us. I'm raising this, Chair, because I don't want us as a committee to blunder and committee blunders on a case that is so volatile as I'm listening. We rather take this as a provision that we invite this CPA and all its stakeholders, all those involved, as used to do, so that we can get a proper advice from our legal parliamentary section. Thanks, Chair.
What's next thing?
Thanks so much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have been in this portfolio committee for 13 years now. So I bring in this committee a vast knowledge, vast experience of what I've observed throughout the country. And I can tell you now what we have been presented with here. It's a complete chaos. It's a mess.
Absolutely.
Maybe I must say it in Afrikaans. It's a groot gemors. Now, what I have observed here is that, and this is uniquely Northern Cape, is that the portfolio committee has not been favored with a profile of each of the CPAs, which is uniquely Northern Cape. We've been to all provinces. The portfolio committee, before it even arrives to a province, will have gone through a profile of each CPA and also be furnished with the dynamics, the challenges of each CPA. The question is, why has that not been the case with Northern Cape? And the answer is, the whole administration of CPAs in this province is a groot gemors. The chairperson has cautioned.
But you did not clap for me. This is the reason why I had actually asked you not to clap.
The chairperson has cautioned that there should be no clapping of hands. Can we please respect that? Now I'm going to align myself, Honorable Chair, with the recommendation by Honorable Nana. Mkhaga Rada, who's sitting on my right, my dear comrade. We must acknowledge that Mr. Moeketsi has not been so long in the department. Is yourself, Mr. Moeketsi? Yes. He has not been so long, and that's not an excuse, because the law of administration deals with a principle of succession. So he should have familiarized himself with the history of how these claims, including the establishment and the lodging process of land claims, has been dealt with archived, and so forth and so on. Him being not so long is not an excuse. But you must accept that is the material reality, that he might not be versed with the information as a result of what I've explained. Rather propose and align myself with Honorable Mkhaga. Instead of venturing into individual questions, one of which has been asked by Honorable Mkhitarho, Commander Moni. That's how these comrades in the MK party address each other. Even if they are in the evening, they will say Commander Moni. Now, instead of venturing into individual specific questions, which is not going to result or yield any concrete information other than to entertain and to listen to the squabbles, we must instruct the department, nationally and provincially, go and compile profile of each CPA, meaning go compile proper reports for each and every CPA. Meet and mandate the provincial legislature, representatives here, as a second point. Have these meetings themselves to verify and collaborate what the department would have compiled as profiles of each CPA, and they must verify and certify themselves that indeed what has been compiled by officials is indeed what is taking place on the ground. And thirdly, such report must be sent to the chairperson of this portfolio committee for us to go through these reports for each of the CPAs involved. And then at that stage, it would depend on the portfolio committee whether you are all representatives, both those who represent the so-called CPAs and the complainants or the concerned groups are summoned to Cape Town. Or we, because it might be even cheaper, we come again to the people in the Northern Cape to come and engage with you on the substance and the content of what would have been presented to us, for which we don't have now. It's a matter of fact. It's a matter of fact, we don't have anything to deliberate with you intellectually, to deliberate with you so that we emerge with something substantive going forward. And I align myself with the Honorable Mkhaga that should be the way forward, Honorable Chair. Other than that, we are going to entertain squabbles and bickerings, which is not going to take us anywhere. Notwithstanding that, we have come and we have listened, and our intention is to help resolve these problems. Thank you so much.
Okay, can we have the honorable member, Nana, first?
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My contribution is really directed at you beneficiaries of the program called CPA. You know, over the last few days, we have been traveling the Northern Cape. And on day one, on Monday, we were in Uppington. In Uppington, we visited a CPA called Extend Scale. Beneficiaries of land restitution program are producing raisins, dried grapes. But they had agreed as beneficiaries that instead of us owning this farm as a group, let's rather subdivide it into smaller pieces or portions of land. a person will get anything between 3 and 5 hectares each. And we're even taken on a tour to see people farming in a piece of land, drying his own grapes into raisins. And there is pretty much no squabbles because it's my grapes, it's my piece of land, and I'm doing my thing here. We then moved to Friede. Friede, it's 3 clans or big families that are fighting amongst one another. They have applied to the department for a subdivision of those farms amongst the 3 families. I'm raising this because I've always been saying it, and colleagues can bear me out here. I've always been saying this in Parliament and also with CPAs that we have been meeting throughout the country. It is very difficult to get people from different walks of life to work together. Farming is a calling. I don't aspire to be a farmer because I don't see myself working 20 hours a day. It's a tough business. It wants people that are dedicated to it. You can't have a guy from a big city coming in a Mercedes saying, no, I'm part of this CPA, I want to farm. I mean, problems are going to arise because not all of you will be pulling in the same direction. Out of the 98 CPAs in Northern Cape, 75% of the 98 is non-compliant with the legislation, are pretty much failing, which is an indictment. It's a bad reflection. So I want to put a challenge out to you, ladies and gentlemen, that is it not about time that we start thinking about other models of ownership? Instead of fighting amongst one another, let us be constructive for once, get ourselves under one room, and discuss about other possibilities, as I have outlined to you about Friede and the other one in Uppington. There are other options out there which the department, I'm sure, would happily consider. So my challenge to you once again, please let's stop this. Let us think outside the box. Let us think about other means to make land restitution a success. Otherwise, we are becoming a laughing stock to people that are watching us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I allow the chairperson of the...
Oh, okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, I'm not going to speak, but the committee members have requested also to engage the reports or the concerns. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We have agreed that the provincial committee is not going to really go into issues, it's your terrain, but I have 2 questions, because, okay, before that, we are going to have of course, our moment with the same arrangement as a province, so we will digest many of the issues in that area at that time. But I've got 2 questions, and one question goes to they call themselves problem group as that of / Esther, which is led by Hein, Julius, and the cohort. I have a question for them. And the question is, and then I have one question, or rather, seeking clarity from the department on, my second question. My first question that goes to Julius and the cohort is that, are they, with all these problems that are happening, are they getting service delivery from municipalities? Is there a service level agreement so that they can be able to also enjoy their basic human rights and so forth in that area? You must just clarify that for us so that the desk here can understand as to what is it that is happening there. And then the other one, I want the department to clarify, because Mr. Julius said, they were staying there before even the church could own that land. So the church found them there. I just want to check in their, whatever as to when all these things started, as to how truthful is that, so that we can all have an understanding that they were found there, or rather the church came after, or the church came first, because you made mention that the church is the one that provided that site, and they differ with that site, with what you have just cited. Thank you very much, Chair. Oh, sorry.
Well, thank you, Honorable Member. There has already been a proposal on the table proposing a particular way in which this particular matter or these matters should be dealt with, and it has actually been seconded. So, in terms of meeting procedures and protocols, the matter cannot be deliberated any further because there is a particular proposal. All that we need to do now is to concretize that proposal by putting timeframes. That it is true that we actually have visited a number of provinces. This is the first time that we actually have no documentation from the department giving us profile of each CPA that we are going to interact with. Because if we had received that documentation and information, we would actually be meaningfully engaging some of the, all the CPAs that are here. So I think the proposal actually is addressing that in part, because then it saves us time, because we are going to be discussing in cycles here. But it does not mean that the other CPAs are not going to say anything. But this one, together with the rest of others, in fact, including the ones that we have visited already over the last 4 days, we want a comprehensive report of all CPAs. And I would appreciate also a report as part of that bigger report to come from the Land Restitution Commission about the issues in the Northern Cape, restitution issues in the Northern Cape. We are going to be having we are going to be very busy in Parliament over the next 2 months, starting from the 12th. Because we are going to be dealing with SONA. After SONA, then is the budget. So I'm inclined to say by the 15th of March, we should actually have that comprehensive report available to us. Can we then move on to have Katlani Mazelfontein? Yes. Okay.
My colleagues are concerned that if you are not going to resist, and the intention is not to make us maybe us as a department and colleagues from the Chair, we have proof here that on the 12th of
Can we have mic on? I just hope that you are not going to discuss the proposal.
No, Chair. It's just to clarify this issue. On the 12th of December, because this is how it normally happens, Chair. I'm operating from a provincial sphere, but reporting to national. Any report from our side, it goes to the DG. The DG, when he's satisfied with the EXCO, then it goes to the portfolio committee. I think we started interacting regarding this visit early December. Then on the 10th of December, from the province, we sent a report to the DG. The DG approved it, and it was sent to Parliament on the 12th of December. Report giving status of each CPA. And when you look at Pniel, Chair, I'm almost there. That background, CPA's non-compliance does not hold a title deed, it does not report to the department. There is that report, Chairperson. I think I'm taking from Honorable Matthias was saying, but we can confirm that the report was sent by Mr. Ralph Sibifelo to Lwazi Bell on the 12th of December. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Director. Parliament rose on the 5th of December. We haven't actually reconvened until after the 12th of February. Thank you, Mr. Chief Director. Katlani, Mazelfontein. No, that's out of order. Can we receive Katlani Mazelfontein? Introduce yourself, my sister, and then your team.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, senior and supporting staff, and all CPA members present. You are all greeted. My name is Atlanta, and my surname is Kok. I'm representing the elected structure from the Katlani Mazelfontein CPA. I'm accompanied by our chairperson, Mr. Willie Williams, and our deputy chairperson, Mr. Johannes Nero, and our treasurer, Mr. Willem Bartman. We, as the Mazelfontein Katlani CPA, title deed holders and owners of the 3 farms in extent to 7,080.67 hectares in total. We have 332 hectares agricultural lands and 6,848.67 hectares of grazing land. Our agricultural lands of 332 hectares are currently under a lease contract with Whiskey Boerdery. Our aim and vision is to be independent and self-sustainable, to own our own land so that we can contribute and ensure food security and also contribute to the economy as black disadvantaged and emerging farmers. We have previously been supported by the Department of Rural and Land Reform with implements through a project which was previously called the REAP program, which evolved to the Land and Development Support Program and is still not finalized from the year 2019. They have supported us with the implements such as a tractor and mowers, amongst other things. But it's fair to say that we cannot use these small implements on these big lands. We are not financially stable to afford the suitable implements, hence we cannot be self-sustainable or independent to manage these lands as we wish to. We are also currently busy farming with cows, goats, and sheep and try our utmost best to survive and making it successful. About over a year ago, we managed to start a mining project with the permit in the name of the CPA for both diamond and alluvial with the assistance of investors. This project helped us a lot as a community to reduce poverty within our community households by creating more job opportunities amongst the youth of the community, and also we could have given livable dividends to our beneficiaries more often. This project were able to give 148 households the following amounts in the year 2024. For July, we gave a dividend of 10,000 rand to each household, In August, we managed to give 5,000 rand to each household, and in September 24, we gave 25,000 to each household, and for December 2024, we gave an amount of 50,000 rand to each household. That is 90,000 rand per household for 148 households, which gives you an amount of 13,320,000 rand for the year 2024.
Wow. That deserves a round of applause.
In 2025, our revenues were not that favorable and we were not able to continue with the same pattern, but we were still able to give. In April 2025, we gave each household 10,000 rand, and in December 2025, we gave each household 10,000 rand. The 20,000 rand of the year 2025 for the 148 households were in total 2,960,000 for the year 2025, and we wish to do better in 2026.
Yeah.
Our aim, mission, and vision is to look after the interests of our community, and where poverty moves in, we fight to evict it to the best of our ability. As mentioned above, the Department of Rural Development has granted our CPA with 8.9 million called the RECAP program. From the year 2019, the project had a little momentum as we received implements and livestock. An outstanding amount of 3.5 million are still awaited in the pipeline. We were made aware that the program has changed from the RECAP to LDS and assured that the funds were still available with interest for the time it has not yet been released. We had difficulties with our bank, which we resolved and consulted with the above-mentioned department. We are still waiting on the balance of the grant from 2019 up until now to improve our infrastructure and hope to witness the reality of it as soon as possible. In the year 2020, we were made aware that another funding has been approved for our community by Environmental Affairs under the Environmental Protection and Infrastructure Programs. The project manager, Mr. Sibongile Tekiso, came to us along with the leading consultant, Mr. Tendai Chikwa, for formal introduction. They made us aware that the grant is in total 10 million, but 2 million is going for the leading consultant, Mr. Tendai. The aim of the project is to improve the infrastructure, build chalets, upgrade our abattoir, improve fencing and electrifying, and to rebuild the 10-kilometer road, which was the first phase of the project. Numerous meetings and encounters between us and these two gentlemen, even environmental assessments were done and public participation was completed up until the final stage where the main contractor were to be appointed, where people from all over came to apply, but according to them, they did not meet the requirements. They would have searched for one of their own and introduced them to us. Also, a lady called Ms. Liburu came as the environmental assessment practitioner. That was the last encounter or feedback we had from Mr. Sibongile up until now. We called numerous times, but he could not give us a proper explanation as for what the status of this project is. We, as emerging game farmers, would like to express our disappointment and would also like to mention that we feel disadvantaged of this opportunity as we stagnate and fail the rural economy through diversification of land use, job creation, and sustainable resource management. We also feel that we cannot contribute to the tourism economy whilst we are able to do it with the support that has been withdrawn from us unawarely and unfairly. 3 weeks ago, our deputy chair went to the offices in Kimberley to do inquiries regarding this project, as he was informed that Mr. Sibongile and team was suspended and undergoing investigation while we stagnate and lose job opportunities for our community. We humbly ask for assistance and the status of this project so that it can be finalized. We also have a challenge with the draft of our amendment of our constitution. We are facing challenges with the draft of the constitution as it's still not finalized and signed by the DG. We had numerous attempts to amend it as from the year 2018 and still not succeed up until today. The draft of the constitution is silent about a lot of challenges we are facing as a CPA in general, but we are unable to rectify it as we are not successful in amending it. Our last engagement with the minister last year, we had raised the issue that we are facing, and he instructed someone within the department who works in that field to assist us. We exchanged numbers, but still no feedback on the issue. And our other challenge is the issue of membership. We are facing enormous problems as we're still facing new applications of people who claim membership of this land, which was handed over in 2019. And we are still finding new applications till date. We have been bombarded, especially since the payout of our dividends. From 2019, only a few members were on the beneficiary list, and it remained like that for quite some time. We are facing an influx of applications ever since the dividends has been started to be paid out at the above mentioned amounts. We are facing life-threatening moments, sometimes with our council of elders, even get lawsuits against us. If a person is unhappy or not accepted by the council of elders. We have numerous calls from Ms. Pniel about complaints, even from strangers. Sorry. We would like to request the Department of Land Claims, if possible, to assist us with the new applications to either stop them, or because now, since the farm was handed over in 2019, and yet, in 2019, sorry, and yet people still apply in 2006. Then we would also humbly like to request that the department in relation with the CPAs would please verify members first who lodge complaints to them as beneficiaries of CPAs, and not just as mere strangers who waste the resources of the department and also the CPAs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you secretary of the? Oh, thank you so much. You've made my day, and I'm sure the day of the honorable members. For the first time, we are actually getting a proper report. If I had my way, I would ensure that the running of these CPAs is left with the ladies only. And because you won't find any conflict. If there is any conflict, they are able to deal with them. Thank you so much. Is there any concerned group for this particular? It's very interesting to hear what would be the concern about. And it's disappointing that it must be a male. It's a misrepresentation of us.
Hey everyone, I'm not so good with my English, but I have to tell you We are not a concerned group actually. But
thank
on the farm, we have a AGM recently. And I think you know that there
Is
is.
the mic working? Oh, yeah.
Okay. Compliance and governance, which they give us, that we have to do. My point here, first things first, the police clearance. They stated that if you know you have a crime, even if the people say you can, they want you to be something there, you must just say, no, you can't do it. And that is what we have here. The big cats in this committee, all of them, most of them, I won't mention their names here. They have criminal records and they know it. I have proof of it. I won't give it here if they don't want to see it. But that is my problem here. And the second one is the people who stayed on the farm. Our family stays on the farm most of their lifetime. My cousin, she's 80. She has a birthday there. Then she goes to town, and when she comes back, all the furniture was removed by this good CPA. And it was raining. They came there the following day. Everything was thrown outside. They had, court orders against them. But they sent someone who doesn't have the court order. And then they have the workers, immigrant workers, to stay in the houses. So my sister or my cousin is staying in Douglas in a shanty because of our good CPA. That is not fair enough. And then the second one is the people which is beneficiaries is the one that they are, well, how would I say it? That's the one that would vote for them. That's what I'm saying to you. Because you find that my mother was born on the farm, my father was born on the farm, so they say, okay, you already has a claim for your father. So you can't claim for your mother. All right, my mother, your mother has a claim, which is good for one mother, is good for the other mother. So it doesn't work like that. And the other one is that the beneficiaries of the farm is going into one family. They're buying cars, they're buying Land Cruisers, they're buying commies, but it's the chairperson's family is the beneficiaries who drive those things around. And we others, we doesn't benefit on it at all. And then we come to the investors. The investors is the people who are going to stay in our houses. We tell them, when you come to our farms, you must get your own accommodation. It doesn't work like that. They take our furnaces out, they move the people out of the houses, and the investors is in charge. That's my point. I don't know what I can give you any more here. And that is my problem. The clearance is the main point. Get the clearance first.
Thank you.
Mr. Post, Pete Post is in it. They call me on Pniel.
Is there anything more that you still want to say?
Let me just make sure about it. Okay. On the mining, they say you must bring someone there, and then they can see, okay, can they be a good investor? All right, well, I had to go investor there, and then the investor come and he said he brings a subcontractor. Mr. Coleman is an Indian guy, he brings a white subcontractor under him. They just come and tell us the subcontractor is there. And on the other places there, they say on the mountains, there are other guys mining there, they just come and tell us, this is your investors. And at the end of the day, as they say, we not the beneficiaries actually on the farm because we gain nothing. Our people stay in, and the workers there, they bring their own workers. They work 24/7, 365 days. So our people, they just chase them away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Listening and seated where I'm seated, I would imagine that some of these issues are issues for the annual general conference to be raised there so that there is general consensus on them, because what actually affects you personally may not affect the bigger community out there. Yes. Thank you. Okay, I wonder if honorable members want to say something about what we heard from the lady there. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Ayengithethe isiZulu ngaze ngaba happy ke manje after la. If nje senze oversight ngizochecka mina interest yami ikuma beneficiaries ukuthi they are benefiting yini noma ku benefit structure sodwa. But la kule CPA ngibona ama dividends. Kulokhu sifikile lana kule province asikaze sibone ngisho dividends eyi1. Kuyona yonke CPA yokuqala le engibona ama dividends. Na izolo ngithe ngiyabuza ama dividends ngashoniswa le nale nale. Hey, yazi yayinhle into engiyibona la Chair. Ukhomenta nje lapho ukuthi it's good vele ke into enhle ayikwazi ungaba nezinto ezoba nama challenges aqhamukayo. But uma ngibuka le CPA ikwazi ukusolve ama challenges. But one question, department kwenzakalani lapha kunemali la iCPA iyasebenza ithi kodwa kunemali eyagrantwayo kushoda from 2019 ngabe manje infrastructure buyaqhubeka yabo ehlile ama dividends abo mhlambe this grant ibizokwenza ama dividends ethu kukhuphuka kancane ngiyawathanda ama dividends ngoba ama beneficiaries file bawathola. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I think we can actually welcome the fact that there is at least some kind of semblance of good governance, but there is also the issue of irregularities. If you look at the issues that was raised by Mr. Post, and he said it's not necessarily a disgruntled person like we found of all the groups, but it's also then mean it is a concerned member of the CPA. And the one thing that he mentioned that I think that should have been addressed is the fact of the eviction of people that have been staying on that land. For instance, he mentioned this cousin of 80 years old have been evicted and they put investors into that property. That is something that is irregular and it's something that need to be investigated and need to be addressed. But also in terms of governance issues, I will agree with you that the persons that actually facilitate the meetings, or the general meetings, should be able to make sure that everyone is eligible for election. It should not be issues that will come to us if it has been handled correctly. But I am very concerned on the issue of the eviction of people that have, it's almost the same as an ESTA case. And I think that should be attended to. And I also think we will have to put it in our report to make sure that it is being attended to. Because it's a fact that if someone say, I'm coming to invest or I'm coming to develop, why are they not paying for their own accommodation? Why must people that have been staying there for many years be put out of their own residences? Because they've been residing there. Where must they stay? We already have a problem as a government of providing those that are eligible of housing and so on. I think that is for me a very serious issue. And I think that is the kind of things that we need to be addressing. I won't speak on the issues of benefits because it is in any case what is making people to fight is why we have concerned groups and why we have disgruntled people, because they are fighting the inequality that begin to exist as soon as executives begin to take on the role of making sure they enrich themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Bagaetso, nna ke itumetse thata go utlwa gore go na le CPA e kgonang go fa members madi as beneficiaries. Bagaetso, over 90% ya di CPA e phutlame mo South Africa. So this CPA is a very good example of how when there's leadership which cares for the people, but ba kgona go benefit. So seo seng thabisitse thata. Now the department must do its part. The CPA is doing its part. The department must not hold the CPA. A department in some madi abatho ba kgone go tswella pele ba dire mmereko o montle. I think this is one of the CPAs which must be upheld as an example. Go thusa le ba bang, because bagaetso batho ba lwa mo di CPA-ing. Batho a gona sepe se se diragalang mo lefatsheng. Lefatshe setse le buile. Mare ka ntla re kgotla-kgotlano magareng ga rona. Re sa kgone gore re une anything. Ene ba ba sweu ba ba sa batleng gore fa lefatshe la rona. Ba dirisa kgang ya gore di CPA di phutlhame gore ba ska re fa lefatshe. So it is important that the CPAs become successful, such as this one, and make sure gore batho ba rona they benefit. Go go ntle thata bagaetso go re itumedisa. And also this deals with the other argument. Some of us here, re tlhaga mo di political party tse re farologaneng. Go na le kgang ya gore ha re kgone go dirisana mmogo. And therefore, tshwantse lefatshe fa re le bone, re le kgaogane re fiwe di family. But CPA, ha e kgone go bereka as a collective and inside the clear results. Seo se tla re thusa gore re lwaneleng collective ownership as it is right now. Ra leboga bagaetso ka tiro e ntle le dirileng. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, may I? Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I pick up in one of the reports, and it's not for the first time that I saw that happening. It's in regarding communication. I saw here that the response from the department was that the Mr. Sibongile was suspended. Now my question is, when someone go to the department for information regarding the info that they want, if you say someone is on leave or is suspended, can it be that they are suspended with the information? Are there not a CI2 that can give the information to that relevant people? For me is that the communication or the handling from the department, if some of our community members are visiting their office, it might be from a distance that they are driving, and yet that particular day they must turn back because there's no information. Instead of looking for someone in that same department or unit that can assist them. It's really unfair to respond like that particular person is not there, so information can't be given to those who are looking for the information. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman, once again. In KZN, there is a Tebekulu CPA. They are farming in sugarcane moba, and recently they are starting, or they're expanding their game. They're expanding into game farming. I am saying this without a shadow of a doubt, that CPA is probably one of the most successful CPAs in our country. And they are an example. Despite their successes, they have a Smolanyana Concerned Group, which decided to use the CPA as their vehicle to fight their fights as chieftain, royal fights, Amahosi, because they are a royal family, to fight their internal issues, but using the CPA as a vehicle. Now, coming to the Northern Cape, I want to align myself with my colleagues. The CPA that has just left is a shining example. And I want to join them in commending you in the good work we are doing. But here is the thing. A concerned group does not mushroom overnight. It starts with one person who has a smallest of grievances. When not attended, he starts to tell the person next to him or her, the person next to him or her, and this thing grows. Before you know, it has now developed into a fully fledged concerned group. My request to you, my lady, and your executive, please handle these concerns as they come up, and please handle them with care. Otherwise, there exists a real danger that the good work you guys have done so far will be diminished by something that could have been resolved at an earlier stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yes, I must applaud the dividends that has been paid out to the recipients or the beneficiaries of the CPA. I do, however, have a concern. If we look back at the CPAs that we did visited recently, there was one of the CPAs, Curries, that we visited, who accumulated a lot of money to make plans to have sustainable development and progress within their CPA. And for me, it is a concern in a way that 13 million rand of dividends were paid out, but no plans were put on the table to start a sustainable income. You have brilliant plans of having chalets there. I would have liked to see the plans in process already started the previous year. But however, Chair, my biggest concern is a diamond mining company that comes in and the first year can afford to pay the CPA 13 million rand. And then the next year, while they still continue to mine, can only pay the CPA 2 million rand. For me, it's a discrepancy in mining and businesses. So I have a grave concern there. And I think the CPA must be more diligent to look into the business, because if you have an investor that suddenly plunged from that, but they're still in business, is a grave concern. So somewhere along the line, it's not sounding correct to me, and I would like the CPA to investigate that and make sure that there's a sustainable income throughout the years, and not just 1 year good income and then the next year nothing. Put plans in place to start your development from a small project to develop, whether it's cattle or sheep or goats or a chalet where you can have a consistent income. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. In fact, okay, before I make a contribution, Honorable.
I wanted to make progress before you speak, Chair. No, Chair, it's only now that I'm beginning to be happy. Yesterday was just a frustration. Beginning of this meeting was just a frustration. It's only now that you could see that there's a CPA that understands its mission. But this fundamental responsibility is to benefit its beneficiaries. I'm beginning to be happy. I just hope that the next presentation is not going to disappoint us. Chair, just 3 comments from my side, Chair. There was a question raised by the Secretary around the question of having a challenge of new membership. attracted, of course, by the progress. Surely that's a matter that belongs to the AGM. Because the AGM deals, among other things, membership verification. So that matter must go straight to the AGM. Leadership of that SPA must prepare a report for the AGM so that the AGM takes a decision whether they qualify or not. That's one. Two, the CPA must be careful in terms of dispersing monies to beneficiaries without a strategy, because that might affect a baseline of their own income, and therefore struggle in terms of sustainability of a project. So I think that they must just manage that. That's why first year they were able to distribute higher amounts, but the following year lesser amounts, and it can't be just by luck. So a question of a strategy in place, informed by plans, for me is very critical. They must just be careful in terms of that. The third one is in relation to fly-by-night investors. There will be a lot of investors. Many guys will emerge from Gauteng claiming to be having their ancestors here. They can't even point the ancestors, just point at bush elsewhere that they were there. Now, because they are attracted not only by progress of a CPA, they are targeting the resources in that jurisdiction of a CPA. Must just be careful. Must be able to have a strategy of screening the real investors, because most of them, not necessarily in relation to CPA, they come here to scavenge what is supposed to be benefiting our people. They're just scavengers. So you must deal with people you know that can make a contribution. Even in their plans, they are able to be able to. Just be careful of fly-by-nights. Otherwise, they've got the potential of collapsing all these CPAs. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. Mine was actually in relation to the payment of dividends, saying that at the back of the minds of our CPA, runners, they should know that CPAs are business entities. They should actually be run strictly following business, principles. If you were able to make 13 million rand in that particular year, it does not mean that that's the end of the world. You must think for the following year, because there is drought, there is a rainy season. So I was going to be very, very happy if our sister here actually did say something about actually having established a reserve where they actually keep some reserves or invest some of the money elsewhere so that it's able to generate, more income for their CPA in provision for bad weathers. So whilst I appreciate that, I would like to strongly sell the idea that they should actually look more also on investment whilst giving our people dividends. Because the day they don't get a cent, those people will forget about the 90,000 rand they got per family and then start hurling all sorts of insults at you and throwing stones and creating formidable concerned groups to make your life very miserable. So that could be my advice. before we break for lunch, I would actually like us to look at Koopmansfontein CPA. They have 25 minutes. And I feel that they also have a good story to tell. Why do we have two people? I'm not talking about the consent group from Koopmansfontein. Chief
Chair,
Director,
I think-
help us.
Chair, through you, maybe Mr. Mashuni was saying I must not, but I think it's fair because we need to assist you as the committee. This is a chairperson, that is the secretary, so maybe they will explain to the committee why they, you know. So,
The chair and secretary.
yes.
But why should we have, why should we have that situation here? This kind of scenario? If the chairman is here, then he must take the podium. Why is the secretary standing?
It's actually a consent, Chairman.
Sorry?
He's a consent member.
A consent group.
How can he be a consent and yet be the secretary?
That's why it's in my report. I'm going to explain it. Why I'm saying it's a consent.
You see, there was one time in this country when there were school committees. Those who had actually been teachers would remember that. School committees would meet with the principal before the school actually opens and decide to raise the school fees. So when you actually call the parents' meeting, a school committee member, you will find to report to the school, to the parents that the school fees has actually been risen because of the reasons. Then a school committee member who was part of the meeting that the principal had to plan about, you know, the raise in the school fees, he will be the one to raise the hand and said, what is wrong with this principal? Where does he think we are going to get money from? Okay, Chair.
Thanks.
I would allow the chair of a structure to give us a report, not of a consent group for now. Is there no consent group? Then there should be one chairperson.
Yeah.
And there should...
No, the chair is standing here.
Sorry for being the CPA. It's going to change this nice mood that we just passed. But it's us. That is it. Can I have a mic? Thank you. Chair, my name is Glenn. I'm the Secretary of Koopmansfontein. Chair, the matter in front of us is by invitation. Now, as the Secretary of the CPA of Koopmansfontein, I need to present to you the activities and the process of Koopmansfontein as the Secretary. In these instances, the issue is the chairman in front of you. The issue is the chair here. I don't think you know we still need to negotiate this part, Chair.
Okay, now look here, we would actually, I would plead for order in this meeting.
As I believe.
You should have met back there as a committee and decided who is going to make a presentation.
Yeah.
The lady who was standing there is actually an additional member of the committee. But through the concurrence with her chairperson, who is seated back there, he allowed the additional member to come and make a presentation. Now if that is the problem, then I will request the Koopmansfontein CPA to actually, I'll give them 15 minutes to go and sort their problem out there, and so that we can continue. Maybe we will then call you back.
Chair,
Once you have resolved the issue of who is going to stand there and report.
Chairman, the CP of Koopmansfontein does not have any problem.
Okay. Okay, I hear
Allow
that.
the chair to present the report.
Can you go and all agree that there is no problem out there? And then come back to me. No, please, let's, no. Let us do that.
Please go.
No, go and do that. Please, gentlemen, can you go and sort that one out? I will hear from you. The next CPA.
He was arrested last week for stealing.
Then we are going to take them off our list. Okay, all right. As the meeting is going.
90 something.
Okay, can you go and
Can you go outside?
Chief Director. Our next CPA is Sydney on-Vaal. No, please. No, respect. No. Can we have Sydney on-Vaal? Is there a CPA called Sydney on-Vaal? Then can we have someone to come and make a presentation? But again, these are the things
Thanks, Chairperson.
that have been detected before they came in front of us. Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Can we are live on television, then I would request that we take off our heads when we do presentations.
Sorry, Chairperson. Yeah, and also the Portfolio Committee members, you are also greeted in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
It's
Yeah.
Sydney
Every
on-Vaal.
other leader from the mentioned parties, you are also greeted, and also the office of Kimberley. I say thanks to you, Mr. Chairperson, to give me this opportunity. My name is Tommy Swartz. I am the outgoing chairperson of Sydney on-Vaal. I came in the CPA around 2010, end of 2010. When I came in the CPA, there was a lot of challenges, of which I would like to give to the chairperson this paper, and then might just make a request that I will not be able to chronologically work or give my presentation if you, Mr. Mashune, don't provide me with my documents, I'll appreciate if you can get that. Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, it's just a document you will hear when I present the reason for giving my presentation. Yeah, I will cripple because there's information, Mr. Mashune, that I must look from that document. Yes, thanks. As a staple, sure. Sorry for the inconvenience, Chairperson. Yeah, all right, it's not stapled, and there was another one as well, which I don't have, but I'll be able to present my presentation with this document. Now, I don't know, does the chairperson and his team have the same documents that I'm going to use? Mr. Mashune? Do they have this information? Okay. No, I mean, I thought they were going to be given this information. Yeah, Chairperson, as I've indicated, I came into the CPA Executive Committee as from 2010. When I came in 2010, there was a lot of challenges, of which by that time, the investor started to have operations on the on-Vaal farm since 2016, say 2006, sorry. Now, since 2006, him having operations on the farm, there was no benefit for the community. When I came in 2010, I started the process as per the document that I have provided you there. I even end up going to court. No, the only one, the one that I given to you. Sorry, Chairperson.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Is this your document as well?
No, only this one.
Yes.
Yes.
So this one is not yours?
No, it's not mine. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Any document that has this chap, yeah. Yes, 2020.
Why is Lwazi not properly?
Yeah, 2020 is the date. Yeah.
Okay, let me explain this.
The onion is a concern.
Let me explain this. I know that some of the CPAs will have a contest from their their concerned groups. So what we had actually agreed upon here as this collective is that we will hear from the committee and then hear from the concerned group. Now, this one, which we have just actually dealt with, is different in that the chairperson and the secretary of the same committee stood up and contested to give us a report. So that is why we say, Chair, take your secretary out and reconcile, and so that they give us one report. of one committee. So here, I think the gentleman over there is going to give us a report of the committee, and then after him, we will hear the consent group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, can I continue? Yes, continue. Thanks.
Lot of
Thanks,
time.
Chairperson. Yes, now, Chairperson, as the document that I presented to you is a court, outcome of a court order, of which I had, as I've indicated, that I have to go to court in order to represent the community. And then since 2014, August, we win the battle, and that was the outcome. And since that time, we started to make money for the community. It was all normally said around here that on-Vaal is the richest community because they started to get dividends. And when I was chairperson, started my chairpersonship, I was an acting chairperson as from 2013, after winning the battle. And being an acting chairperson, only for that year, I'm talking under correction, but it is roughly what was there.
Yeah, well,
I
because
could have
we have your report, can you just speak to your to the
Yeah.
report in the interest of time, because I will hate to have to stop you at some point.
Yeah, no, that's why I just give an overview to come to that point where the problems arise. And then, Chairperson, we started to make money since 2014 while I was taking the committeeship as an acting chairperson. Just within that year, we could have made that 50 million rand, where they have 50 million. 50 million plus, plus minus.
15 or 50?
50 million.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the Rural Development Office will know what I'm talking about. Then, coming to the end of 2015, September, is where we have corrected the CPA in the time of Mr. What do you call it, the chief director who was there has assisted us and then to regularize the CPA. And then we have then been elected as a committee. By that time, I was then elected as a deputy chairperson. But there was technicalities of which I'm not going to dwell into that one. So as per the problem, our problem started within the CPA, 2018. Because 2018, I was voted back into the executive committee structure. Now, because the investor didn't like me. Yes. After he didn't like me, the executive committee that came in by then was given a picture to get rid of me instead. Now, I have this document, which I see, it seems to me that we don't have this document. This document confers that we've got another place, of which I didn't highlight the farms that we have. Chairperson, we have 3 farms, which is 18.5 thousand hectares. it was previously under Sand Park. Now, there was another farm that was also included. The farms was reduced through by the person, the Mr. What was he called? The name is here. He was also around Kimberley. Then there's another farm that they call Sydney on-Vaal. Sydney now sells. Sydney was held. So that farm was then not included in the other farms. Now, coming 2018 is where the problems start. When we started to work as an executive committee, the investor gone out and brought divisions among the community by using one of the executive committee within our structure. Using that person, we come to the point whereby we have never really served as an executive committee. By that time, this farm, the third farm, which is Droogeveld, we've got 3 farms, Mazelfontein, Droogeveld. Droogeveld is operated by Theta Mining. Right. Now, this Theta Mining, the farm as it is there is under the Jewish people. Now, what happened is when we were awarded those farms, we were awarded, Mr. Cons, the investor, was given only 2 farms. And then the other farm was used by those people. Then 2018, when we came in, there was someone who was we have appointed him as the coordinator, Mr. Jason. His name was Jason. Jason to be with us, with the then chairperson. In other words, from 2015, the chairperson who was there has worked hand in hand with this Jason person. And then it came to the point whereby there comes a negotiation with this investor that he wants to get 50% of that farm. In other words, partnership. Because we have lodged a case against the DMR for awarding them the mining right. And then a resolution was taken by the then executive committee to give this person the 50% shareholding. In other words, if we win the case, he will have 50% shareholding. Now, I was the one who was against that. Being against that, it came to a point whereby for 1 week I was not at work. It was around 2017. When the time that I was burying my brother, this very same guy, who knew that we had meetings, we have everything, and we have refused to award this guy the 50%. They asked him to talk to the executive committee. And then he was promised to be given 20,000 rand. When I came back, I was not informed about these things. When I was not informed, after a while, it came out that there was a resolution signed by the executive committee. In other words, the executive committee was misled by this person. I do have a copy of the resolution. I hand it over to you, Chair. Now that resolution, the person who have done that knowing that he was not doing the right thing. And only to find that we were paid a facilitation fee of 30,000 rand as an executive committee. And he confirmed to me that it was a facilitation fee, and I went to the attorney, who was our attorney by that time. And the very same attorney was the attorney of the investor. In other words, for us, it does not matter who is our representative or our advisor. The investor will make sure, even if we choose someone else other than that person, he will make sure that he must know that person, the other advisor, so that he can gain. Now the document as it is there, on the promise that he was given, the investor did not fulfill with that promise. As a result, he take us to court. He lodged a case with the Hawks against us as executive committee. Now, this is, if you read this paragraph, Chair, that paragraph will tell you that what he have done here, and it was him. But at the end of the day, we ended up being taken to court. At the same time, the very same person, since him coming to the CPA, I don't know which way did he use. He used friendship, he get a great friendship within the Kimberley office. If we go to the office, they will not listen to us. And then we were to be blamed always when we come to the office. We have interacted with Mr. Mashune and the other guy who's now gone. Mvula, Mr. Mvula. Yes. But what I know is that he normally interacts most with Mr. Mashune. And then at the end of the day, that very same thing has made that we could have been put under administration, the CPA. A court case has been lodged by that very same guy to put us under the CPA under administration. And it was in fact supported in a way by the department. I think Mr. Mashune knows about that. Now, when we took over 2018, the executive committee that came in was not aware of that. Now this guy, Mr. Jason, started to play with our minds, talking to me, talking to the others. At the end of the day, I even ended up going to Joburg with him without knowing that where is he taking me to. Yeah, when I come there, chairperson, only to find is the owner of Teta Mining. Then I tell the guy, no man, you know me and you, we are in court, Musmana. How can you ask this guy to bring me to you? If you want me to assist, write a letter to the attorney. And then the attorney is forced to give that letter to me. I just want to take water.
You actually don't have all the time.
I know, Chairperson.
Can you please wind up in a way?
Yeah, but it is what my case is concerned. And this brings us to the key of the story. Now, we come back, and there was an MOU that has to be signed and everything. Right. Now, we've got the court in case, the case in court. And the court case sits around October 2020. That's why you see that thing is 2020. When the case came, and we have a discussion with the executive committee, because we could not agree with Teta Mining regarding the memorandum of understanding, is where the then secretary was with us, not knowing that he is in cahoots with the investor. And then the executive committee decided, no man, that man can't be given the 50% shareholding. And at the end of the day, we ended up having withdrawn that case and called those people to the table. By withdrawing that case is where the fight started. Is where now...
The fight with who? The fight where?
The investor against us now as the executive committee. Yeah, and then is where that letter came out, the resolution. He then ran around with the resolution, and then I told him, no man, you couldn't have done something like that. If the community, yes, that I could have allowed you to do this thing and giving you 50%, as I've indicated, with the help of the attorney. And when I started the case, it was only the CPA that gone to court. When the attorney finds out, no man, this case is going to win, is where he brought in our company now, Scarlet Sun, in order to give this guy the 50% through that agreement, that resolution. And since then, they then call the community. Now, since we came in 2018, there was a problem. Because when I left being the chairperson, there was 37 million in the CPA's banking account, of which we have bought offices, we have bought cars and bakkies to work. And we have had that money in the banking account. And then another chairperson took over. After the other chairperson took over, 2015, now I became to be the following chairperson, voted in by the community. When we come on the table, I normally ask them, "Young, what's going on?" You can't come and say, "No, you were right doing that thing." And then I started to ask them, where is the money? How was the money utilized and everything? And that was the problem. And then they dismissed me as a director.
Dismissing who now? Dismissing you?
Yes, representing the community.
A director of this company?
The Scholar's son, the partnership one with him, the investor. So that's why, because now we are in a hurry now. That's my picture that I want to create. In other words, he gone out and give people money and instigate people and do all those things against this executive committee, for whom this very same secretary was part of. And he could have, by that time, lied to us that he had a proxy. And we've told them that there's no way that you can be part of the executive committee through a proxy, because a proxy, you are given proxy to go and listen on behalf of someone and bring back the information and stuff. So he came in with a proxy. Now the other day, there was another executive committee that was going to be elected, of which the very same secretary wrote out notices. And if you look at what he has in possession, the affidavit that was written to give him proxy was also not signed.
So where are we now with the CPA?
Where we are now is the picture that I have given to you, Mr. Chair, that we are experiencing problem. And since our term end 2021, 2022, we then approach, say after the 2021, we then approach the Department of Labor, of Rural Development, to assist us to come to go to the AGM, of which they have even assisted us, given us people from them to correct the list and everything. And then we said—
Have you had the AGM?
No, I'm coming there.
Okay.
And then we then set a date for a meeting as preparation to the AGM. By then, the official, Mr. Mashuna, came there with a list from Pretoria. And this list was a list that was not known to the other members in the executive committee. As a result, the AGM was then postponed. You see, that's what
Postponed by who?
By the department.
The department.
Yeah. Okay. I will look at that exhibit here.
And that was 2022?
2022. And then since then—
Postponed indefinitely?
That's it, indefinitely. Now, that's why we say, by that time we were ready to present what we have. And since then, this meeting was postponed. Never was it, we have run there up until now.
So are you still operating as an executive?
Yes. We have now been told, I think now 8 December. Yeah, it was 8 December, being told that we are dissolved because by the deputy registrar, I think.
But is there a date now for the annual general conference?
No. And he told the other party, the concern, because what happened is having this, I'm a white guy, this investor.
Where is the investor now? Is he still operating on the
Them having the investor, they have given them money, I don't know from where, so that they can continue holding an AGM. Luckily, the registrar informed them now the other day that their meeting was unconstitutional.
The investor that took you to Johannesburg, where is he now?
He is with him.
He's with who? He's with who now?
He's with him, the secretary.
Now the investor is operating on your farms.
No, we have stopped him to work on the farm.
Okay.
We have stopped him because
The 50 million rand, which you actually told us when you started your report, is it still there?
No, it's no more there. There's that money that was left after I worked, left as a
As the
chairperson.
chair. So
When
the new
I came
chairperson-
back,
you did not find
when I requested the investor just to give me a picture as to where this money is, and all because I have to address the executive committee and give them a direction. Is where now, as I've indicated, that I was there now dismissed because I know too much.
Was that
Now-
money in the account of the CPA or in anybody's account? In somebody else's account?
Chairperson, I've got documents here where we normally, when I was operating, we have investment plans. Every month, if you get money, they must put that percentage in the investment plans. So that was not done. When I came back and asked about those things, only to find that the, what they call auditor, they did not comply with that procedure. And then we were sitting with a problem. There was a 20 million that is stuck in one of the banking accounts and everything. And then as a result, this investor, and this guy. Yeah,
Who is this guy?
The then secretary.
Or the criminal, or who is this guy?
Mr. Jerome Rat. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I'm trying to channel you and actually to come to some conclusion because we are really hard pressed for time.
Yeah, so in other words, what now? We are not operating by now. We are still waiting on the department.
On the AGM.
For an AGM.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So what happened? I just want to finish. Chair, I just want to finish this part. Me being with them before they could have dismissed me, the son, I take it is my son, came to me here because by that time we were supposed to get him a bakkie so that he can travel to the sorting houses and everything. Then he told me, Naman, tell me if I talk to Derek Young so that he can borrow me money so that I can repair my cars because I have to drive from Delpashoop every day. Then I told him, no, you can do that, there's no problem. And if the guy doesn't give you the money, you can just come to me and tell me, no man. Then I can talk to him. And a week or so thereafter, then he came to me while I was at home here. And then he tell me, no man, that guy says, no, it's okay now. We can go and get the money. Then we drove to the place, to this guy's home.
Okay.
When we come there, I'm finishing.
Please.
When we come there, yeah, the investor was standing there in his yacht, and the guy drove in with his cars. And when now me and him have that respect for each other, whatever way, even if we fight with each other, you will come and greet him and stuff. Then the guy was sitting here, and I checked him, and it seems to me that this guy is waiting for that guy. Then after he gone out, then I came that side.
Can we get to the point, ma'am?
No,
Not so
yeah,
much
that's what I'm
about
saying.
where-
I
what
got
happened.
that side of the car where this guy is because he was on the phone. Then I come to him and greet him. After greeting him, he gave me a plastic bag. Nee man, sister. Kijk wat maakt die kind, joh.
All right. That's fine. Okay. All right. Now we'll give.
Yeah. Right, Chair, he gave me the plastic bag.
No, thank you, Baba. I hope our research team from Parliament will actually get those documents from you, so that we can go through them and see what is it that needs to be done.
I will appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because that's why we have.
They
the
are
other
going
time-
to. They are there, seated there. They will get in touch with. Can we get the concerned group to come and express their concerns? You have 5 minutes. Yeah.
It's fine, it will be 5 minutes, it's fine. Thanks, Chairperson, thanks, Portfolio Committee, thanks, Rural Development, thanks, and everybody of the CPA. I am the new elected Chairperson of Sydney on-Vaal CPA. Newly.
Sydney on.
Sydney on-Vaal CPA. I don't know if you have documents. I gave them documents. I gave Mashune. No, it's not only one page. No, we printed, not this one. Not this one, the one, the recognition. The one that we sent you. Where's that lady? Did you get the printing documents there? Okay, Chair, I'm not gonna waste time. Let me do this. Can I email these documents to you? Then I will just be brief. I'm not gonna take too long.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we are elected as a new executive committee because we have been so long not holding AGM since 2018. My name is Pniel Jerome Rat. Pniel Jerome Rat. The chairperson was elected 31st of August 2025. We have sent a letter to the registry telling that we are a new executive committee since they don't fail to actually conduct AGMs. So now we are a new executive. We are operating. We paid 2,500 for our community head of households, 2,500 because from the lease money. So the only thing that we are requesting is let's get our recognition letter, being recognized as an executive. We are operating. We went to the farm, we held the election, there were no disputes. I don't know where does this dispute come from. That's why I left it because the chairperson, the previous chairperson, don't want to get out of power. I mean since 2010 till to date, he still don't want to recognize a fully democratic elected AGM. So the only thing from our side is that Chair, outgoing Chair, your term expired. You have a letter from department saying that your term expired. So we are the legitimate executive community, elected us. There's no dispute. We operate nicely, we're cruising nicely. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And the other thing, we met with the the registry, the deputy, in Delpozo on the 8th. The deputy came and said they don't recognize the meeting. It was not legit. I don't know where does the deputy get the jurisdiction to say that the meeting was not valid or constituted, because we invited the department to come to that particular meeting, to the AGM. They never came.
So who convened the AGM?
I conveyed the AGM because I was a previous secretary.
Or was the secretary?
Secretary, I was petitioned by the community to say, since these people are quiet since 2018, we elected you as a secretary, you are the only person that engaged with us, so please take us to an AGM. Is there on record? The papers are also in court, the papers are also with the department. Thank you.
In terms of your constitution of the CPA, who actually convenes conferences?
The secretary.
Who presides over conferences?
The community.
No, okay, no, thanks,
Thanks,
brother.
okay.
You said
Thank you.
you were going to be short, and indeed, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear because the brother who have just left was not representing, Ute is not representing a consent group. Are there any other members from this particular CPA who want to share with us anything else? Because apparently we've got two committees and there is a consent group. Okay. No. Shh. I'm going to deprive you of the right to say anything. Can you help me here, Itumeleng? Who is who here? So that they go out and sort it.
Chair, members that are standing here are the former executive committee together with the chair.
Together with the Ubaba, the first.
Yeah, the first
Okay.
Ubaba Wela.
Okay. So there is no need for another report because the chairperson has actually given a report.
Chairperson, you said I must explain, so can I be protected?
Yeah.
Please.
No. You. If the intimidator are going to, I can be very, tyrannical if
I'm
I
explaining that from Rerat, Mr. Swart, Rerat, and me, they were in the committee that was elected and recognized by the department. Then Mr. Rat was suspended by the same committee amongst themselves.
The rat who claims
who's now the chairperson now.
Okay.
Then they held, Mr. Rat with the other members of the community held an AGM, which the registrar has informed them that that AGM was not recognized. But in that AGM, the members had elected the new executive committee.
What did the register say? Recognized or?
It's not recognized. It does not recognize that because of the questions that we're asking now. Okay. Who must preside over an AGM? And those things could not be according to the constitution. So, Mayor, as you are saying, I thought they are together with Re, but maybe she wants to clarify something, I don't know. But they are together, as we know, with Dade Swart.
Okay, all right. I'm giving them 3 minutes to clarify. One of them, at least.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson, for granting me the opportunity, Mr. Mashune, and the House is large. Thank you very much. We are going to be very brief.
Can you introduce yourself?
Very brief. Chair, we came in 2018. Okay, my name is Sylvia Motlalipula Sehami. I am originating from a claim, Molebati claim. So, We, as the CPA, we have discrepancies that we have found out the time when we arrived at the CPA. Discrepancies with the list. There were people that got compensation, and these people came back and re-verified again to the restitution. And then we found out that that was malicious and that was wrong for the members that has claimed the land because of they have got their share already. Now again, on the land, on the list issue, we had members that had claims already, but having another claims for themselves as grandchildren, claiming for uncles, claiming for like people that they just know. So that ballooned our claim to be a huge claim. We resulted to be on a members list of plus minus 200 to 300 members. And together with our beneficiaries, we are amounting to 900 plus minus. Now, this problem started off with us 2015, where we started to become members after our parents were weak now. And then they were saying, take over from us. We found out that we have a lawyer that was conflicted. A lawyer that is conflicted, it was the lawyer of the investor at the same time being the lawyer of the CPA. And the same situation with the accountants. Our accountants were the accountants of the investor. And the accountants were again the accountants of the CPA sitting on-Vaal. Now we were studying this thing from far as the beneficiaries till we got power of attorneys from our parents to say, go in and seek for information. How does thing becomes a proper for a lawyer to become a lawyer of the CPA, whereas he's the lawyer of the investor? So we continue to dispute this matter, but without success. So I want the portfolio committee to consider the fact that we were never like having cruising, like we were not cruising. We came in 2015 as members that were disgruntled. We were not happy. We went to those elections. We raised our concerns. And by then we had members that were coming from DMR that were in our midst in those elections. And there were members that were coming from DMR that were in our midst. Mr. Chair, the other one. So that day, the chairperson gave a report to say, we have paid this investor something like 3.5 million. But this man never paid us any surface right money. How can some members from my exco pay this investor that is called Derricons, it's 3.5 million? And we were concerned. We were called, policemen were called for us, just because we were seeking for clarity. Since then, coming down, we were concerned members. And as we were trying to get to the bottom of this thing, there came a guy with the name of Jason. And then this guy came around about 2016. And then Kanako Eo, he was saying to us, I'm coming with a solar plant project. And then he was introduced to us by the then chairperson, Mr. Langeveld. And then this guy was saying no to the members, making a presentation to say, no, this solar plant is going to generate dividends, and then people are going to get employed and wara. We were all happy. And there were other people also, they were giving a presentation that day. But what happened that particular day, the presentation that were done that day, there was no resolution taken by the members by everyone that was making presentation on that particular day, because we also had this guy that had leasing for the farm. That guy was leasing plus minus half of the farm for himself for so many years, but only paying 40,000 rand. But he started off with 30,000. And apparently, we found out to say this guy was also paying something to the members that initiated that thing that happens to be in the EXCO members. Now, what happens, this Jason guy, when we became in EXCO 2018, like the chair just elaborated, they went prior the elections of 2018 to Johannesburg, trying to initiate this Tata mining issue of Drogesveld. Now, when we came in, we didn't know anything about that arrangement. We just came in. We hardly had 4 weeks or 6 weeks, and we were told by Derry Cons and his chihuahuas that we need to go. And then what happened?
You were told by who?
By Derry Cons, the investor. Our current investor, ne? The current investor. The investor by then was Derry Cons. And then Derry Cons, we didn't know prior arrangement that he got, like the chairperson elaborated. The chairperson is talking about the 30,000 bribe. We as the EXCO, we didn't know about that. The chairperson is talking about Jason Dawson coming to have a 20,000. We were not aware of that. But what happened, Chair, and the panel, it was said to us because of when we tried to now understand the term sheet of Tata mining during the December of 2018 and trying to familiarize this thing, one of us then said, let's just go and meet another lawyer because of they were recommending another lawyer, not the current lawyer, because of this one is conflicted. And of which we went to Mjila, where we came with a junior lawyer, Pniel. Mr. Pniel assisted us, and Pniel said to us,
Who pays for these lawyers?
hey, that's a good question, sir. That is a very good question. It's a good question. We found ourselves in this team because we don't know, but I'm coming to that point. Now, what is happening, Mjila gave us Pniel. Pniel helped us, and then Pniel said, look, you can continue, whereas you negotiate the other 5% that they say it belongs to the trust because of, like the other members were saying, these lands were hand over, but they were prior a body that was called a trust. So the CPA was the successor of the trust. So the trust went in, or they had a license with Tata mining. So for us, it's very unfair.
Don't forget that you had 3 minutes.
All right. No, it's fine, Chair. No, it's
And
fine.
it has
I'm
actually
fine.
expired.
I'm fine with it. Now, what is happening? We want you to know that the CPA had money that was controlled by Mazars. And the money that the chairperson is disputing, the 20 mil, that we were told it was a book entry. We can't ask anything about that money. And the money was supposed to get into the investment accounts. And one of us would tell us, even if we want to go and report these matters to the government officials, everybody is in the payroll of this investor. So it's useless. So we were having a problem, Chair. So the other money, it was the 6 million that the investor agreed with us when he was having a campaign with this same secretary, the chairperson of Koopmansfontein. And then that day, I stood up and asked, but Mr. Derry Cons, can you assist us, give us just clarity of all the monies that disappeared at that accountants of Mazars? How are you assisting us? No, we are going to have a meeting. We are going to have a stakeholders meeting.
Okay, my sister, I think we have heard your story now.
But, Chair, this thing needs to come to the bottom because of, as we are having everything, we want you to assist us to investigate this thing to the core. Because it can't be people having cruising and
Okay.
having nice. It
We
can't
have,
be.
I have already asked our research team to get documents from your chairperson so that we can actually get to the bottom of this matter. So, honorable members, do we want, if there are any comments, please raise your hands.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to those that have presented. I just think that for us also really to understand what is going on, it's good that it has been referred to the research team, because as I'm sitting here now, we don't know who is the real committee of the CPA. In all who have addressed us here, it will assist so that we know, and from there we can also find out what has been done for the beneficiaries of this specific CPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we must correct something before we proceed. We are disadvantaged because of lack of briefing documents. And Mr. Moketi here says that he sent those documents to Mr. Lwazi in public. Now, Mr. Lwazi has indicated that, in fact, he has not received those documents. So we need to reconcile that so that a public apology can be given to a staff member who has been thrown under the bus by Mr. Moketi. So we must just get the facts, Chair. And as a committee, we must then pronounce on what we have discovered as to whether indeed these documents were sent or we have been misled here by a senior member of the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I will actually request Dr. Manense to actually talk to that matter and give us what he actually established, whether the documents did arrive or not. Honorable Matthias.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. The more we listen and the more many of the people speak, the more the debt comes to the surface. The debt which earlier on referred to in Afrikaans. But perhaps it's good that we have these sessions, and it would appear at the face value that CPA members and beneficiaries of land claims in this province have been completely neglected, have been completely left alone and suffer all the problems that we have come to hear. And neglect as a result of a variety of factors. Political leadership in this province has equally been negligent. The administrators have also been negligent. Those who have been elected in the CPAs themselves have not covered themselves with glory. They themselves have tried to cover themselves with a very tiny, thin fig leaf. No, when Adam when he discovered that he's naked, he hid himself. And he ran for a very thick, tiny fig leaf. And he thought he has covered himself with that tiny fig leaf. And let me tell you, none from the political office to the administrators and the CPA executive committee members none of yourself to this extent, after what we have listened to, has covered him or herself with glory. You have ran for a thick, tiny fig leaf. Now, what we need to recommend as a way forward, Chair, especially in relation to Sydney on-Vaal. What a nice name. Yet what gets through it is horror, is horrific, is terrible. The best we can do, Honorable Chair, without wasting time, and I concur with Honorable Katlani that there's complete mess here. And perhaps we need to get, we are not here really to address anybody. But if facts have been represented here about whether documents were sent in November or not, and Mr. Ben is unfairly being thrown under the bus, we really need an apology. How that apology is going to be conveyed, the chair will make that discretion and determination. What perhaps we need to recommend is to subject this specific CPA, because a lot has been reported here, is to refer it to a thoroughgoing forensic investigation. We must recommend that what is the unit that is responsible for? The SIU. The SIU must get into this matter in the same manner that we have referred other previous matters which were brought before the portfolio committee. And within a time frame that the chair and all the committee members shall determine, which must not exceed more than 6 months. And the SIU to present a preliminary report on what has gone down into this, because there's a lot of problems into it, and no one else, and no one, I want to mention and emphasize, will emerge clean once the thorough investigation has been conducted. I recommend a forensic investigation by the SIU, Honorable Chair. Thank you. No clapping of hands, right? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Matthias. There was an outstanding comment from the department, especially the CPO office or the registrar, to actually tell us. At least it's good to go to lunch knowing exactly what is this drama here. I mean, what are we seeing here? What's going on here?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Sydney on-Vaal, it has been one of the most problematic CPAs, mainly because of intra-membership litigation. From the onset, when I came to work with CPAs, it has always been one of those CPAs that have been flagged by the province as being very problematic because of the infighting that is there. And after the establishment of the CPA office, we came to be involved as the CPA office to deal with the matter. A meeting was arranged prior to what the gentleman, Mr. Rath, indicated as an AGM where he got elected, where the registrar wanted to meet with the members of the CPA to understand the causes of the conflict within the CPA and assist in terms of the resolution of disputes that were occurring within that particular CPA. Now, after the setting of the date, the group that was led by Mr. Rudd published a notice for the AGM to be held. And there was this to and fro between his group and the other group in terms of the publication of the notices. One publishing in the newspaper that the meeting is postponed pending the meeting with the registrar. The other publishing another notice saying that the meeting is still going on. So, on the basis that the meeting continued, regardless of the request to defer the meeting until the registrar had met with the members, we then have a challenge in that the one faction, because it has to be recognized as the factions, the one faction, they were of the understanding that the meeting has to be postponed pending the meeting with the registrar. But the other faction went ahead and held a meeting where they then elected. We then had a problem. Subsequent to that, the meeting that we had arranged then said to look into the issues. And from the engagements that we had with the various parties within the CPA, we concluded and informed the members that, number one, the CPA executive committee that was led by the previous committee, Mr. Swart, his term had expired. And constitutionally, your mandate is limited to the period over which you were elected. Beyond that, you no longer carry the mandate of the members, you are just acting on your own. So we can't recognize you as an executive committee beyond your term. Number two, the appointment or the election of a committee outside the parameters set by their own constitution is also irregular. And therefore, we cannot recognize a structure that was elected following an irregular process. So it was based on that point that we said we cannot recognize any of those structures. And as a step of taking the CPA forward, we are going to appoint an interim committee that will take charge of the affairs of the CPA in preparation for the elective AGM that has to be held. So we are in that phase of having to put in place an interim committee that must take the CPA firstly to the updating process of the membership list, because membership is also contentious. Then following the updating of the membership list, they then have to call a meeting where a new committee will be appointed. With regard to the various land transactions that have been happening, we have not made specific pronouncements on that because they are legacy. Most of them, if you look at them, they are legacy arrangements where they come from way back. So we cannot ascribe them to a specific committee at the moment. Safe to say that when the new committee comes into place, we also assigning them the responsibility of taking those lists back to the members to say, these are the lists, do we agree with them, and have them renegotiate, or if those lists were entered into contrary to the provisions of their constitution, they will then have that option of repudiating those agreements and then getting new people to come on board. I think that should be the submission that I'm making at this point in time. Thank you very much, members.
But while standing there, I heard, is that Mr. Rudd, who actually said that they had a conference in August, which elected them. And then you told them that the process was flawed and therefore it cannot be recognized. Now, I'm actually now looking at the time. August, September, October, November, December, January, is now February. So there is no committee, no leadership in this CPA because the interim committee is not there. What becomes of the assets? What becomes of all manner of things in this vacuum, if there is such a vacuum for such a long time?
Yeah. Thanks, Honorable Chair. In the meeting that we held with them, I think we held the meeting on the 8th of December, if I'm not mistaken. In the meeting that we held with them, we recommended the nomination of names of people that will sit in the interim committee. I have to tell the committee that that process ended up in chaos. It was very chaotic and it was very risky.
there was also a risk of violence, even in the presence of the police that were there in that gathering. So the meeting had to be adjourned for the safety of everyone that was in that gathering. We've got the nominees from the side of the old executive committee and other neutral people. From the side of Mr. Rath, they indicated specifically that they're not going to nominate anyone to participate in the interim committee. So we have the option of proceeding to appoint those that are willing to serve on the committee. However, that also runs the risk of us being seen to be promoting one faction over another. So we're still working out the representation in terms of the people that have to sit there, because it has to be a diverse group of people where, which is not going to serve the interests of one specific faction, but the interests of all the members of that particular CPA.
But now both the constitution of the CPA and indeed the legislation, is there no provision in both of these documents to actually say what happens if there is this stalemate? I mean, can no structure be allowed to take over the administration of the CPA in the interim?
Okay.
If it is not possible to elect an interim committee and both committees actually have been declared illegitimate, then what happens to this gap? I'm worried about the resources and the assets of the CPA.
All right. In terms of the legislation, the registrar has got a wide discretion to appoint an interim committee, even without consulting the members. But the risk is that those people that get appointed, they are supposed to go on the ground to work within this particular community. And if you get people that are acceptable to one faction and not to the other, you're still running the risk of not putting them in place but not being able to do much in terms of addressing those issues that are there. But I think I'm noting the inference that we can still go ahead and appoint, even if the group is not that broadly representative. Those that are keen to form part of the structure, we can go ahead and just appoint them. But we are just worried about the risk of the acceptance when they are supposed to hit the ground to conduct the functions that they are required to conduct.
So in the interim, the Director General has no powers to take over the functions of the CP in the interims while you're still actually sorting that. Because, you know, funds are funds. I mean, money is money. Okay. If you leave me with the powers and the signing powers, a week is too long.
Okay. Honorable Chair, in response, let me just say that if the the registrar in this instance, because the powers have now shifted to the registrar, if the registrar is to take over the administration of this CPA, we cannot do it administratively. It has to be a court process. And having to approach court, it wouldn't come as an agent application, which will mean that if it goes to be enrolled on the normal role of ordinary matters, it's a matter that you can get a verdict even after 2 years or after 3 years. So I think maybe what we can move and do now is to proceed with those that are keen to be part of the interim committee, and then see how they are progressing in terms of them being able to execute the mandate that we assign to them.
Okay, honorable members, would you? Okay, you can come forward. You will introduce yourself. Are you part of the department, perhaps?
I'm part of the newly elected. This is James Mabina, Chair, and on what the leadership has presented, I think these facts are distorted. And I wish that on this one, we will forward the videos and the records of that meetings that were held to say what he is saying, particularly maybe on this one. Members of the community said, we are satisfied with these ones that are here. The proposal that you are bringing to say 5 this side, and you are influencing to say the one of this one, the one of this one. We are all members of the seat on-Vaal, members and the beneficiaries. So that tells you that Pniel comes informed and biased on the way of resolving the matter. Number 2, the timeframes that were put forward. Number 1, the communities may petition to say the AGM must be held because there was a silence, 8-year silence from the committee. And there were various means to say, how do we then, as concerned residents or community members, communicate with the department to request to say, intervene on these matters, but there was a silence. Hence, it came to a point that members of the community said, we are petitioning, and we are saying, each constituency, we are having five constituencies, for them to play as the task team, to lead us to the AGM. The timeframes, I believe, of his letter and the communication on the newsletter and all the protocol that were followed are within the lines. He made a presentation to say, this is what is required, and this is what an independent electoral officer made a presentation of to a department. So I'm requesting that we'll forward the supporting materials on record to say what he's saying is incorrect. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
No, Chair.
Okay, can there be order?
No, Chair. Sorry, we can't be discussing this matter as a case in this meeting. Because if we are going to have that approach, that it means we must have more time. The department is in charge of the CPAs under the stewardship of the minister. We cause departmental officials who services the CPAs to account. Now, the DG has got powers over and above even the office of the registrar. But they are all part of the components of the department. In a situation like this, I would propose, Chair, that it's one matter because it's clear that everybody is on hurry. And we must just be cool and calm. Because part of our assessment from this side is that a lot of monies are missing in this whole saga. Lots of monies are missing in this whole saga. And our responsibility is to safeguard the resources of the state on behalf of our people. Therefore, we must, Chair, afford ODG to come up with a full report of this matter and tell us what is it that is going to do. Because our recommendation is clear. One member or our colleague recommended the question of the SIU. Of course, that's the road that is going to be taken. But process-wise, and also to protect the resources that are still available, whether in banks or whatever, somebody who must account, who has the power over all of us here, is the DG of the department. And that DG is the one who accounts to us on behalf of the minister as we are meeting timeously with the department. I would propose that process, Chair, so that we pass this matter.
Well, thank you, Honorable Member. In fact, it is a secondment of the proposal that Honorable Matthias actually has already made. In fact, one allowed the further discussion on this matter to try to get to the marrow of the problem. And we have indeed realized that the rot has actually gone far deep that warrants a forensic investigation. And that is precisely what we are going to recommend when we get back there. But it will be on the basis of a comprehensive report that we must get from the Director General now. We are no longer talking to the local officials, but we are going to be talking to the Director General and the Minister to quickly finish us with this report so that we can take a resolution on the way forward. We are going to break for lunch. I know that some of us have health issues. We can't go the whole day without having had something to eat. And then somebody actually must come forward and tell us where the food is, how is it going to happen, and how many people are going to eat. Those that are not going to eat, what are they expected to do? So who's got that details so that there shouldn't be a stampede when we go out here?
Thanks, Chair. For members of the CPAs that have their matters has been presented, you are requested to fetch your takeaway meals from exiting from these two doors, and then the rest of us that our matters has not yet been presented, we can go to the main restaurant. No, that is what Chair will say when and what is not for me to.
I'm going to.
Okay. Can we allow the honorable members first to go and then we'll come and.
Okay, shall I expect you back at 10 to 3? Oh, 10 to 4. 10 to 4, and I want to, please, I want to tell the CPAs that are still going to make presentations that during lunch, they really, prepare summaries of their presentations, because each one is going to get 10 minutes. 10 minutes is presentation and engagement. Whether or not you are satisfied with that, I will stop you. Thank you.
Aye.
Honorable members, shall we continue with our engagement? Sorry to the CPAs that are still here. We had to attend to another matter which required the attention of the members of this portfolio committee. So now we need to resume from where we left off. I want also to emphasize the point that, strictly speaking, we are now getting into a phase which we had not planned for because it was not part of our schedule. But we felt that since those CPAs are reported to be around here, after hearing that we were here, we would actually then give you an ear, listen to what you have to say. Some of the members actually were going back. They had to catch flights now and go back to Johannesburg, and others to Port Elizabeth and Cape Town. So those that are still around, we have agreed that we will actually listen to you. So I'm just hoping that you also will not misuse this opportunity by, wasting time by, throwing, that kind of fighting amongst yourselves. All we are interested in, if you are a concerned group, tell us what your concerns are. If you report, you're reporting for the CPA, tell us the progress and challenges that you have so that we move forward. So we are going to be allocating 10 minutes for each CPA. There are 4, if I'm not mistaken. There is Majema Chu. Is there anything like Majeman Chu, CPA, Droogfontein, CPA, Drisanang, CPA, and Majeng. There are 4. Koopmansfontein. Koopmansfontein is going to get 5 minutes. Why? Because they squandered their chances. They squandered your chance, and then therefore we will be giving them 5 minutes. Yours, which one is yours? What is there? Ronald's plate.
Not on the list.
Is not on the list? No, I was given a list of 4.
It's a CPA or it's your personal things?
Is it a CPA matter or a consent group matter? Which one is that? No. Don't be judgmental. Don't be judgmental. That's what I don't like. Because I'm trying to establish the facts around what you are saying. I've been given this 4. I don't even know whether you are part of the 4 or not. There is the secretary there. Can you find out from him? Because he gave me the 4. I do remember making a commitment to give you an opportunity, but I made a commitment out of nowhere because I didn't know what you were going to say, talk about. Even up to this point, I don't know what you are going to talk about because here we are talking about, we are interacting with CPAs. I don't know whether you have a personal matter. Okay. Okay, can they include you on the list? No. No, not that. No, I got this list like this.
After we gave you this list, these people who have been telling each other, the groups that were just coming in, but they are really also from CPA. There's one here, Congo. There's one, that one of Ronald. But maybe
Not you're tired now.
they just woke up.
But where do they come? Okay, can we start? Now that the number of CPAs have increased, so we are going to reduce time because we have actually set aside 30 minutes for this engagement as a whole. So we are now reducing time per CPA to 5 minutes. To 5 minutes each. And therefore, it is very important when you come here to actually get to the point straight away. Can we then start off with Mazelfontein? Is this the CPA or concerned group? Okay. Mike, please sound.
Is it? Okay, it's on. Good morning, Chair, and all protocol observed, Chair.
Can we be in one meeting, please?
Chair, since we were not properly invited, we did not know actually to prepare, Chair. However, we'll be very time conscious and try to sum up all that other CPAs spoke about, Chair. Chair, I'm the secretary, current secretary of the Mazelfontein Communal Property Association. We got the land, or rather the settlement was agreed upon on the 25th of June, 2008, Chair. And then, Chair, since then, there was a committee elected, Chair. And we've had this committee for years, Chair, for years and years, Chair. And then there were members who complained, wrote to the register, and DG. One of those members was Mr. Nundei, Mr. Koopmansfontein, and all others, Chair. And then, Chair, after several disputes that were made, Chair, then the National intervened, Chair, and there was a first mediator that was appointed to deal with all those issues. I believe it was in 2016, Chair. And thereafter, Because of those disputes, there was an interim committee elected because the term of that,
The phone that is ringing is really disturbing us.
the term of that committee had already lapsed because our constitution was only, the term of committee was for 5 years, Chair. And then in that interim structure, Chair, then there were issues that we uncovered from that interim structure. We uncovered that since the department bought our land, bought for us the land, however, there were already lease agreements that we had already had to become part of. There was 2 mining companies in our land that had permits already, Chair. So, Chair, and when we dig deeper, Chair, we found out that when there was an issue of the renewal of old mining rights, Chair, to new mining rights, because of the BEE that was introduced, Chair, then companies were required to have the BEE shareholding of black people in the companies. The then chairperson of the CPA of Mazelfontein and the then secretary chair, then bought shares. We don't know if they were bought because we've never seen any transaction to date, Chair, of those transaction, Chair. However, I would not dwell much into those, Chair. We then resolved it. We engaged the mine to rather revert those shares to the CPA because as a committee, we have a fiduciary role as committee members. So we cannot act on our interest but that of the CPA. But because of failure of the then secretary and chairperson, may the soul of the late secretary rest in peace, Chair. But then due to the problems that we encountered with them and the resistance also from the mines, then we decided rather, no, man, let's go and open a case. The case was opened, Chair, it's case number 40 of 11 of 2007 by Mr. Nondi. I'm bringing this, Chair, to your attention so that you must know we have serious problems at our CPA, Chair. And then, Chair, we continued. I don't know what deals were struck, Your Worship, by the current person who's going to be following when Mr. Nonde, who's going to be following as I step down. And then, he was the then interim deputy chairperson. And then due to certain fights, internal fights within that interim committee, because then after the case was open, we learned that there was outstanding statements that had to be made by the then chairperson, then interim committee chairperson. And he refused, did not give cooperation to the subs. Due to those internal disputes, the department realized that there's a problem here. We must then appoint someone. Mr. Puku, who's the second mediator, was then appointed because he was nearer to us. The previous mediator was residing in Gauteng, so he could not deal with most of the issues. Then Mr. Puku was then appointed to come and assist us. Because we did not want to influence the processes, we decided that rather let Mr. Puku, we give everything that we have to Mr. Puku, and then Mr. Puku will do her own investigation. Upon her own investigation, he uncovered a lot of problems with our membership, Chair. You find in the membership list, Chair, that just a typical example that the land in question, Chair, the people were removed in 2003. Just a typical example, people were removed in 2003. Then you have a member, who's a member, who says he's applying because he was affected, but that person was born in 2010. Then you ask yourself, but this person was just 7 years. How could he have had a house there? How could he have been a head of household? Those were some of the issues that were raised, Chair. And also, there were people also in the membership list that were already, that have benefited already financially through the compensation check, that already took the money. But because we inherited, when you come in as a committee, you inherit the list. Then you must do verification, new verification. And Chair, because people know me as Mr. Sopini, I'm not actually a member, I should not be a member. They would stifle those processes of verification. They will come, put in petition after petition. Chair, even if you can go to the records, Chair, you will realize that since 2008, we've only had one person over the years. In 3 committees, Chair, this is the 3rd committee that I am secretary of, Chair. But it has always been Mr. Nondi who's been complaining. We took him in, we inquired from him, but Mr. Nondi, what is the issue? What is the real issue? And the more we digged, Chair, we realized that, you see, when people have benefited, Chair, and now they want to hide how illegally they benefited, they will do anything to undermine the structures, Chair. And it's unfortunate that we've realized that most of the members have been saying that the department is also playing a role in these deviations. Every time, Chair, when we have to apply for 42 grants, Chair, I believe this is not the first CPA that has applied. You will be told about the process, Chair, of the application, that you must sit, you must have a special AGM, and then in that special business AGM, then take resolutions, what you want to do with your money, and then thereafter, the business plan will be made by the department. However, as the CPA, who has not been in a position to have any funds, Chair, because today, Chair, we don't have access to our own bank accounts, Chair, because of the previous structures, Chair. And to make it even worse, Chair, even the person that is going to come, went even further after delaying the matter for so long, Chair, when the case was opened in 2017. We learned after now inquiring from SAPS, this matter has been dragging on. What's happening? Why is there no investigation so that we can get to the root of this problem? Because, Chair, to date, the same mines are operating. One mine is operating. One mine was liquidated, Chair. However, the DMR, the audacity of DMR, renewed the old mining permit to the other people who are now owners, who still have a permit to date, Chair, in total contravention of legislation, Chair. And Chair,
Okay, I'm hearing the testimony of another concerned group. You are not concerned about the concerned group, you are concerned about the DMR and people who are mining. I was hoping to hear exactly what's going on right now with the, do you have a bank account? Do you have access to that?
Chair, currently we resorted to a CPA resolution that we'll rather have to open the new bank account. Currently, I believe the account is still open with FNB. That's what we were told, Chair. But we can't have access to that old bank account.
Do you have assets, both liquid and fixed in your CPA?
Chair, the only asset that I can safely say we have, Chair, currently, it's our land, Chair. However, through numerous applications that we have put in, fortunately, then we received a cash grant, Chair.
Have your claims all been settled? Your original claim, has it all been settled in terms of land acquisition? If not, how much is outstanding? I'm trying to channel you to the kind of information that honorable members are awaiting to hear from a functional CPA, before you get to the
Okay.
problems and challenges.
Okay, Chair. In terms of the settlement, Chair, according to what we've received, Chair, documentation, we've not received anything settlement that we signed everything, Chair, because we are having a challenge because there was no proper handover. Most of the information we had to force to get through the department through PAJA, Chair. Most of the information we got through PAJA applications, Chair, because we were not handed anything, Chair. There was no proper handover, there was nothing done. And Chair, according to the documentation that we had, it is that the settlement was for 4,600 of hectares, Your Worship. Apologies, Chair, habit. But currently,
So currently, what are you?
currently, the only land that was transferred, it was through willing buyer, willing seller. The land that we have currently, it's 1,700. That is in the CPA. The title that we hold is 1,700 of land. However, in that same land, according to the settlement, there were already people residing there. One of the issues that we are having, there were already illegal people residing there. According to the settlement, there was an agreement between the department as well as Coxter that they will then provide alternative accommodation for the said people. However, Chair, to date, nothing has been done. The mine, one of the mines that was closed that I was referring to that is liquidated, one of it was closed. It has left us with sinkholes, Chair.
How do you derive your revenue as a CPA?
As I said, Chair, we would have derived revenue through the leases that we inherited through the two mines. However, because of the shareholding of our previous executive, we are finding resistance. We've contacted the department made several attempts. Even the DG is well aware of such situations that we are faced with, Chair. So, and also, Chair, there was also a farming committee that was operational. We have 70 hectares of arable land.
70?
70 hectares of arable land.
Okay.
Of the 70 hectares of that arable land, it was only 30 hectares that was used. 40% of our water rights, 40 hectares of our water rights were sold to the nearby farmers. To date, we don't have a resolution to that effect. We don't know why the previous chair took that decision to sell. We are struggling. We currently have a hemp project that is started through CAPS funding, Chair. And we had to do reapplication of extra water rights for that hemp project. But now, Chair, we are faced with a conundrum because Valhats is refusing to increase the water rights because we were left with a debt of approximately 1 million rand, Chair. The people that were using that water, Chair, were the same miners given permission by the previous executive chair. The same farming committee that was making money out of the CPA. To date, there's no member of the CPA who has benefited except the executive committee that was there. The farming committee that Mr. Nonde was part of and leader of. We've not had the benefit, Chair, of being afforded. Maybe it had we, when we got the land, Chair, received those funding, those 42D grants, Your Worship. Probably with being accustomed.
I think your time actually has lapsed.
Thank you, Chair.
What you need to do as secretary, you should have actually brought a report, a written report, in the first instance as secretary. I would have forgiven you if you were actually reading from a written report. Now it's not there. Now you're expecting us to remember off by heart what you have said.
Chair.
So I would request you to still go and compile a report of your CPA, narrating all the issues that you have actually raised.
Thank you, Chair. However, some of these reports, Chair, of the Secretary, of the Treasurer, of the interim structures, Chair, were forwarded with all these concerns to the Registrar, Chair. It's unfortunate that the Registrar is here, and I'm sure the Registrar will attest to some of those concerns. However, because we must report on a yearly basis of the leases that we have and stuff. However, Chair, I will also forward to the committee, as I already took the email addresses, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Majeng, CPA. Majeng, are they still around? Please take the podium. I still remember him. I still remember him. May we please have one meeting? Are you the CPA or the concerned group? I want to, because for now I'm dealing with the executive committees of CPAs. After them, then we get to the concerned groups.
We are not the concerned group. In the correspondence that we have exchanged with the Office of the Minister, we explained our position. We have dealt with the local standing issue, where we explained that we've got a petition of the majority of CPA members who gave us the mandate to speak on their behalf. Therefore, we don't see ourselves as...
Is that the merging CPA?
It's a merging CPA. Then we are not a concerned group. We are a legitimate structure. And apart from that, the constitution of merging CPA, once the term of office lapsed at 6 o'clock now, immediately you operate illegally. Then we declared the so-called committee a defunct committee. Because
so
they were calling us...
your constitution allows vacuums?
Yes.
Because if my office expires at 6 o'clock, certainly you cannot have a general conference at
No, we
7
can't have a
o'clock.
general conference, Chair. But all what I'm saying is that their term of office immediately comes to an end. There is an urgent need. And in terms of their planning as well, you know that my term of office is going to end up in July. Then we prepare in advance to make sure that by July we had that conference.
All right, may I establish whether there is any other grouping from Majeng that is here? Okay, none. Okay, no, you have your 5 minutes.
It's unfortunate because our problem, our challenges, our grievous complaints are dating back from 2022. 2022, where we correspond with the office of the Chief Director, Ntate Mwekesi, and we couldn't derive any joy from our communication with this office. We more see it as an office that was taking sides and operating with the committee that the defunct committee. Thereafter, we elevated our matter to the office of the MEC in the province. And the MEC tried to intervene, and he was disrespected by the office of Ntate Mwekesi, not honoring the meeting in which we were supposed to come and sit down and iron out issues and agree on the way forward. Then our challenges are divided into two. perennial challenges. One is for a defunct committee, the other one is the office of Ntate Moeketsi, that we have experienced problem from both. One is that with the Majeng CPA, we started experiencing issue of dysfunctionality, incompetence, and alleged acts of misconduct, corruption, and if you are reporting, you allege that there is corruption, you report it to the office in the province, and the province does not do anything about that. You come to conclusion that they are complicit in the whole matter. That's how we arrive at the point to say that the trust relation between us and the office of Ntate Moeketsi is irreparably damaged. We were very much concerned when there was a proposal to say, that everything must be, we have to leave everything, and there'll be a committee, the reports that will be compiled by this office and be directed to the portfolio committee. Our statement is clear that we don't trust these people.
When you say these people, you meaning the department?
The office
the officials.
the office of Ntate Moeketsi. And it's very unfortunate. On the 26th of July, 2025, the minister was here. We made this presentation under this pressure, the same pressure that we're having. And we were told that within 30 days, the minister will come to us. Just count from July to date, how many months that we were promised by the highest office in this department that will be coming here. And the guy here, he was, he was part of the delegation from the minister. He was given an assignment to talk to us. We started speaking to him, and at a later stage, he was not responding to our calls and not answering our messages. Then since 22, Chairperson, is a plethora of activities and letters, correspondences that we have sent to the minister. We started with the office of Tokodidiza. Tokodidiza left without having resolved the matter. But I think this office was deceiving the minister mostly, because the response will come to say, now the chief director must go to Majeng and help to resolve the problem. Then we tried to explain, to say that you can't send a person who is entangled in the differences and the conflicts of the people of Majeng. Then when coming to because I'm under pressure, Honorable, when coming to issues.
Excuse me, if I may be clarified on which minister actually made a promise
The current minister.
Oh, okay, thank you.
The current minister. Then there was a dismal failure on the part of the office of Ntate Moeketsi to provide credible leadership that promotes accountability and transparency and good governance. There is number of projects which have taken place in Majeng. That starts from the deputy projects coming to the dam projects and other projects that we have listed in all the correspondence that you have sent to them and to the highest office, requesting the highest office to investigate, because we were suspecting and we were convinced that they'll be able to detect irregularities in the operations there. In all those projects that were undertaken in Majeng, I can tell you without any fear of contradiction that the member of the CPA was never taken on board. The office of Ntate Moeketsi chose to work with the defunct committee and leave us aside. Remember, defunct committee, their term of office end in 2021. You count from 2020 to 2021 to date. how many years they have been working with the fund committee and promoting it. And in all these meetings, it's just that we are people who are reading, who from time to time know what is happening and get news from various media platforms that this will happen this way. Every time for us to have an opportunity to present our case, we just come on our own. We never received any formal invitation. An example where Minister Tokodiziza was inviting all the CPAs, say the consensus group and the, the CPAs. Although now I have explained, I have demystified that perception that we are a consensus group, but at that time, but they chose always to leave us on the sideline. Then when coming to these issues of the Pudi projects and everything, the constitution of Majane is very explicit, it's clear as to how should the leadership of the executive should conduct themselves. And to say that if there is something to benefit, you should not start with yourself. I can report without any fear of contradictions that after allocations of the Pudi projects, they didn't consult with the community, they didn't discuss the criteria of the community, they end having those goats and distributing to themselves first. They were 13 in number, all of them got those goats. Contrary to the provisions of the Constitution and contrary to the provisions of the Act. You come to other projects, like the dam projects, you'll never hear or be given anything in black and white. You say, people, you can't just come and give us a word of mouth to say that there is 5 million from the office of Moeketsi, then we want to build a dam. Build a dam to do what? Since 2002, our land was returned in 2002. To date, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, except the projects that were run by Ntate Moeketsi and the office of Ntate Moeketsi and that group that happened there and didn't benefit the intended beneficiaries. And apart from that, there is illegal occupants in the land there. They have replaced the beneficiaries of Majeng of illegal occupants. Now recently on the, Mandisa went there to call an AGM, when? 12 November 2005. They call them, the beneficiaries of Majeng are residing in the place called Koopmansfontein currently. They never had an opportunity to be relocated to the area because of those challenges of the illegal occupants. Then these people, they are taking meetings of the CPA to the illegal occupants and taking decision, whatever decision that we have seen since this committee has been in existence. It's not the decisions of our committee, of the members of the CPA. It's the decision of the office of Ntate Moeketsi, the defunct committee, and the illegal occupants who are not beneficiaries of Majeng community.
Now, can you actually zoom back to the issue of illegal occupants? I mean, how illegal are those people? I mean, why are you calling them illegal?
By pay, you see a vacant land, you occupy.
It's land invasion.
Yeah, some of that nature.
Where do they come from?
All over the areas. Closer to Majeng.
They settled there after the settlement, after you.
After we were awarded, after we were given our land.
Oh, okay.
Then they went in. Then there've been the debate of the previous committees, not this one, of government to look for an alternative settlement for those people. Now recently, as we were meeting with the mayor of Warrenton, confirmed to us that at one stage he secured a place which was serviced, and they wanted to relocate those people. She went to those people to speak to them. They were in agreement to move. And the chairperson of the defunct committee went to those people and discouraged them not to move to Warranty. In other words, he's causing a conflict between those people and the legitimate beneficiaries of matching. Then the worst issue, Chair, they are leasing out our land again to other people for grazing purposes. And they are signing agreements with those people. People are paying money into their bank accounts.
So when you say they, who are those now?
I'm referring to the defunct committee.
Or the committee? The defunct committee is still operational, even though they are
It's
defunct.
still operational and it's still recognized by this office. Mind you, I was there last year, November, attempting to call an AGM with people who are not necessarily the beneficiaries of the area. That is corruption of the...
If you say defunct committee, has there been an AGM that actually elected you?
Then you missed me somewhere, Chair.
I may have actually...
Yes, I tried from the beginning to explain how it comes that I'm here today.
Oh, but has there been any...
There was never such a thing. A committee.
There has never been an
the
AGM.
Elections, yeah.
Has there been an AGM? No.
No.
Okay, you can continue from where you
No
are.
elections.
Okay.
Then the lease of our land to non-beneficiaries. All these things are reported to these guys, are reported to the minister. We don't know what is happening. I think you are our last hope, the portfolio committee. I used to appreciate work of the portfolio committees because in most instances, they help ministers to do, to do their work. And in this instance, we hope that you're going to do that. Then that thing of compiling
So
a report.
more specifically, what do you want us to help you do?
Yes. You talked about a proposal. You had a proposal here. That there must be a compilation of reports and be given there.
Yes.
Then I talked about the trust deficit between us and these people. Then we are suggesting that we'll do the right thing ourselves and direct our report to your office as a chairperson of the portfolio committee. Because we don't trust them. They are not representing us well. They are not, in fact, I'm not using the correct word to say not representing us. There's not to say not representing us well. They are working contrary to the provisions of Batopele principle.
Okay, I would advise you to interact with our office, my office over there. They will give you proper advice.
Even yesterday I was trying to talk to Tate Mashuni. They are not talking to us.
Okay, no, I don't mean...
When we phone them, all of them, Mashune, Moiketi, Mandisa, when you call them, they don't respond. They just recognize the defunct committee. How can you work with people who are not constitutionally elected from 2021 to date?
Okay, no, I heard that.
Because our own interpretation is that everything that I've been doing up to date is illegal and irregular.
Okay, no, I think you have said a mouthful within the constraints of time.
Then
if you could just
I'm
wind
not
up.
so Chair, because we don't have any problem to give you all the correspondences to help you that we have been exchanging with this office and the email, the type of responses sometimes that we are getting, sometimes non-response. We are used to that. We elevate it to the office of the minister. No response, we don't know what is happening, despite the fact that we were promised that within 30 days, we'll be getting the feedback of our concerns.
Okay, no, I was actually pointing to my office over there along the wall. Our office from Parliament, they will advise you exactly what to do. But can you-
Lastly,
will yes.
we don't even have total value, information in relation to total value of all the activities that are taking place. Like for instance, the Pudi project, the dam project, etc. And the criteria, despite having given the goals to themselves, they again established cooperatives, which are not registered. They were just doing it, it was a home done work of having something called cooperative, but that does not have a registration number. And give those goals to those people, to the dissatisfaction, disillusionment of the entire majority. And like I was saying, I can prepare the whole package file of everything and give it to your office.
No, thank you. Let's close it at that point.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, you said there was no AGM. So where could you be deriving the mandate from?
Yes, Chair. I think I've omitted two.
Okay. No, you have exhausted your 5 minutes as a group. Are you going to allow another people to?
This is a situation after I give you the background of what we
No, that cannot be fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. You are not being fair to me and to others. That would be unfair. Because you gave Majeng 5 minutes and you have exhausted that.
10-second, Chair.
You know, no, but that is not right. I said he must write the report, include that in his report. Thank you. There is the office along the wall there. Then you can actually interact with. Okay, the next is Bucklands. Bucklands Executive Committee.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Salutations and greetings, all protocols observed according to its decorum. My name is Nkailang Mamapula. I'm the current duly elected chairperson of the most progressive CPA in the province, Bucklands.
Wow.
I was duly elected by an AGM held on the 22nd of October 2022. Like any other CPA, we are not immune to the challenges that other CPA have raised between the executive committee and the concerned group. But be as it may, we have managed to navigate and come up with strategies of how to improve the living condition of the people of Bucklands CPA. I wouldn't want to dwell too much deep into history with regard to the restitution process.
Yeah, no.
Because that on its own is going to consume the only time that I was given. Having elected in 2022, sometime around October, subsequent to it the next year, the leadership of the CPA have managed to pay the beneficiaries of the CPA, the 104 beneficiaries each, 180K out of the dividends that was paid to.
180,000.
180,000.
How many?
100,000 June, 80,000 around September, no, 30,000 around September, and then 50,000 around December. The beneficiary list consists of 104.
Which year was that?
2003, just after we got elected.
2003.
Yes. Oh, 2023, sorry.
2023.
Or 2023. The beneficiary.
You paid out 180K.
180K per family.
Okay.
Yes,
How many families are you talking about?
104. The beneficiary list stands at 104, but there is a possibility to extend based on the fact that there are another verification process which took place. And then the CPA is guided by what we call a strategic plan that we have adopted in 2023 at Savoy Hotel, which then marks the approach on how to move in terms of the work that we must do on the land of the CPA. From a financial point of view, we've got a stable bank account. On the bank account is myself, the secretary, and the treasurer of the CPA. With regard to issues of your courts and stuff, we are not immune, like I said. But here is the reality of the matter in the context of Mazelfontein. I don't recall the executive committee taking a member of the CPA to court. We are always caught in a situation where we had to defend as the executive committee because of dissatisfaction, because of some animosities within the CPA. But the reality of the matter is that most of them the court happened to make ruling in favor of the CPA, and we are not proud about it.
So how did you accumulate this money that you were able to?
I'm still getting there.
Oh,
Just to
okay.
explain, in terms of the projects that are there, that are generating income for
I'm
the
worried about your time.
Okay, let me get to the projects then. On the land of the CPA, we've got Mazelfontein Solar Project 1. The CPA has 4% share in the project, number one. Number two, the CPA benefit through right, as well as 12 early childhood development practitioners, which are beneficiaries of the project of Solar 2, including the issue of Solar 2, including the issue of SMME beneficiation. I can proudly say here today, one of the beneficiaries of the CPA at some point was awarded a contract of security for a period of 5 years. As and when time goes by, the contract lapses, you must give others a chance. It's a chain. And then the poultry farming, there is a high-level discussion. Just yesterday, the secretary was in a meeting with EPOC, which is the company which is doing egg laying. We are pursuing a joint venture partnership with that company in terms of egg laying. But I must mention the fact that at some point we have tried it ourselves. But because we didn't have expertise and brain power in place to take it to a particular level, it collapsed. Number two, it collapsed as a result of theft also. But this time around, we have learned our lesson. We have done a proper business plan, a proper bankable plan. That is why we have delegated the secretary to go and engage with EPOC. And then Riverton is the only community in the current dispensation of democracy that has never had the opportunity to benefit from the RDP housing scheme, owing to the dynamics in terms of confusion of the private land versus government land. Because Mazelfontein is a private land, they couldn't really proceed. But be as it may, as we speak now, through the engagement with the municipality, we are at the point where we are saying they have done their studies, they have done their township establishment proper planning. In the next coming month, the people will be relocated in their area so that they must be given service that they have been requesting for quite some time because of the dynamics of the land versus private versus public land. And I must say that the ERFs are plus minus 300 units of ERFs that are going to be surveyed. Mazelfontein CPA has also established a partnership with, this one is going to need quite some time because I have to relate it with history, where we come from, where we are going to. Because there is a dilemma of Dries Wiese, Marius Malherbe. It's going to consume time, but I think we'll put it in writing just to give clarity for the purpose of progress. I must say that for 2 consecutive years, the CPA didn't call AGM for purpose of reporting, which according to the constitution of the CPA, it requires that on an annual basis, you must call for an AGM. Key to reporting in that AGM is the financials of the CPA. Now here is the question, why is it that the CPA didn't call an AGM for reporting purposes? In Solar One, where we've got a stake there of 4%, the auditors that we have appointed have managed to crack the fact that 4% of the CPA is stagnant in the financial model of this project. It can't be that the 4% of the CPA must be stagnant. Either it grows or it falls. Now, as a result of that, we've been asking information from Global Leg back and forth for 2 years. They haven't given us information just to quantify, because those are financial related information that must be put in the financial report of the CPA. So for that reason, we didn't have AGM for 2 years. We called a meeting now December to try and clarify, but obviously for some reasons you've got a concerned group, you've got members who are not happy, which they've got in their right because they are querying a constitutional issue to say, but why is it that you are not doing what you are supposed to be doing? Be as it may, having tried to call the meeting, still it was collapsed to say, but you should have called a meeting. So the reason why we didn't call an AGM to go and report, it is precisely owing to the information that Global Leg must provide to the auditors of the CPA, so that they must factor that information in the financials of the CPA. Koopmansfontein, the thinking in the committee is that there are some other people that we want to give them permanent status of concerned group. Because year in, year out, the same people will give you documents which will speak to court documents. They took the CPA to court for their own reasons. The court marker ruling in the favor of the CPA. Again, the same people, they go to court. That's number one. Number two, the issue from the concerned group and Mazelfontein context, the reality of the matter is that it's also people who have been in the committee, it's also people who have benefited through the SMME. No, the contract ragta, now they want to benefit forever. Now they are taking the CPA to court, they are joining this other concerned group to cause confusion. So unfortunately, that's the reality that we found ourselves in. As Mazelfontein CPA, we have established a database of SMME in terms of opportunities that might arise because of the opportunities that are there. We've got a serious challenge, Chairperson, with regard to some of the islands in the land of the CPA. You'll find a situation where they are saying this is the land of the CPA, but this portion here is not that of the CPA. Now, when we ask questions, nobody can provide clarity as to why is that the case. The same Riverton Water Purification Plant, Langley Resort, for an example, you'll be told this area here does not belong to Mazelfontein CPA, but this one belongs to Mazelfontein CPA within the same space. And then, yes, in terms of compliance, issues and governance, in as much as we are presenting the report that we are presenting, we've got our own fair share of challenges like any other organization. That is why the permanent status of the concern must be given. Maybe we must say to them as the scope of the CPA to keep us to task in terms of where we are lacking. The other opportunities that we are looking in terms of SMME beneficiation is the current construction of the PFI project, which is happening through the Solplaiki municipality. Because 90% of the Solplaiki municipality infrastructure cut across the land of the CPA. Now you've got the grey water, you've got also purified water. Now they are planning to decommission one of the infrastructure, I think it's the 600 diameter pipe, yeah, the clean water. Now what is the plan? The plan is that because they cut across the land of the CPA, let us take advantage of this infrastructure of the municipality to connect, to develop a 7,000 hectares of irrigation in their different format, tomatoes, lucerne, you name them as they come. Now that on its own, it's a discussion that is at that advanced stage, what's supplying municipality. The same goes for the grey water, the sewage water. We managed to engage with other companies which have got interest to purify. After purification, then you use it. So we are looking into all possibilities of how to make Droogfontein an economic hub in terms of agriculture for purpose of food security in the province of the Northern Cape.
You have a minute left.
Okay. We want to make a request, Chairperson, because I was listening to most of the CPA talking about the mineral rights. Now in other CPAs, you'll find the issue also of the water rights. Now you've got the Department of Rural Development, which is the custodians of all CPAs. Here is the proposal. We are requesting for a policy integration between these three departments for purpose of benefiting the CPA. Because there is no point in us going to DWS, DMR, when there is no proper coordination between all the role players that affects the lands of the CPA. Yes, I think I'm done.
So what was your proposal?
My proposal is a questionnaire policy integration between Department of Rural Development, which yourself custodians of the CPA, Department of Water Affairs, Department what led it to the permanent concerned group of Droogfontein. Thank you.
Thank you. You are spoiling a good report now. The last one. We've had Droogfontein, we have Majemanchu, we have Majeng. Majajeng, is there a CPA called is it Majajeng? Okay, we finished now with the CPAs. We are now going to be getting to okay. What is that, Ronald's Flay? You strictly have 5 minutes. You must introduce yourself and your committee if you have any.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'm Rensha Naidu Magalti from the CPA Ronald's Flay. I'm the interim secretary for Ronald's Flay. Chair.
Is your interim chairperson here?
No, no one, we were not informed of this meeting. I heard from my comrades, that's why I came here.
Did you phone the chairman that
yes,
you are
everyone,
here?
they called me to say they can't make it, but I must.
And gave you consent
Yes.
to actually
Yes,
speak on his
yes.
behalf?
I see Mr. Drake at the back, he's part and parcel of Ronus Flay. Chair, you know, I'm very brutally honest.
Okay.
And I'm unapologetic. And whatever I'm saying now, you can call me to order, you can put me out. Chair, with Ronus Flay, there's a lot of corruption happening at Ronus Flay. And I think we just had it with what is happening at Ronus Flay. Ronus Flay is next to the airport, chairperson. I was the legal secretary, Mr. Moshini, you know, the 2020 committee of Ronus Flay. 3 months after our elections, I found out of the corruption happening with the leadership there. To the effect, chairperson, they came to my house at night, giving me a bag full of money, to which I refused. The second thing that they told me is,
Can you repeat that?
they gave me money,
A bag full of...
a bag full of money.
What bag
I
was
have the
it?
courage to my convictions, Chair.
What bag was it? Was it a
No, it was a
Woolies bag?
Woolworths, that was Arami Woolworths, Chair. That was a Pick and Pay blow sakiki. No. Chairperson, Chair, this is the reason why always I'm being excluded to speak. But you know, Chair, the second thing that he offered me was a piece of land from my own father's land. Ek vra hulle is julle mal. As aan my pa se grond hy. My father, I was an Indian in the old South Africa. My father had the biggest land in Ronus Flay because he supplied all the fruit and veg to the whole town, Kimberley. Chairperson, when I took them on over that proposal, a month after that, to my house came the committee members with a dismissal signed by the officials of the department for my dismissal from that committee. After we hereby inform you that you are no longer the secretary after your hearing. Hoe ek is aan nie by 'n hearing nie, maar ek word gediscipline en ek word afgehaal. Chairperson, I'm very vocal and you can do research on who I am. Shushu them know me. Sylvia Lucas know me because Sylvia was one of the people that I wrote a letter to of Ronus Flay and she did nothing. Chairperson, then came all that we want, Chair, is our title deeds to our father's land. Because in the meantime, my father passed away, my mother passed away, my sister passed away. Last year, Shushu, you know, my lifetime partner passed away. So ek gaan nie maak dat mense weer dood dat ek nog nie 'n title deed die chairperson. Chair, to the effect that we stopped the billion rands of development at Ronus Flay. Chairperson, daar's mense wat met groot helikopters en private jets gekom het daar by die airport. There's this big construction company from Cape Town that I think is almost 3.5 or 5.5 billion project. And because myself and my organization and my chairperson is here, the concerned group, we stopped that development where we found out that fraudulent signatures were attached to Solplaatje municipality, to Monakale's department, no Monakale, agriculture. Ne? You know what we found out, my chairperson and myself, Chair, all of those certificates that were issued was fraudulent with a fraudulent attendance register with fraudulent signatures on. Immediately, what they did, agriculture, is they took away the environmental impact assessment certificate to say there was no consultative processes, nothing. So what we did, chairperson, we are the women waging war against inequality, poverty, and abuse, and GBV. What we did is we stopped all those nice helicopters coming in from Cape Town to take over our land. Now, how can it be, chairperson, DMR are giving permits to individuals in this Kimberley to mine diamonds in our land, but our people doesn't have title deeds? We are only 25, Moshini, 25 legal claimants that did not receive any title deeds. But you know why, Chair? They are creating this chaos for them to benefit. And we are no longer going to allow that, Chair. You know, Chairperson, only to find out, you think that bag of money, that must Pick and Pay small bag of money, do you know how much of money was given for this whole certificates? And the other thing, Chairperson, I forgot about this. There was a mediation process of lawyers where I was called in from Cape Town. The lawyers came from Cape Town to do mediation over Ronnesvlei. There they found that really the Naidus were excluded from having their land and their title deeds. But the same lawyers are the lawyers of the construction company that was supposed to do development in Ronnesvlei. Then again they appointed another lawyer, Motlame Pino Motlame. And again I was excluded, Chair. But I forced my way in there to make my statement. Last year when the minister was here, my mic was switched off. Moketi gave the instruction. But you know what I did? I went to the front. I don't know, Mr. Solomons were there. I went on that stage and I spoken to the minister. And the minister instructed him to say, I want this thing to be resolved within 30 days. And I'm giving you instructions to get all the CPAs together to manage the situation. Meneer, I'm taking my hat off for one person. This Mr. Moshini. This guy was in a very difficult position with Ronnesvlei. To the effect, last year, Chairperson, we had an AGM where elections took place in an ordinary way. All of a sudden, the group that betaal us for the development of Ronnesvlei, they disrupted the elections. But to my knowledge, the elections was done. Then all of a sudden, here comes a letter to say from the department, Neda elections was onwettig. So whoever did that are benefiting from the chaos. And it's no longer going to happen under our watch, Chairperson. Chair, I'm going to write a full report to you. In fact, I have it. I have a lot of files. I have it with the evidence. And I expect, Chair, because even the minister should have followed up. He shouldn't have left the thing just hanging. He should have followed up and say, but what is happening in each and every CPA in this province? Chairperson, thank you so much for the opportunity. And really, Chair, I want to applaud this man. This man is doing his best. Mr. Muketi is not. I think he should vacate his office.
Which man is that?
There's Mr. Moshini.
Oh,
He's doing his best. You know, Chair, when I highlighted this corruption happening in the department, all of them resigned. Meneer, all of them resigned. Then came Mr. Moshini. Mr. Muketsi, he's a very arrogant man. I have so many WhatsApps between myself and him. And I told him, Meneer, I don't think you know me. Jy kan maar doen kapies gaan haal om my dood te wil maak, but ek gaan staan vir die waarheid. And the truth will reveal, and the truth will prevail. Meneer, if you don't perform, for your non-performance, jy kan nie die office, jy kan nie daar is nie. And all of us should think that all of us sitting here, you are in service of us, the people. The people. Jy sê hier vir jouself om jou reg te kom maak om te vlie, want toe en kom brek met jou perde soets hier nie. Ons soek dit nie. And I'm here for the people. Meneer, ek word nie omgekoop nie. Net soos die kos wat ek nou nie geëet het, ek nodig die geld en kos, ek kan hoe swaar kry. But ons is principle. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, what happened to your father's land? Is it part of the land that was handed over to the CPA?
Yes.
Now, do you want the CPA now to subdivide their property in order to accommodate your demand for your father's piece?
No. I want my father's title deed. They've put a moratorium on all the title deeds of Ronnesvlei.
Oh, okay. All right. There is the gentleman from the restitution is here. He will explain that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye, thank you, ma'am. Is there a consent group for Ronnesvlei? Oh, my God. So are you working with the consent group? Okay, you have actually spoken on their behalf, that's fine.
Dumelang.
No, in fact, no, we are going to give all consent group a chance. But she tricked us all because she did not say that she was representing a consent group there. Oh,
But they will be given a
okay, all right,
chance.
all right. I am now calling upon the, what is that, Congo, CPA?
Aye,
Congo. Congo.
So you are discarding the other group? Or we will come? Okay.
Thank you, honorables. I just want to be short in my explanation. Yes, because I know we have conundrums in the CPAs. My name is Franz Mekwe from the Khatlong Battle West in Gongong. I manage a lot of things that I've done. I've electrified Gongong. My position, I'm the deputy chairperson. My chairperson is confused. Everybody is confused. Yeah, I don't want to mention him because
Okay.
I'm not interested in talking to
Okay,
people.
no, let us be in a proper meeting. Have you introduced yourself?
Yes.
And are you a member of the committee?
I'm the member of the CPA committee.
What role do you play there?
I'm the deputy chairperson.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any other members of the committee that are here?
No, we're not given invitation. I come just hearing from some of my friends of Koopmansfontein that
Okay,
there is
is
a
the
meeting.
chairperson aware that you are here?
The chairperson, hey, let me say, is a delinquency person, but doesn't understand the process.
Okay, is the secretary aware that you are
The
here?
secretary is aware, but we did not have money to come. He wanted to come with me.
The treasurer is aware that you are here?
No, that we don't have treasure now currently. We are in the process of updating the membership list to go to the AGM.
So what do you have there? You have the chairperson whom you say is confused, and you have yourself.
Yes, and
And
the chair
the-
and the secretary, other additional members.
And the secretary who is not here. Where are the additional members?
Yeah, that home is an old lady.
So it's only yourself who is here.
Yeah, it's only myself.
And you also were not invited. You heard that you were here, then you came.
Yeah.
Okay. I want that on record.
Yes, Chair, I don't understand something here. I don't want to come with complaints. You see, the CPA, I registered the CPA. Based on the 42D document, I got it. And based on the settlement agreement package for the land. So we're looking for the land to be transferred to us as being amended for us by the Act, which is 8 farms that were supposed to be given to us. In my inception, I go and find a man in Good Hope who was having a prospecting right
So
without
how many farms did you get? You say you had
8
actually-
farms I was supposed to get.
Yeah, and then what did you?
We gave us only 1 farm. The other one was bought before the inception of the 2009. Before the inception of these 2 farms were bought. We were not aware of it. So since I get into CPA, I do investigation to check what is happening, what I've registered based on the subsection 2 document. Where them I just show you where is the residential land, where is the agricultural land, where is the mining land, and where is the tourism land, where those sketch plan. We need those things. I think what I need is the 42C of what was supposed the government to do by giving us the land. They give us 0 in the land.
When that farm was settled, I mean, what was on it?
There was never settlement signed that day.
Oh.
The settlement is not signed. That is why I called Mr. Mashune. He appointed a mediator in arbitration. He sent the report to the chief director that this claim is not finalized. But I'm very surprised because the Act says when there is a claim in the land, there cannot be mining. But our land claim, there were 2 mines when I registered CPA. There was what I told Mr. Bongani that there are 2 mines in Gongong CPA which is a good mining and Kofia mining, but we didn't benefit from them. I take a chance again, go to apply for the rights. I got all the rights last year, this September, 16,400 hectares of the land. I have the prospecting right with the bulk sampling. I have economic minings that was done for the land. I am busy now with the committee of Congo, who are ESTA people, who are staying in the land after the eviction of our people. I have electrified their land. They are having light like everybody in South Africa. I registered through ESCOM. So what I ask is that give us the relevant documents of the CPA to understand that this is a claim, this is a 42D, this is a 42E, 42C. We are just going like unheaded chickens. We don't have anything on hand. The file is very important. I cannot explain a lot of you, Chair, because I got the file. I don't like to talk too much. I want to submit documents. When I speak, you go to study that. Do I talk nonsense or do I don't understand what I'm doing? So I got the file. The claim number is M1963. It's for restitution. Now, the department officials, what they do, let me explain it, in the issue of this, before Bontate Moegeti come in, and in the previous people who were employed, who were deployed by the ANC, they were, most of them there. What they do, they go and collect people from anywhere to come verification. When I ask them, what is the process of the verification? Yeah, I don't understand. I'm staying in Kimberley, but my father was born 1912 in Gongong. My mother was born in Bartley West. So I'm here to claim the land of my father in Gongong, who was born before, this queen what of the, in India, there's Prince what, under Adam Kok, Queen Elizabeth, when they come in Gongong. My father was not still born, but his father was born, and his other brother, he's not the eldest one. So what we request that, let us bring the whole file when we come here, please, guys, of every CPA to understand that how did we manage to come to the extent that this is a CPA. They say act that explain of that this is a CPA in which why was awarded a restitution?
Deputy Chair,
Yes.
I thought you were actually putting the case of your CPA, not your personal case.
No, it's the piece of it's not, I don't have a case with the CPA, the conundrum there, I sort it out. Next week I'm gonna have a meeting again with the chairperson and these other concerned groups. I'm gonna sit with them. I said, if you fight, you can fight me, but I just want to tell the truth because the relevant people, they never been involved in the process of verification. If you go to the verification, the annexure age of people who get 93,000.
I think the honorable members are expecting from the Deputy Chair progress report.
Okay,
on
my
the
progress
activity.
report, I've installed electricity in the farm, I've built a dam, I'm busy with the farm to prospect the land, to develop the farms. But other farms, they are so vandalized, you can do nothing. That is why I said, if there was an inventory asset of the farm, we could have done something. I submitted a business plan in 2013, before my time of expired, to the department. That Khozo was not there, that Shuri was not there. He's sitting with the department there. Agriculture managed to put electricity and build a dam. So there is a business plan, a projection of 10 years. So our issue is that we want the land as it is was claimed by the elders. Because if you go to the annexure age, 52 people get 93,000 without any document. They were just given 53,000, will come and bring the documentation next time. This is why I said it's better we come with documents and prove to you, this is what happened in the process. This is what happened. Because they were older people. But that old man said to me, the settlement is not signed and was not signed. I got all the information in the document. And the last report of the mediator is with the department of Mr. Mashune. The report of the mediation arbitration want to take us to the AGM. This process, I follow it clearly and understand what is happening. So that is, I don't have a problem with Mr. Mashune, even calling him and what. We can talk and say this problem started before they came into office. So we need the relevant 5%, which is 2,189,000 rand for restitution grant. 1,600,200 for development grant. Since I was inception 2012, how much is it now? Because you cannot give me a farm and you expect me to do with a craft and a bicycle to the farm. How can I have to look at it? Because they break the farm today, we know vandalism is very much in the location. They took the farm, the other farm was broken, everything was taken. The irons, everything was stolen. The inventory asset was also stolen. That is why we don't know what was the inventory. That the farm cost 6,500,000 in the memorandum of 42D. In the title deed, it cost 8,500,000. Now I question then, this farm was by 2010 when we get into office. And the memorandum was made when we get into office. Now what is happening? So we want to know, you must bring the relevant document. That is why I say I cannot speak too much. I need to sit with documents in front of me and submit it to you. I didn't know I was needed today. I just came with a speed and said, let me come because somebody will come here and said, no, the Gogong CP doesn't comply. I've tried all my process with the regulations. The chairperson took me to court last year. The court is over now, you want to meet with me. He said he want an agreement. I said,
May I please understand you, Deputy Chair?
Yes.
Are you still giving us a report for the CPA or your own personal experience?
The report of the CP, we are not complying that day. We have to go to the AGM. But there are processes that I'm running now.
Okay.
Yes, with agriculture, with the pump station, and 20 hectares for purpose.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a concerned group in your CPA?
There is a concerned group, but
Okay, all right. If there is a concerned group.
yeah, he can come. He can come and
that's
explain.
fine,
I don't have a problem. Is this right?
No, I'm running this meeting. You don't need to invite them, they are already here. Okay. Majemantu is done. And it's so the only last ones now is Koopmansfontein. Is it the Koopmansfontein? Okay, so we have the proper chairperson now reporting. I can see Sharon Ihlombe, they have now spoken.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and greetings to everybody in the hall. My name is Modise Gabanele. I'm the current chairperson of Koopmansfontein CPA. Comrade Chair, Koopmansfontein CPA constitutes of 101 members. Department bought 7,000 hectares for us. I was firstly elected 2019 as the chairman, and our term of office came to an end 2022, which is one of the burning issues. But before I went into details, let me take this opportunity to apologize on the conduct that was displayed here. Comrade Chair, I'm actually standing here on behalf of 2022 Executive Committee. Okay. Here is our challenge. We convene an AGM in the presence of the departmental official. After there was a chairperson's report, financial report, an election was convened.
When was that AGM? 2022?
16 July 2022.
Okay.
Based on the fact that our constitution dictates that our term of office is only 3 years. So our term of office of 2019 collapsed. That's why we went to 2022 election. But what is dramatic, Chairman, is after 2 months, because the official of the department was in the meeting, she's the one who closed the meeting without any dispute. What is dramatic here, after 2 months, we receive a letter from the chief director to say, your AGM is null and void, with 2 factors. The first factor is On your election, you did not use ballot. Second factor was the accountant that you used was not a registered accountant. But to my surprise, the election that we conducted, there was no contestation. So where does this suit the ballot? The accountant, we submit the certificate of registered accountant.
So in the AGM, when elections were done, there was no contestation.
There was
so
no
there was a unanimous,
duly elected
unanimous
election.
There was unanimity on the candidate of the chairperson.
Exactly.
So you had no
all
contest.
All the committee members.
So it was a unanimous vote. So there was no need for
ballot.
voting, for a ballot.
Yes.
That's convention, as far as we all know.
Yes.
That if there is one candidate,
there can't be ballot.
There can't be any ballot. What for? Okay.
And in the presence of the official of the department, she's the one who read the list of newly elected members. So what we did based on the constitution that dictated to us to run day-to-day operations.
Was the situation the same in respect of all other positions?
Yes.
That there was unanimous vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So based on the fact that the way our constitution dictates, if there's any disputes, the matter must be referred to court so that the court must take a decision. So what we did with the situation, we wrote a letter to the department to say that what you are stating is not true. Here is the true reflection. If you are not satisfied with our reflection, you have the powers. We actually gave the department 7 days through our lawyer to take the matter to court. But until today, Chairperson, I received one of the emails from the concerned members that state that the Office of the State Attorney in Kimberley was instructed to file an application to the High Court with the aim of setting aside the outcome of the AGM held on 16 July 2022. This is the email that was wrote by the Chief Director to one of the yellow t-shirts there.
Who is now approaching the state? What is that? The lawyers to actually declare the AGM null and void. Who is actually?
He's the Chief Director.
Okay.
Yeah, of the department.
He is the person aggrieved now. Who is the?
He's the person aggrieved.
Oh, okay.
Because for the interest sake, no member submit a dispute. No member submit a dispute. So the day-to-day operation, Chairman, of the CP up until today's date was run by 2022 committee. Every year we managed to give dividends to the membership up until last year when we have a challenge of giving the members dividends. But the challenge was simple because at us, the department bought a garage for us. So the guy who was listed the garage, he failed to pay monthly installment. So what we did, we take him to court to evict him out of our property. At least we managed to win the case. He appealed the case. We wiped him out. And for interest sake, the old committee connived with the tenants of the garage. You know what he did? Those guys of the yellow t-shirts, they went to Pretoria to open a CPA account. So that whilst we are busy with the court matters with the tenant is not paying us rent anymore. They open a letter with the name of CPA and the tenant pay the money into their account. But this situation, we take the matter to the Hawks. The case is going to be closed possibly next week. Because it's a fraud of his vest. Who signed for those things, we don't know because our constitution is simple. There's only signatories, the chairman, the secretary, and the treasurer. And for that matter, Comrade Chair, the action that was conducted here, the guy who was standing here claiming he's a secretary of CPA, the term of office collapsed 2019. I am happy the register put it clear. If the term of office has collapsed, it has collapsed. If we are given 3 years to serve membership, if your term of office has collapsed. But the problem that we are encountering as Koopmansfontein CPA, you can hear yourself. The chief director called that guy the secretary. Look, that guy was appointed in 2019. Constitution, our constitution that was adopted in 2009, say you serve 3 years. But in your presence, the chief director called that guy the secretary. Till now, we are serving day-to-day operations of the CPA since 2022. We are waiting for the department to take us to court so that the court must declare our AGM null and void. Last year, we took an initiative to go to the department. The first thing that we did, we wrote a letter to the register demanding an AGM because our 3 years of 2022 has collapsed. The register responded positively to the department, saying, no, I give you permission because AGM is within our right. We went to the department, we met Mr. Itu. Mr. Itu, we have a discussion. The 2022 leadership, he agreed to say, no man, since Constitution say your term of office has collapsed, we can help you to conduct an AGM. I call a special AGM of membership. I call a special members of membership, and we agreed on the date of the 13th December. When the 13th December is to come for us to conduct AGM, the department cancel our AGM. We have prepared an audit report, we have prepared a committee report, everything was in place. So as Koopmansfontein CPA, we don't know what now. We are frustrated. We are frustrated. The register was in Koopman, I think, the 8th of December to conduct a meeting was started. Because the invite that I got was, I want to meet membership of Koopmansfontein CPA. But only to find out the same department, when we came there at the meeting, there were more than 700 people. Remember, Koopmansfontein CPA is only constituted of 101 membership. But there were more than 700 people. We're thankful to Mr. Katlani because he was the one who was at least controlled the situation. So colleagues, the conduct that we get at Koopmansfontein is very painful. Because whenever we call meeting as an executive, the meeting is peaceful. Whenever department call a meeting at Koopmansfontein, it becomes havoc. Whenever department, if we call executive meeting, corrected, fully packed executive meeting as executive, the meeting is peaceful. Let department call meeting, the meeting become havoc. You can tell yourself what is going on. We asked the register, well, we are here. We appreciate that fact. But can we take the members of CPA Koopmansfontein into confidence? But we give you the opportunity to deal with your beneficiaries or concerned group or whatever. Because they swear at our elders. The last time when we have the 22 AGM, they threw out the pot full of meat, food for the elders. You must remember our elders, CGAB is diabetic, high blood and the stuff. So colleagues, there's the challenges that we have at Koopmansfontein. We are serving as a constituted executive committee of 2022. We are waiting for the department to take the matter to court so that the court must decide. Up until that exercise happened, we are still busy with the affairs of CPA.
Okay.
And as I believe we're asking for the register. Register give us the AGM.
Okay, what does your constitution say in an event where there is no contestation in the elections?
It's very silent.
Oh, okay. All right, no, thank
No,
you.
no, it's very silent.
Okay, no, thank you.
Lastly, Chairman, let
Please
me
wind
just
up.
explain one thing. Let me just explain one thing. The guy who was standing here, the guy who was disturbing the chairman here, I went to Pakistan to make a proxy for him so that he must serve as a secretary of CPA Koopmansfontein, myself. So what happened? The old man was taking the old man's proxy. So the old man has passed away. The children of the old man took over the proxy. Here's the proof. Here's the proof, affidavit.
Who took over the proxy?
Jeanette Molele. It was done 2025-10 last year. So I don't know if the guy is going to represent what capacity.
What is his relationship, his or her relationship with
The old man.
Yes, with the.
He's a child, he's a daughter of the old man.
Okay.
Yeah. So with that guy does not have any relationship with the old man. I went to Amen to speak to the old man so that he must give an opportunity.
So what is the way forward? What are you proposing?
No. In our CPA, because most of the people on the list have passed away. What we are doing, we put you on the list based on the proxy. So if the family have met and take a decision on them, we take Modise to represent the family because the old man on the list has passed away. We put him in the list.
What do you want to see happening in order to normalize the operations of your CPA?
Right. Thank you very much for that question. What I want to see to be normalized at Koopmansfontein, department must assist the situation.
Must?
Assist the situation. I wrote to the register and I give a full report. Register, we are ready for AGM. Chairman, if you can give us 21 days.
So in other words, all you need to see happening now, one, AGM.
Yes.
Two.
One AGM is the only way to sort out all those dermagarics. Okay. But in the main, we have a 75 list. Master E2 is trying to help us with that list. Then for this party was removed.
Has all the verifications been done? Are they current? Are you happy with the list?
Of this, the current list?
Yes.
Yeah, the current list, we are very much happy.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
May I now open are there any other consent groups? Is there a consent group that okay, let's start off with Mazafontein. We dealt with that one. And then Majeng, we dealt with Majeng. And we even asked them whether there was any consent group. They said no. Okay. Droogfontein, they had a good report. There is a consent group. I see something red this side and red. Is it coming from Droogfontein?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
No, it's a very nice color, red, Chair. You must sometimes try it. You will feel very good.
Okay.
My name is...
You have 5 minutes, brother.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bella Jack Mushweu. I'm from Grootfontein. I'm a beneficiary, currently on my mother's proxy. Now, I'm impressed and disappointed at the same time, Chair. One, I would not want to dwell too much into the complaints that the Chair has alluded upon, because he has confirmed with his own mouth that year in, year out, there are complaints. But ironically, it's for the first time I'm attending a meeting of this nature. The first meeting that I attended after I was appointed as a proxy of my mother was last year, the 12th December. My first observation with that current committee, and I posed a question, Hori, from your conscience, deep in your conscience, can you tell me as a committee, are you functional? Because of the observation, the complaints, and everything else. I asked that committee of the CPA in Mazelfontein, because it was for the first time. So I'm disappointed if the chairperson of the CPA is classifying people as permanent complainants, because it was for the first time that I was attending that meeting. So that status doesn't maybe afford me or doesn't speak to me. So it's irresponsible for him to make that statement for people who are raising their concerns, and then you give them permanent status of being complainants year in, year out.
So are you saying that you became a concerned group after attending the meeting?
I am not a concerned group chair.
Oh, okay.
I raised a concern in a meeting. So currently I'm viewed as a person who is a permanent concern.
So as you stand there, you are not going to be articulating the collective concerns of
No, I am,
the
Chair.
group, or you are going to articulate your concern?
No, the concern of the members of the CPAs.
all right.
Now, what I'm having here, Chair, is why I'm saying I will speak to my report. I'll come and I'll submit my complaints and speak to them. This is the history of the complaints that I got. I will submit them to the provincial office as and when we interact with members of the CPA. These are the complaints, Chair, that are there. Now, history of these complaints, I would not want to dwell too much into it. They will read them and it will make sense to them. But part of what we are complaining about is just constitutional matters. That doesn't warrant the chairperson to become emotional when he answers questions. One, he's just mentioned correctly that we are complaining about financial statements.
You're complaining about?
The financial statements of the CPA.
Okay.
For the past 3 years, they are not submitting audited financial statements. Now, you will give us a reason that you used to give to my mother, that Global is not fixing the issue of the shares and so on. But my little understanding will teach me that what is audited is what is in the account, not what is supposed to come in. So it has nothing to do with Global. They are supposed to be auditing what is in the account that we get. So that reason cannot be the only reason that why we are not getting financial statements, so that they are presented every year. And it's for 3 years. So can you allow one organization or your partner not to give you financial statements for 3 years? What excuse are you giving to your members who are supposed to report to? Now, Chair, just out of interest.
Okay. Did you follow his explanation why he has not actually called an AGM for 2 years? Because of the financial reports. Did you hear him actually?
Yes.
What is your take on that?
My take is a lie, Chair. It is a lie, because he is saying there is one partner that is supposed to be paying dividends into the account. Now, for the past 2 years, there is no correspondence between the two of them. Now, my take in this case is that when you submit your financials for auditing, you are going to concentrate on what is written on the bank statements and your expenditures, not what your partner is supposed to be giving you. That's my own little understanding. If I'm wrong, I must be taught otherwise. But that is not the real reason, Chair. Through our interactions and through trying to search for what may be the problem, Chair, we came across a document that speaks to the manner in which how the CPA is spending money, because they are also very, very careful on who sees the bank statements and not in the CPA. They are not a public document. No member of the CPA must get a bank statement of the CPA. Now we're asking ourselves why. So I managed to get a piece of the financials of the CPA. In this regard, I will also submit them as evidence, because they are totally irregular and they warrant an investigation. Chair,
do you have that statement you're talking about?
I will submit them, Chair.
What year is it?
It's for November last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you confronted them with that?
It's very difficult, Chair. Where do you get them? They can't call meetings because this is supposed to come out in a meeting. So there is no meeting that is called so that we can confront some of the issues. Yeah. And then part of the complaints again, or a concern again, Chair, our CPA has a tendency of using, in this case, a permanent consultant. For what services, we don't know. The chairperson was speaking about paying 180,000 per family for dividends. Ne?
Yes.
Which in itself, he spoke about 1 year, and we can confirm that's a lie. Ne? But I want to bring you close to this thing. These guys are paying a consultant.
Okay, let's stop there. Did 180,000 rand paid out to beneficiaries as dividends in 2023? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, you can complain.
We must not get excited. We must go to the truth of the matter. Now, I want to make this example, Chair. We are picking up that the consultant is being paid 214,000 on the period that I have the statement in. So I would assume it will be monthly.
Have you been privy to what the terms of agreement are in terms of the scope?
In fact, we are questioning.
Okay, the scope of the work and so on, because you may see the amount but not see the.
Of course, no, there's a relevant question, Chair.
So that is why I was asking you, have you actually been able to talk to them about that so that you have a complete picture? Because,
That's fine.
yeah.
No, Chair. That's why some of these people were called permanent complainants. Even if you raise a concern that you see, they can't give a response because you complain permanently. Now I'm of the different view that it's just for the first time that I'm coming into these sessions. And I'm picking up this information that is damaging to the CPA because this money is spent unnecessarily and so on. That's why I want to come to a point where I make you an example. With an understanding that I do not have the contents of the contract, but it will be highly irregular of a CPA of that nature. Small, which is supposed to be paying dividends that are equally, but you are paying one person 200,000. Let's assume it's per year. How much do you spend on that person? Not per year, per month. How much do you spend on consultants? Consultants, for a CPA that does not have complex projects. I mean, projects of a solar plant, it's like he said, its operation and maintenance are done internally by the CPA. So what is the work of the consultant by then? There are also opportunities that are presented or that are available in the CPA. Now the problem comes when you complain. It's a problem because all of these projects, the chairperson and the treasurer becomes permanent business participants in the CPA. There are directors of the company that are benefiting direct from the CPA. There are SMMEs in that CPA that are not given an opportunity precisely because they go and block whatever that is coming into the CPA as a reason for them to benefit out of this thing. That thing doesn't sit as well. So when we complain, we are permanent complainants. Because how do you do business with the institution that you are supposed to be running? You are a chairperson in this case, you are signing a check at paying yourself. What does it doesn't make sense for us.
Okay.
All right. I thought you were asking
You
a question.
actually have a minute left.
All right, a minute left. Now, Chair, there are also contracts in our land. The contract that the chairperson was speaking about of land, what is agricultural land. There is also another one that is just being forced through us, an investment into cows. There is a contract that is available also here that was never endorsed by anybody, but just themselves through what is perceived to be a resolution. A strat plan cannot be confused as a resolution, according to my own understanding. Because there was a strat plan, now everything else that they want to do, they will refer to that strat plan as part of the resolution for every project you want to do. So my request in this regard, Chair, It's not too much. I do not want to make a long presentation. One, we are requesting, whether it's national or provincial, an immediate meeting between members of the CPA generally, the committee, and the department. We must facilitate that meeting as soon as possible. Number two, that we're requesting, these financials are very worrying to us. A forensic audit needs to be done.
So you want a tripartite meeting?
Yes.
You, the executive committee, the department,
And the general
Or the
membership,
general
general beneficiaries of, in this case, we don't want to term ourselves as, or the term that is used as.
not
consent.
necessarily an annual general conference, but
Yes.
a consultative meeting of these three
These three
components.
participants.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're requesting now. Ne? Purpose of that meeting should be able to cite, to iron out. One, we need those financial statements because what we are given as a reason for not submitting financial statements, we don't buy it, it's a lie. The meeting that I attended on the 12th chair, it collapsed only because we wanted, let's leave that. It collapsed only because of one reason. The chairperson would come with a piece of paper or is the phone, just like me, to come and make a presentation or a report to the AGM. Ne? There is no document that is in front of me that I can interrogate and ask him questions. That's the reason why the meeting collapsed. You must bring reports to us. The secretary can't be reading from the phone. You must have an information pack somewhere that I can read and refer to when I want to ask questions. So the meeting could not continue only for that simple reason. Now, would you want to tell me if it is a committee, is it functional in that manner? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, thank you, brother. Ronald Flay. Are there any concerned groups from the Ronald Flay? Was the lady who was here not actually speaking on behalf of the concerned?
Chair, we sat here the whole day, we respected the proceedings.
Okay, get to the point.
Thank you. I actually, my name is Sipiwe Millicent Wolf.
Okay, continue.
Thank you,
Ms. Pio,
thank you, Chair.
because you have 5 minutes only.
No, I won't even take so long.
Okay.
I think the issues that have been said here from all of the CPAs is almost similar, if not identical. And as a concerned member of the community, I want to address us, because these issues, they speak to the inequality that is persisting in our communities, the poverty that is keeping our people in a desperate state constantly. I want to address the CPA members today.
No, you are now.
Okay, Chair, through you.
No, you are now turning us into your conference audience.
Not conference.
Or rally audience.
All right,
No.
let me put it this way.
Put your concerns
It's
as a
fine.
concern.
The concerns are this.
Yeah.
We cannot continue like this forever, Chair. And the chaos is benefiting someone. And for us directly, the fight goes to the people who are running these departments that are supposed to be helping our people. The fight needs to go squarely to the government officials who are supposed to oversee the prosperity, the well-being, the progressiveness of these CPAs, but that is not happening and no one is talking about that. Why are the issues of the CPAs not being resolved? What is keeping the people so impoverished while there are people who are paid monthly to make sure that these things happen? When the land was given back to our people, there is a responsibility also attached to that, where this land, because our people, when it comes to poverty, we are not, you mustn't be irritated, Chair, because these are issues that we will forever be here. This is just managing the people. But it is this whole hamster on a roller coaster that is going, because the people are going nowhere. The people are going nowhere, and you can be irritated as much as you want, but we have to say it. And you have to listen, and you have to hear. At some point, we have to come to a point where we say, we cannot allow our people to continue to suffer like they are suffering, with no one taking accountability. And the accountability needs to start with the people who get evaluated annually, performance-wise. What performance? When the people continue to suffer, it's wrong. And even if you don't want to hear it for us from today. Ronald's Flay, people who have money come in and they want to take from the people who have nothing. At some point, we need to come to a consensus and say, Mariano, are sharing batu. It's unfair, Chair, to look at communities who have nothing. And from a point of privilege, you get irritated when they come and tell you that they are suffering. It angers me to the core. I get angry. The CPAs, there needs to be a new day now here in South Africa. There has to be solutions that are sought. We have to come to a point where we say, but how can we get our people out of this mess? And at some point, we have to concede that those that get must now say, hey, we've had enough, and give over to those that have nothing. And stop being irritated. It's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. You were very short and sweet. I was expecting that I would hear the real substance of your concerns. But I appreciate your political statement. It's fantastic. I was actually, I was beginning to actually get, taken up, by the articulation of the issues that you are actually saying. But the core of what we are here for is to try to hear what actually drives you to become concerned. That is what one wants to hear. Because you could be concerned simply because you are not there yourself. Once you get there, the one whom you have pushed out there then becomes, it's a rolling stone like this. Then he becomes a concern because he had been taken out of power. And so that's what we are here wanting to hear, to listen to. What is this? Congo CPA, is there any concerned group from there? Well, honorable members, after the consent, then the matter we then all have, they will have an opportunity to make reflections on what we have heard. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke tla tsa only metsotso e meraro mo go itlhaneng phanywana. Ka leina ke Motshabi, ka sefane ke Mokgatlanyana. I'm here on behalf of the concerned beneficiaries, claimants of Gongong, only on 3 issues. The person who was representing Gongong as the deputy chair, Re Mekwe, they were elected in office in 2012.
And then the chairperson was Gaupalele Pasha. He's in Pampierstad, and then himself as the deputy chair, secretary, Mayor Rachel Van Nen, who is late, and then Mayor Daniel Motanchwane, the deputy secretary, Ntate Kos Malan, he was here this morning, Ntate Thomas Peter Pasha, the first additional, and then Mayor Joyce van Graaf. I'm not sure, I'm told that she's also late, and then Mayor Charlotte Pinar, also late, and then Mayor Nikani, she's still alive, and then Mayor Emily Buru, they are late. So out of the 10 executive committee members who were elected, they are left with 6. And out of 6, Re Pashe and Re Hamor, they are residing in Pampierstad. And then they've decided to depart with the other 4. And out of the other 4, Mr. Malan is standing alone as the treasurer. Remo Tanjane, Re Mekwe, and Me Nikani, they are standing.
Are you talking about the committee that was last elected in 2012?
In 2012.
I'm not sure. I think the issue there is about why has there been no AGM? I'm not too sure whether the honorable members are interested in those names in 2012, which is almost how many years now? 13 years ago.
Yes,
why has there been no AGM?
There's the concern that brought me here, Chair,
Okay,
because of these members. I was highlighting the names of the committee members because of
no AGM.
the person who was presenting here on behalf of the CPA as the deputy chair. He was referring to him as I. Everything that was done by 3 or 4 members or 6 members, it was only him. But I'm not here to fight any one of them or to speak bad about them. But I just want the department to assist us in ensuring that they legitimize the CPA and they make the CPA functional, because of since 2012 up until today it was not functional.
Okay.
And in 2019, we were supposed to went for an AGM. And then 2 days before we went to an AGM, it was postponed. And then 2020, there was, when we started with the verification, it was from the department, it was Maki Humilwe, and there was also a white guy from the department. They were trying to do the process of verification in different constituencies. And then next came COVID. After COVID, 2022, we requested, I personally went to some of them to say, can we go to AGM? Because of our farm there, like he explained, we were supposed to have 8 farms, but out of 8, we were only given 3 farms, only 1 farm, 372, that was handed over what they titled it, 372, 371 and 222, they were not handed over, and the others, we are not aware, it's only them who will tell us. So because there is no functionality, and then there's a moria of vandalism in the farm. I have 4, can I put it there 4? I cannot even take my goats to the farm because of it's difficult. So what we are requesting, he mentioned that they are busy on the process of taking us to AGM, but I don't believe him. Hence, we want to put it in front of the committee to say, can the department ensure and make sure that we are going to the AGM, because there are a number of things that I can mention, but I don't want to go there. But it's just that they are not functional, and then the farm is being vandalized, and there's nothing that is happening. Today we are sitting with a bill of 1 million from Falharts. We don't know who's using the water there, and then who's responsible to pay for that water there. So if you can grant us that opportunity to take us to the AGM, everything will be sorted out as soon as possible, because of there are no fights, but it's only themselves, the chair in Pampierstad and them, they are in court today. And it's not for anything else. It's for them to get the documents from Bontate Mekwe and Tate Motanchwan because they are having the documents. The chairperson wants the documents from them. So their court battles has nothing to do with us. It's personal things because we are benefiting, therefore you are no more with us, give us the document. So if you can go to AGM, the newly elected leadership will be able to run the affairs of the CPA.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mfwethu. You have actually sufficiently motivated your point. The last one would be from Koopmansfontein. 5 minutes. Is the last one as well? Now the documents, you can make copies and give to the secretariat over there. But you have 5 minutes for presentation. What did you do because it was working?
Afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much. Eventually, Chair, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. I want everybody to thank their God for being today for the first time in the province in front of a panel. Thank you very much, Chair, because I'm thanking my God of Mount Zion for allowing me to stand here and present Koopmansfontein. Chair, we are not here at ANC caucuses or whatever caucuses. When we are here, we are speaking to a panel of governors. So I want us to be very factual when we speak here. Chair, I'm speaking here. I'm Glenn Colin Namis, Secretary of CPF 2019. Here's my certificate. Ronald Flew was my teacher, by the way, Chair. That's my certificate, Chair. I'm speaking on facts. I'm not speaking of a committee that was elected 2022, which has been declared null and void. Here is the facts. The department said
Can you please get to the facts because...
No, I'm just putting the facts to the table, Chair, why I'm standing here. Yeah, Chair, Koopmansfontein is this side, R31. For everybody who don't know, R31, Koopmansfontein is 10,000 hectares, 10,890, 10,000, not 7,000, as the Chair have indicated, wrong information. Chair, we are here for fraud and corruption. Finish and we don't waste any time. Maladministration. And by the way, Chair, I'm here with the executive of Koopmansfontein. The chairperson is alone, Mr. Modise here. Here is the deputy chairperson, there's the deputy secretary. Everybody is here present. They call us yellow t-shirts. It's a very united executive committee here. Up until being dissolved, Chair. Here's a financial statement. I want us, because there's no time for copies. There's a financial statement of 2022. Fraudulent financial statement. What is happening to 2025 on the latest statements? Because that's all what we have.
When was there 24 million rand in your balance sheet?
It was with us.
What year was that?
2022. It's all that we have received.
So, and then the money was used and you found
60 rand.
160 rand. What year was that?
That was 2022 December. That is the signed financial statement that himself and the treasurer, the two of them, signed this thing. So it means it's a clear document that they created because it did not even pass the executive committee or the beneficiaries, because the constitution is very clear. 2 months before you give the beneficiaries the package of your reports, including my report, you peruse and then you come and discuss financial statements. The one of the chairperson, fraudulent chairman. Fraudulent to the fact that, yes, we declare also a forensic investigation on that one.
Who was secretary during those?
I am the secretary since 2019,
Oh,
till now.
so the secretary was part of the executive.
I'm still part of it up until the panel
I mean
declare us.
specifically on these, on 2022, when
Yes,
all of
yes,
these
yes,
things
yes,
were-
yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, second one. Second one, Chair, is contracts. Contracts, Chair. The Constitution is very clear of the CPAs, saying that any documentation or any contract, it must be co-signed by the secretary or the treasurer or the executive or in consultation of the beneficiaries. The chairman signed it alone. He was raising the issue of a contract of a garage called blah, blah, blah stories. Let me tell you the correct story. He rented out the garage for 60,000 a month. You times it by 12 months, and then you times it by 5 years. It must give you 3.6 million. He cannot account to that, to the beneficiaries. Hence, he says giving dividends. There's no accountability with that, what he is speaking. The evidence are here. Thank you, Chair. Here's it. We'll copy now. How much minutes, Chair? Right. The other contract is the issue of the farms. We've got a farm of Mazelfontein. And very ironically, Chair, yes, this Sunday, there was stock theft on that farm. That case has been reported, is ongoing. Now, the contract of the farm of Mazelfontein, fraudulent. We are dealing here with community property associations, not Koopmansfontein beneficiary community lease agreement. There's no such thing in any documentation that Mr. Itumeleng have teacher that we don't have a community beneficiary community. Koopmansfontein beneficiary community. This guy is being knocked by the chairperson because he's paying 40,000 rand a year for 500 plus cattle on the farm. In actual sense, farm language, that 40,000 rand was supposed to be monthly for a year. Because when you divide, you will say the 150 rand a crop for a one cattle to farm. That is grazing politics. We'll come to that one. Thank you, Chair. So there's two contracts, in fact, which is fraudulent, which did not pass any resolution. We have a chairman without resolutions in Koopmansfontein. That's why he didn't want me to speak here. Now he's clearly in this contract, Chair, he's saying that people have received dividends. It's a lie. We've got affidavits here. People never received money. He utilized the money for himself, for political power. He's running around campaigning of the money of the CPA, trying to be somewhere, trying to achieve political points. Here's the copies of the affidavits. Chair, Mr. Khotse can bear with us. 2019, when we assumed office, that was February 2nd. April, the department delivered 256 brand new bonds maras, fresh, Ma and Kent. Ma and Kent bonds maras.
256 of what?
Cattle, 256. Mama Lingwana, 125, 6 bulls. The chairman sold everything. He said that it's drought, it's COVID, it's a number of things. He took that decision alone, without any resolution. Yeah, we got cases. We've got cases inside here. All these cases, it's 3 cases that the CP executive have done this. All these cases, he said to us that he is the ANC chairperson by that time, and now he's the ANC REC member. He will not be told what to do. Chair, here's the cases. I wanted the panel to assist us with this case because it can't be the 3 big major cases in the Northern Cape. No investigation officer to us, no report, there's no case. Till now, people there don't have cattle there. People are grazing now on our farms, which the community, the benefits were supposed to generate for themselves, out of this cattle. what the department gave us. We received a 9 million rand from the department. But only 3.6 million now left. We asked a breakdown. How much did the cattle cost? How much did the tractor cost? Till now we did not receive. Reason being, the chairperson said to us that he's the accounting officer. He will only account for this, and he's the only one, standing here, Grant passing here and saying that he's the chairman, accounting officer, but he's the only one out of this whole executive sitting there. So, Chair, in a nutshell, what we need to do, and I'm very privileged, the last meeting, I opened it up for the minister. That's one of the panel at closing this meeting again. So I'm very privileged. I will end up in the book of records. Lastly, Chair.
Please.
Lastly, Chair. We requested the most important tool, Chair, the verification process. We wrote a letter to the registrar. We wrote a letter to department. We wrote to everybody a letter. Up until today, we did not want to grant that process because the chairman countered that process. A legislative process which is in the constitution to say that every year you must update your membership. Now the reason you don't want to update the membership, Chair, you just want to keep of that 100 plus 1 since 2009 to accumulate and manipulate processes here and suffocating beneficiaries who are over 18 years. That 42D document, there's the gentleman there, makes provision that by this time we're supposed to be 500 and something on the verification process. Till now, we only stuck at 75, and that was 2009. He did not want to grant us to do that thing as the chairperson. Chairperson,
Okay.
the registrar, I'm closing. The registrar, with all due respect, we wrote them the letter, we wrote them the complaints. The portfolio committee in the Northern Cape, we wrote them all our challenges because the department did not react to our letters. Then we received the correspondence from the registrar declaring this province of land affairs failed Koopmansfontein, and then they gave us the opportunity to write again back to them. The registrar came on the 8th of December in Koopmansfontein. The chairperson organized these gangsterism strategies and come and disrupt the registrar. The registrar's life was in danger. He can bear testimony to that. His life was in danger. People almost killed him that day. It's only the table split him. And then the portfolio committee of land reform come and assist and rescue that meeting of Koopmansfontein. And this meeting is going to rescue our process in terms of also requesting a forensic investigation. Chair of that, I'm saying thank you.
Thank you. No, Paul. Good. Thank you. Before we, maybe I would request respectfully the honorable members to, I would actually really crave their indulgence by asking the gentleman over there, I would give him 3 minutes to say what he wants to say. No, not you. Yes. No, I'm no longer entertaining individuals. We have had. I have not given. Wait. From whoever. But they were here. We actually. And then I asked whether there was any concerned group. Oh, okay, Baba. Would you like to sit down and listen? Members of this meeting, How many times did I call for a consent group from Majemanchu? And there was dead silence in this. Can you ask anyone next to you? Ask anybody. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay, Bob. Can I address you? Can I please address you? You could probably have a problem of language because everyone in this house actually heard me calling for the concerned group from this party, not once. But nonetheless, I'm prepared to give you 2 minutes. I'm prepared to give him 2 minutes. No, please allow him to come to the podium. But Baba, you must actually accept that you are mistaken. You see, if you still persist, because you are actually saying I'm lying, which I am not prepared to accept. I'm not prepared to accept that. I have given you the opportunity to do so. And you have 3 minutes. You only have 3 minutes. What document is that?
It's Harrod's attorney something. Yeah, you have it. We have it.
Good afternoon, all good people. Protocol observed. I'm Nathaniel Nonde, a legitimate Majemanso CPA. We have been invited to this meeting, and the invitation says there must be only 2 people. It's myself and Mr. Njunja there. We are representing the legitimate Majemanso members. Against a committee, self-imposed committee of non-members and people who have benefited financially. That committee, young man was here, insulting me because he was lying about my name, time and again, while I was sitting there, and it's not the first time. I was not intending to have something to say here, but now, and it means that there is something going on, because we received the invitation Monday afternoon through my cell phone. And we were told that preparations will be sent later. Yesterday, I had to phone Mandisa to find out what is going on. Is there any transport, or where is the venue, and what time? She answered by saying that it's here at Flamingo, and we have to say for ourselves how to come here. My car is broken. I had to hire a car for 1,200 to come here. It's a pity because some young men who don't even know who their fathers are, when seeing a male man, they become so aggressive. So, Pniel, it's the second time that you are lying about me in front of my eyes. I think, big boy, it will be that this is the last time. You won't reach my age. I'm 80 years now plus. I was born 13 June 1945. And I'm not your play toy. You are lying here, you said, I've been in committees 3 times. You are lying. You don't even know me. I know your mother. You are saying your mother says very far from me. I'm staying at Losasane. You are staying at Longlands. So you hear all these other things. One thing for sure, I'm a born leader. And I am not imposing myself. I always prefer to be there. But I won't lie still when I see corruption happening. I was a minister of the church till 2006, when I was elected by the ANC to be a ward councillor of Greater Taung. After that, being a district councillor of Koopmansfontein. Since independence, many people have been councillors there who were not ANC members, just because I mustn't be there. I've served only for a 1 period. Even after myself, people who are councillors there, they are not the ANC. But in that short space, I've made a difference. There are people from Majeng, they were in my ward 20. They know what I have done for the people. I'm staying in a mud house, but I've built houses for people. Tar roads, Tuition Service Center, Apollo, and so on. In only one session, there's nothing happening now. So I fought with the previous regime, councillors. We were forcibly removed from Majeng, 1965. This is a preamble of our constitution. We use money to get where we are. But now people who were there from 2008, they did nothing. I was instrumental. Mr. Mvula, Mr. Mashume, they know very well. Contacting this, the department, of which they did nothing for us. Now lately, after that, committee that ruled for more than 12 years instead of 5 years was disbanded by the officials. And I became one of the interim committee members. They choose positions. I just keep quiet until the official says, why don't you take any position? I said, anyway, I'm all right anyway. I was elected as a deputy chairperson before, it was on 2017, I think so. And then that interim committee went on with the chairperson, who was not a member of the CPA, but it went on. I kept quiet. I didn't say a thing because I wanted them to see for themselves. He has done nothing. There were no. He called me, he was a treasurer. He called me on Thursday, telling me there is a meeting on Saturday. I say, how come? Because the constitution says you must give people 14 days prior to the meeting. And I won't be able because I'm going to bury my aunt at Virginia. And it continued. I wrote this letter to the Director of Tenure Services, Rural Development and Land Reform. It was on the 17th of March 2020. I just want to make things short. Dear Sir, Madam, unconstitutional election of Majemansu Communal Property Association Executive Committee members. Bullet number 1. As registered members and beneficiaries of Majemansu CPA, we are against the appointment of the executive committee members elected. The criteria used by the officials to elect this executive and the previous interim committee was highly porous, of hijacking by 9 members, if it was not intentionally, referred to 906.2 of Majemansu Constitution. 9.6.2, only members of the association who are 25 years of age and above may be elected on the committee. Bullet number 2, non-members and non-beneficiaries of Majemansu CPA were also allowed in the meeting and given the right to elect and to be elected by the officials. Non-registered people were allowed to make inputs and take final decisions suppressing the community assisted by the official, making false statements, e.g., saying that Mr. J.J. Botma of on-Vaal Incorporated is not a lawyer. He is a consultant. He does not appear in court for anyone. I do, as Ms. Puleng Dipoko, who attended, Mr. Puleng Dipoko attitudes seem very biased. She seems to have interest in the CPA and corruptible. Referred to coupled with 6.1.1 of Majemansu Constitution. 6.1, to be a member of one must have been verified first as a claimant in the Smithmine land claim and adopted for restoration as a form of compensation. 6.4, to become a member, one must apply to the Secretary of the Association, who in turn will report all the correspondence to the committee. Point 3, former interim executive committee was summoned to Ms. Puleng Dipoko's office in Kimberley, only to find out that she and the other part of that committee, being Honse Mabotsa, Molifi Pelema, Elizabeth Msindo Majeng, Lawrence Sopini, who are not claimants, have organized Ms. Kepano Mutibi and Ms. Maxima Sander to introduced by the mediator, Ms. Puleng Dipoko, as secretaries for their newfound lawyer, Thomas Couter, referred to 9.1 of the Constitution. 9.1, the committee undertakes the management of the affairs of the association, subject to the instructions of the members taken by a general meeting. Nathaniel Nonde, Rebecca Matambo, and Edward Nyanywe were amazed to the matter and distanced themselves publicly and harshly with high tones because this outcome was not the CPA members' mandate, refer to resolution passed by the Executive Committee of the Mazelfontein Committee Property Association, registration number CPA/H/1115, held at the office of on-Vaal, Incorporated at Kimberley on 2nd August 2018. This resolution was signed in front of the community in a general meeting by the executive after it was welcomed by Smith's Mine Farmhouse. Bullet number 5, Mazelfontein CPA Executive Committee is led by a dictator, Mr. Khonse Mabotsa, who implements his dreams without consulting the community. There are 5 court cases pending at Kimberley High Court, case number 59/2019 against 2 companies and 3 government ministers as respondents and Mazelfontein Communal Property Association as an applicant without the knowledge of the community, referred to 10.2 in the Mazelfontein Constitution. 10.2, the committee shall not make decisions on any business transactions without the approval of members of the association at the general meeting. Mazelfontein CPA is a deteriorated state because the mediator, Ms. Pulendi Poko, has led herself to be part of the problem than a solver. As contained in the correspondence, through this is a tip of an iceberg. Point number 7, as registered members and beneficiaries of Mazelfontein CPA, we have no other option than to approach you, sir, as the Director General to remedy our dire situation, referred to 19.4 of the Mazelfontein Constitution. 19.4, the Director General will be approached with a request to appoint an independent mediator. A, the mediator dismally failed to honor the Mazelfontein CPA Constitution, coupled with the Smith's Mine
Excuse me, Babu. We do have these documents and the reports. I'm not sure whether Ubaba would like to talk to them and actually highlight the issues.
Okay.
Yes, because we have these.
Okay,
Now, reading back to us,
Okay,
maybe
I'm
it's
finished.
not
I'm
good.
finished. I was just trying to point out what this young man was saying, because they are a bogus committee. And then what I can say is that the intention, we wrote to these people after they've been in that committee of Mrs. Ipoko. I was never invited to a meeting for the past 7 years, meaning last year. Last year, on the 12th of May, it was on a Saturday, I received an invitation that there will be a meeting at the farmyard, at Smith's Mine, of which I went there. And on arrival there, I had made a paper here, written a document saying that the meeting was unconstitutional. And in that meeting, we found that, I found that there were 5 SAP vans of Winterton. There were more than 10 policemen in that meeting. And in that meeting, we were told that in that meeting, it was a house full, a tent was full, but with only 3 members of Mazelfontein. The rest were people who had financial compensation and other people.
If I may ask, Baba, what is it that you would like to see happening?
No,
in that?
the thing is this. I I was not given chance to, our matter has gone as far as, because we saw that the officials can't help us. They are part of the problem. So, because every man, every person, a she or a he, has got a price tag on their neck, most people. So whether you tell the truth, it says, yes, if you are dreaming. So we took the matter, we took the matter to a lawyer. And then, as we took the matter to the lawyer, Harops, and now at this stage, as I have not prepared, I had to call the lawyer because it was late yesterday, who made that, those others as for the agriculture, another one is for the land reform, and another one, Mr. Mashume didn't give you there. I maybe gave you there. It's not in mine. It is directed to the minister, because he knows this, and he asked for this. I emailed him this documents.
Okay.
If I knew, if I was given a chance, I should have copied this for you. But you
No,
can
I
give
do
me
have, Babu, I
your
do have.
email, I'll send them.
I do have the document you are referring to.
They are not enough.
Oh, okay. All right. No, the secretary is there. You can actually make arrangements with him.
Because in that meeting I was invited at, I had to say these people must sign. It's Mr. Plaji of the Department in Agriculture Projects. It's Ms. Mandisa for the CPA. Is Sopini, the secretary who was speaking here, the Boga secretary. And it is the station commander of Windsor 10.
Okay.
Yeah, their meeting is because they have invited me. They saw that they must call the police.
Do you have another copy of this?
No, I'll email you.
Okay.
Just
all right.
get me your email address there.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
The secretary over there.
Yeah, so I'm a threat to people who are not honest. I'm a threat, a great threat. But now what I want to say is that the minister has been informed about this, and they as well, they've got these copies from the lawyers. We are going to court.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thanks a lot. Thank you. So you can talk to the secretary there about the documents and other things. You really have 2 minutes because you had,
Yes.
before.
I just want us to take note about what was said here. The gentleman who spoke here, Mr. Heinrich Julius, his mother and sisters took financial compensation in the Kakamas claim. That's number one. Number two, Meneer Piet Abrams, John Abrams, and Johnny Abrams are listed on the Smitsdrift, beneficiation list. So, maybe, I don't know it, maybe you can correct me. Oh yeah, Mr. Roger Africa, they took financial compensation. So I will be, all I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, I don't want a situation where people come here and lambasted me, I'm representing a CPA. You see, and the thing is that with the ESTA, I want to, Mr. Mashune and Asidi, when this thing started pertaining to ESTA, they appointed a service provider to do it for the CPA and for the office. I think it's Matlome. So that has been done. Pertaining to the greater Pniel, where these people are also residing, we call them the residents of greater Pniel. And what was not said here is that we have an agreement with the department that those people will not be removed. We are willing to donate 3,000 hectares for them to stay there and for grazing. I think Mr. Lawrence alluded to the 3,000 hectares. So what is actually happening is that I don't want to take a flight now. Just in short, 2 December 2005 registered, 2007 expropriation, and all the big media houses was present because it was the first expropriation of property in the democratic South Africa, all of them. To my surprise, in 2007, the department took the CPA to court and want to put the Pniel CPA under administration. To make a long story short, the consent order was made by Justice S. Majid. So there was then that consent, 5 from CPA, 5 from
I thought you were actually going to clarify where it actually concerned you, which was said by...
Okay.
And because you have actually presented your report, you don't have to repeat that.
No, what I'm saying...
just wanted to clarify that particular point. That's why I gave you 2 minutes.
Thanks. I've already shown to you that both of those people who came here are not members of the Pniel Communal Property Association.
Because they took
financial compensation.
Thank you, that's all we
And
wanted.
the other guy, Mr. Modisake, he's not a member of ESTA. He's residing in Santa, in Kimberley. So all I'm trying to say here is that take note about it. What has been said here is a lot of lies. So this is what I present to you to check the credibility of those people. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, it's your turn. We still have another group. The mic, please. No.
No.
Honorable members, you...
Our rule Mhlangano,
No.
You're not a chairperson. Ready, Mike.
Honorable members, it's your turn.
Thanks, Chair. Sibonge, cha. Sesilalele kamnandi. Sezwa zonke inkinga ngapha nangapha. I think, Chair, my proposal khona eyashiwa utate Matias ukuthi la kufuneka SIU. Onke nje lama CPA kufuneka SIU. But for now, ngicabanga ukuthi Chair department I facilitate ama AGM kona wonke ama CPAs ngoba kubonakala ngathi i-leadership, ama-period awo onke e-CPA a-expire bonke. So far kube kwenziwa ama-AGM. And then ama-CPA, they have to prepare a full report and then be submitted. And the full report they include the annual financial statements. Because a report, my annual financial statement, itula isho lot is silent. Ogunye chair, ama leaders of CPAs and the leaders of the concerned group, ben observe and is about positions, not about the beneficiaries of the CPAs. Number not to concern, I work concern yama beneficiaries. Umulalele, a concern to funi position. I guess sithinte kakhulu kuma beneficiaries because awekho present la. Awakwazi ukuyifikelela wona la because anama leaders abawabekile. So ama leaders ake ephatheke kabuhlungu ukuthi akhulume ngama beneficiaries kakhulu, not ukuthi bekhulume ngabo. Ake nifaka ama interest abantu basemakhaya because ogogo nomkhulu abakwazi ukuyizela la. But bathemba nina as ama leaders ukuthi nizobabuyela ne report ephilayo. Ayi ukuthi niyofuna ama positions in. Thank you.
Can we, no, it's now the chance of. Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't want to comment, but I think it's important just to provoke the conscience of our people as to why government adopted this program. The national question and the land question is fundamental to our society. And there has been no response to date. And this has been the attempt to respond to that question of 1912, the land question, which is the basis of all revolutions that we've undertaken in this country. The national question is pivotal, and I've listened carefully here, that we don't respect even the very basic thing, diversity of our society. Diversity is at risk to you. A principle of non-racialism, non-sexism is what is guiding us. And that's a principle that will never change. Because black majority suffered a great deal against the imperialists and colonizers. And our responsibility, all of us, whether you're an official of government or a politician, is to understand the fundamentals of these particular programs and attempt to return and restore the dignity of our own people. Some never had an opportunity to be part of these meetings. Old gogos and mamas and tatas who are staying at home under your control as CPA leadership might not have an opportunity to come here and express themselves. They solely depend on you for their survival. And I'm raising this just to raise your consciousness that understand that the revolution is still continuing. We have not yet reached the end. And you as young people, old and young, women and men, have got that responsibility in our shoulders to shoulder this country going forward. We depend on you. We are the foot soldiers of our society. Now, I'm worried about the department because you seem to be suffering on on trust, you seem to be not trusted by everybody here. Department responsibility is to ensure that it helps our people, guides them, resolve problems, so that as they come to us, we listen to their attempts in resolving this particular problem. And I'm worried, and I got worried, that our frontline staff are implicated in all the problems and challenges that are confronting CPAs here. And I don't condemn them because they might be correct in their stance. Because you'll always carry this flag if you are principled and fundamental on issues. They will blame you because you are not wavering. But matters that seem to be implicating you are matters that could bring suspicions even to your own credibility. Go back to basics and restore your dignity. As you carry out this task, go back to basic and restore your dignity so that you assist all of us, equally so, to ensure that our people get the assistance they deserve. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Matthias, do you want to say anything? Chair? Or the MEC?
No, thank you very much, Chair.
We are actually winding up.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me appreciate the moment that for the first time the people of the Northern Cape were given a credible moment to engage with Parliament in order to resolve problems that are facing our people out there. However, Chair, I think we need to put it to our communities out there that there are people who would, at the end of the day, be arrested for things they don't know, should they not be careful. If our people will involve themselves in corrupt activities thinking that it will not be identified, one day you will not be lucky. And we urge of you as South Africans that you ought to be vigilant and pay attention to details. And I think, Chair, South Africans lost an opportunity when Section 25 was introduced by Parliament by not really protesting of the outcome that came after Parliament voted against Section 25. Because of sitting here today, we can clearly see that black people are in need, dire need of the land. And should we not wake up as black people, one day we are going to kill each other. It is painful to see an old man of 80 years plus crying of his benefit that was robbed off by the system. And sitting here as lawmakers, we are not really using that opportunity to intervene decisively. And I think one day society is going to protest against the system itself. And this is a new dispensation. We ought to take responsibility and change this. So as the chair of the committee in the province, working hand in hand with the MEC, and I think that is a very healthy relationship, we have took note of everything that you have raised for the whole week. And we are going to make sure that we come back to you and make follow-ups and assist. We are not going to take side because of the law must reflect our decision at the end of the day. I wish we go back and do a thorough introspection of who we want to be and what we want to reflect. We are all parents sitting here and we do have responsibility. Let's not play with the future of our kids. Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate the opportunity in the moment.
Well, thank you, Chair. Maybe I would allow the MEC to also have the last word.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think there isn't much that I will say, because I think honorable members from the National Assembly Portfolio Committee really, and also the chair of the Portfolio Committee in the province, put it in a very simplified way, but it carries a lot of weight. Yesterday when we were in Kuruman, I think it was Honorable Mateus who spoke about real transformation in real time. I think we are missing an opportunity. I will say we, because I take it we are part of the CPAs. We are from these communities. Challenges that affect these CPAs do affect us too. If there's any mishap amongst our masses, then we should be worried, because it will then imply that we have failed them. Now, what I think, as you rightfully said yesterday, Chair, when we closed the meeting, is that the most important thing that we need to embark on is the issue of the verifications and prompt, convening of AGMs once that is done. I know for sure there is no guarantee that when those AGM sit or get convened, all these problems will be wiped away like magically. But now I'm hopeful that after having sat here and discussed, it is upon us to make it a point that we come up with something that will work. You see, the biggest challenge in my view might be or may be the fact that, like Honorable Mkhaga said, there is no trust now between CPAs and the department for whatever reasons. The fact of the matter is that the department has a responsibility also to make sure that it's compliance in terms of the act. And obviously, whilst embarking on such a process, along the way, you will make friends, you will make enemies. And at times, it depends on whether the resolution or the manner in which the problem was resolved addresses what you wished will have happened. Now, when that happens, it also has the potential of creating tensions. But I don't think as department we should be irritated with the CPAs. Equally so, I think the CPAs must also give the necessary support to the department. In an environment where, I made an example the other day of a police officer. At times when you misbehave on the road, drive at a speed that is not allowed, when a traffic officer stops you, issue a ticket, sometimes you get irritated, even if you are wrong, you have committed an offense. So it's a combination of factors. I think what we need to do, we need to redeem ourselves. I'm part of the department, I'm part of the challenges that are raised here. When CPs are saying CD or Mashune or any official that might be cited, I think also it also speaks to me as a person who's also responsible for ensuring that policy imperatives are also adhered to. But the last one, Chair, is just that.
20 minutes of. Sorry.
Okay. I think from all this, the good, or all the presentations that were made, there are good stories, there are bad stories. Some of the CPAs are trying their level best, to try and strive towards perfection. But in any process, we will always have shortcomings. Even ourselves, we are human beings. That is why when we go to bed tonight, we are going to pray with the hope that God will forgive us for things we have done, unintentionally. If we have offended or if we have wronged people, we must be forgiven. Because we acknowledge that we are not saints. We commit mistakes, and it is through those mistakes. The only thing is that when you commit a mistake and you are shown and somebody comes to you and say, you have committed a mistake, you must be able to accept that you have committed a mistake. But if you become immune to criticism, you become indifferent to criticism. When issues are raised, you say, it's one of those things, and you don't even care to take that which builds you, then it becomes a problem. So I think, Chair, from my side, I'm committing, and I'm very glad that I've spent the whole 4 days with the committee, because for me, it was an eye-opener, because these are issues that I'm going to work with, for as long as I'm here. So this engagement for me was a learning curve, and I do believe that through what was presented by department, advisors from the committee, and also from the CPAs, I emerge out of this engagement a better person. And we will make it a point that all those reports that have been requested for submission, I think, Chair, when we close, you will just, again, remind us of those timeframes so that we don't fail in terms of ensuring that those reports reach your office as agreed. That said, Chair, thank you very much. And to the CPAs, let's work together. Let's try to, we know we are, we have different characters. We don't think alike, but there should be room for consensus. There definitely must be room. If we are not willing to do that, then we are doomed. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you so much to the CPAs, the other concerned, I don't like this word, but for want of a better one, I'll use it, concerned groups. But it has actually become standard, that wherever there is a CPA, there will be a concerned group. We found concerned groups in Mpumalanga. We found concerned groups in KwaZulu-Natal. We found concerned groups in the Northern Cape. Now, perhaps one would seriously think of calling a conference of all concerned groups. Just to tell us why are they concerned. But having said that, thank you so much for your time. I know that some of you had to travel long distances to be here because you are really, really concerned about the state of things. I would, however, appeal to you that you see, you are a pilot schemes. We are only talking about 4% of the land that has actually so far been given to us, black people. The rest of the land is still in other people's hands. If tensions and conflicts are going to be so much over 4% of the land, if we were to get tomorrow 90%, it means the entire country will be burning. Does it really mean that the entire country would be burning? That cannot be right. It just cannot be right. Something somewhere has to be urgently attended to, urgently addressed. Because we still want our land back, but we don't want conflicts. We don't want land to be an instrument to divide families. We don't want land to be an issue that is actually going to cause conflicts amongst. Here in one CPA, one person who was reporting here, he said, that CPA is a multi-ethnic CPA, different ethnic communities in one CPA. Do you realize that if you cannot work together, you are actually going to spark a very dangerous thing, ethnic conflict. So please, dear South Africans, let's work together. And you here in Kimberley, you are actually at the center of the South African economy, the center of the South African minerals. And some of those minerals are already in your hands on the farms that you are controlling now. But you are going to be busy quarreling and fighting each other, and some of the people would sneak in. Tomorrow you would find Chinese having huge. You will have Chinese. And then what would you say? I'm not saying that it's bad to have Chinese in South Africa. We should. There's nothing wrong with that. But we don't want new colonizers, new land dispossessors. There are people waiting on the wings. They will always, like, you see, when you have a lot of dogs, all you need to do to see your dogs quarreling is to just throw a piece of meat or a bone. Then you start fighting over a bone. So far, what you are, CPAs to, what you have actually received so far, it's crumbs. The real wealth is actually being taken out by those miners. And then they throw bones, and then you start quarreling on those bones. Please, please, Bafo, please, let's stop fighting. Let us stop fighting. The department, please help these people. You are professionals, you are employed as technocrats, please help them. Truthfully, honestly, transparently, ethically, and in all manner possible. Please, let's help these people of God to do their work, to achieve what they want to achieve. On that note, I will say it was nice, it was good to have this engagement. It actually enriched me, and I'm sure I'm talking on behalf of all of us, that, we are better persons when we go back. We will be able to interact with confidence with the minister, with the DG, when we actually relate what we heard here. And believe you me, we are going to have the minister on Wednesday, and the Director General and his other senior members of his staff, telling them what's going on here. And we'll be talking time frames in terms of what we want to see happening. And after compiling our report, we will table our report to Parliament for debating and actually resolutions taken on the way forward. So there are very fundamental proposals, one of which is that there has to be a forensic audit, and that is going to be part of our recommendation to Parliament, and for sure it will be accepted. And may I please end there, and thank you so much. Baya dankie for your coming. Thank you so much. For honorable members, we still have a 10-minute session But you are all released, you may actually go. But the department